Fucking dry eyes are lit, dude. Botrix. Yo, dude. It's lit. What? Ooh. That's way better. I'm editing my stream title everywhere.
I can never.
Yo, L. You're right.
Whatever. Never mind. Actually.
Why the fuck is my bitrate fucked up on Twitch? Bitch. What are you doing? It looks fine. What the fuck? Fuck. Hey, Astra. How are you today?
Hey, Astra.
I'm alive.
Kanko, have you played any of the Yakuza games?
No, I haven't. But
Zach, I'm gonna.
But
I was. Say that again.
I said, but I think I have one of them on my Xbox or something.
Okay. I've only played 2 of them, and the reason why I brought it up because Lupo brought it up in Angela's server.
Nice. Astra, you can't just say don't make it weird like that wasn't a weird thing to say. How are
I've
you today?
played and
Moist.
I've played and beaten Yakuza 0 and Yakuza 1.
It's the weather. My eyes are so fucking dry, dude. But Mud Crab, I hear you don't like Mantis.
Who doesn't like Mantis?
Yes, if you said sweaty, that would be better. Astra. Mud Crab doesn't like Mantis. I think.
I'll be right back.
Why? What were you doing? Hello?
Hello. I had to switch computers.
Oh, okay.
I was using my laptop because I was playing, on my PS5. Now I'm sitting at my computer. Well, my desktop, my PC.
Based. Mud Crab, why don't you like Mantis? Mantis is dope. She's the homie. Because it's an easy thing, right? Yo, Left 4 Dead 2 is $1 on Steam.
I've played Left 4 Dead 1, I think.
The bundle with both of them is $1.50.
That's an old Xbox game. How well does it still, like, how clunky does it feel?
I have no idea. Spend probably 8 hours a day in one-on-one VCs for a month. Are you sleepy? Fucking always sleepy. Growling, I have narcolepsy. It's because you're Australian, isn't it? You and her got that fucking that natural rivalry. Jesus. What's up, Raiders Cat? This is cocaine, obviously. Not Vicks. It's cocaine.
What in the...
No, I'm not saying you were fighting. I'm just saying you have a natural rivalry. That's why you don't like her. You just you tried to push past it, but that fucking those genetics. Yeah, genetics. Just made you hate each other. You couldn't push past it. It just had to be. It had to be there. You're welcome. You're welcome, Raiders Cat. Smoke drugs. Definitely smoke drugs. Doom. Aren't we all? Astra, just trying to fucking, just trying to torture everybody. Just kidding. I disagree with that, my crab. That's just kind of how like streamer communities are. That's not like that out of the ordinary. That's nothing that crazy. Sometimes you hate watch things. Like people like rage bait. So people like watching shit to have something to argue about. Like I loved hey Dave. I loved Destiny's Red Pill arc because I fucking hate red pillars. Yes. Nice, Astra.
Hi Dave, bye Dave.
Clone drone in the danger zone. What the fuck?
Hi Astra, bye Astra.
Jesus Christ, my left eye. Just fucking. Irritated. I just did. I just did fairy floss. I just put a bunch of eye drops in. Just like not. It's like every single time I just leave it open for like a second, it just dries out like mega quick. These are no preservative eye drops too. It's like the good ones. Fucking rope me. You kidding me? Did I actually use the entire fucking thing? Lit. Well, add one more drop for that eye. What's just saying? And then yeah, I did try that.
You try rubbing the shite out of it?
Yeah. I do that every day actually. It's kind of retarded. Because I'm kind of retarded. The fuck am I doing? Contacts or AIDS? Neither. Down syndrome. These are just blue light glasses. Oh, Saba.
What's up?
Did you hear about the new game that came out recently?
Which game? What game?
NWO Wars?
Nope.
No, you don't know about this?
No. Apparently, I'm looking it up right now.
No, don't look it up.
Official
Don't
Alex
look it up.
Jones-
Oh, fuck.
Too late. I mean, there's a Steam game of it, right?
Yes. I was trying to get you to fucking watch this goddamn trailer and be surprised by it, but you fucking had to look it up in literally a half a second.
Well, I wanted to know what it was,
Well,
but
kill yourself, okay?
Now, the ultimate retro
I didn't even watch the
nostalgia
trailer.
throwback game.
Shut up, watch.
I present to the world Alex Jones's New World Order Wars.
New World
They're
Order
turning
Wars.
a friggin' frogs game. I'll eat your ass.
Oh my god, this
You
game
not
is
be
so similar to
Let's free the Patriots and defeat the
what's that
globalists.
game? Metal something.
We are going to defeat the globalists.
Metal
Very
Gear
bigly.
not Solid.
This game is mostly peaceful.
I'm going to lower the world's population.
Oh, big deal. I'm taking you down, rapist.
I did not have sexual relations with that saxophone.
Download it now at AlexJonesGame.com.
Metal Slug?
Because as we all know,
Yes,
anything
that's it, Metal
badass
Slug.
gets censored.
This gameplay is so similar to that one. Did you see the weapons they were using and
think we
the
can all
projectiles that were coming out of the gun?
That
It
this
literally
new
looks like
video
one-to-one
game,
match.
Alex Jones, looks fantastic.
God, this is so well made.
Yeah,
It's
look at it.
absolutely genius. I went online and bought it and played it, and it's fun as hell.
That's crazy. This is awesome.
Holy shit!
There's
I love
no
it. The
way.
game is amazing.
You can purchase the
There's
game
no
right
way
here on
that Hassan was saying that about this game.
AlexJonesGame.com.
Just in time
Yeah,
for Christmas,
there's no
it's
way
the Alex
Hassan
Jones
would be
video game.
complimenting this
I
game.
can't
No way.
believe how hilarious and fun this looks.
I did not have sexual relations with that saxophone.
I'm definitely gonna play it. I'm gonna buy it.
Check the game out. It's epic. It's a conversation starter.
You added
It's
this game to your
definitely fun as hell.
wish list?
Yeah,
Big
of course.
tech cucks.
No way.
Oh, I destroyed him. I beat him.
I thought you did computers, libtard.
Is it too late for an entry
You
into
know,
Jeff
Alex
Keighley's Game
Jones
Awards?
is
I'm buying the game.
parody.
Game of the year?
He's,
Clearly, I mean, clearly.
even Asmongold is playing it.
I want to play it.
Now,
Right.
the ultimate.
Yeah, you
I
should
think we
stream
can all
it.
agree.
Can you stream it, please, instead of like getting to the final boss and not beating it?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I'm just letting you know though, if you
son
stream it,
of
you're
a
gonna get some,
bitch.
if you stream it, you're gonna probably get some right wingers, and you're gonna probably be yelling at them during your streams if you enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I'm
the
also giving
ultimate
this dipshit
retro.
money.
I mean, this guy is gonna be making, even
Yeah,
if you
it's
watch his
$17,
content, he's
whatever.
making.
The same reason that the Democrats.
Are you watching the Destiny thing right now?
I was watching Tom's stream, just going over it.
Oh look, porn. More porn. Hold on, let's see. Am I gonna regret this? Nope. Okay, good.
Yes, you will.
Am I
You
gonna
will
regret
regret it.
this?
Yes, you will.
Nope. All right, that's good. I'm just like gambling with my life. Oh, hey, Ellie. I didn't even. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, I missed a lot. What do you call a straight man with AIDS? Oh, yeah, you call him Metal Slug. Yeah, yep. That's not the name of the game. It's, yeah, you just call him Metal Slug. A liar? Funny. Or a heroin addict. Good. Allie, I was at work, so like, if I'm in Destiny's chat, don't ever expect me to like notice anyone else's chat. Well, Astra, we gonna be watching some of it here soon, all right? Oh, that was porn. I didn't even mean to hover over that. Is this also porn? Didn't make it to porn. Good. Weird.
By the way,
Weird. The
Canklemore, I
one that I'm
saw
not
that-
even trying to gamble on just goes to the porn. One I'm not even trying to gamble on goes to the porn. Luckily, it doesn't like show enough. Okay, go. What's up?
I saw you were looking at, this was a previous day, Ease 11. If you end up buying that game, don't buy that one. Buy Ease Memories of Celceta. It's basically similar gameplay, better story, better visuals. The only reason why I played Ease 7 is because it's a different story and I want to play all the Ease games. So if you end up if you end up wanting to buy Ease 7, don't buy that one. Buy Ease Memories of Celceta. But then again, I don't know if I'd recommend the game to you because the game it's for niche audiences.
Why the fuck is it pronounced ease?
I mean, I don't know. I'm the messenger. So
Is it even actually pronounced ease?
yes, it is.
How do you know?
Literally, the developers call it that. People who review that game call it that. IGN calls it that.
The developers?
Everyone calls it Ease. Yeah. Neon Falcom is the developers.
So like Japanese people?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. I wonder if that's how they think you pronounce Y.
They probably just can't pronounce it. I could tell you, people in Japan, they have difficulty saying the R word, like the letter, not the word, the
Saying
letter.
retarded?
Yeah, they'll probably call it retarded or something because their
Yeah.
tongue like slips or something, and they use they use the L sound instead of the R sound.
It's kind of weird how it's backwards too.
What's backwards?
What do you mean? What do you think I mean? It's backwards. For L's and R's.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you were referring to something on your screen.
No. But yeah, that fucking their L's are R's and their R's are L's.
Yeah.
I'm fucking retarded. Why'd you mute yourself?
Because I want to watch the stream in the background and the voice will come through the mic.
What? Wait, watch what stream?
Tom's stream.
Oh, what, the Rekeita thing?
Yeah.
Oh, stop watching it.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna watch the Rekeita thing. How much did you watch of it so far?
I watched the entirety of it on Destiny stream. I wanted to watch Tom's commentary of it. Well, I'm gonna watch because I'm gonna watch this instead.
Watch what?
There's something I want to review in in the debate between Good Logic and Pisco, because Pisco said something that I want to research, more for future arguments or any type of future thing that comes up. It's regarding the plenary power of legislatures and when they to appoint electors.
God, that's so much longer. What the fuck? Sayba.
Yeah.
Click
All right,
into
here it
the.
is.
Ready?
Mm-hmm. Why did he white out the left side of his screen? Or black out?
Temporary.
Oh, there it is. It's clearing up.
I would say I would support the indictments by Smith and probably the RICO case in Georgia. But yeah, it's broadly where I'm at. We can raise your focus on any of those if you want.
Okay, well, the first question I have is, so it's an attempted coup. How? What was the goal that would make it a coup?
It would have been, from a broad level, Donald Trump using undemocratic means to try to entrench his power, to circumvent the will of the American people, on more, I guess, precise, like conspiratorial grounds. It would have been him taking knowingly false information to election officials in an attempt for them to change their votes. It would have been him trying to
I'm a
threatening to
retard.
fire Rosen if he wouldn't sign a bullshit letter
Jesus,
saying the
where
DOJ
everybody
supported
leave when
his
I saw
false
this coming
claims.
on. What the fuck?
It would have been the request for Pence to flip the vote, and it would have been the fraud that was committed when the false
Who's still
electors in
here?
7 different states claimed that they were the duly elected
I'm here.
electors to transmit their votes to
Oh
Congress.
shit! I thought you left.
All of these
Sayba.
things.
Damn.
Yeah. And then I can be
Sure.
more precise or
Yeah,
more
me
macro
too.
if you want, I
You
guess.
fucking ape.
No, I mean let's just go in on it.
Turn your camera on.
Let's start from the back. The false electors. The false electors have no power to become a slate of actual electors outside of an accepted reading by Mike Pence, right? Like he would have to, in theory, accept that slate of electors.
Yeah.
And the only way he gets to that slate of electors is if there is a proper objection levied while reading the original slate of electors. The objection is considered, the objection is accepted, and then the alternate slate of electors or the false electors are read in as an alternative.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so how is that a fraud that is commit on anybody at all? Because it requires a constitutional process by which it would happen.
Because the claims of those electors
There we go.
Were false. The electors were not duly elected to be representatives of their state. I believe on some of them, well, because they weren't. Because the process by which state legislature chooses their electors has them meet in the Capitol building, sign off on their electors, and then transmit their votes to
Me too,
NARA.
Ellie.
That process wasn't followed.
Sure. That process wasn't followed because they were not certified by the state legislature, but hypothetically,
Quick question. Pause it
if
for a
the
sec.
slate of electors originally certified was withdrawn, now
Come on.
whether or not
Do you want to watch the original one, or do you want to watch also Tom's commentary of it?
That's gonna be a lot. That's gonna turn 2 hours into fucking 5.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Never mind, just watch this one.
this can actually happen. I mean, it was broadly stated by a bunch of people on the right that they could definitely
we
recall
will,
their slate of
Allie,
electors
okay?
and do
We
a new
will.
one if presented proper information.
Correct.
I'm not quite convinced that that's possible because there's not an obvious mechanism to do it, but there's not a mechanism that says you can't either. So we're in kind of uncharted territory. So I have a
Well,
hard
wait.
time finding that's a.
I don't know what you mean uncharted territory. There is a duly elected slate of electors that transmits their electoral votes. They all sign the document. They say that we are authorized to be representatives of the state. We met in the Capitol building and did this, and then they sign that and they transmit that to NARA. The false slates of electors that were organized in 7 states by Trump and his campaign were very clearly not true electors, even though they attested that they were. They did not meet in the Capitol buildings, even though many of them attested that they had when they signed it. All of this is fraud. You're literally signing to and attesting to a document. And then I believe it also be conspiracy, or when you're telling somebody else to commit a crime as well, or communicating with another person to tell them to commit a crime as well, that these are all like criminal activities. Yeah?
This is an easy thing to say, yeah, because there is a process by which this is done, created by state legislatures. However, the state legislatures have plenary authority over how they choose electors, right?
Correct.
Can we agree on that?
Yep, I agree.
Okay, so if a state has plenary authority on how it chooses electors, presumably a state would have plenary authority on how it recalls and selects new electors.
Yep.
I see what you're
So
doing there,
if the
Allie.
state were to have its original slate of electors
fucking
rejected,
fuck.
the state could, in theory, certify a new slate of electors, no matter what process was followed at all. And having a ready slate of electors sent in before the constitutional deadline for the electors to arrive would allow the state to authorize that slate of electors, no matter how they were formed. Because they have plenary authority, no one would be able to question it.
We're skipping a lot of the things, though. The state wasn't involved in any of this. It was Trump and his henchmen, right?
But it
Like,
doesn't
for instance,
have
I
to
could
be
say,
involved in it.
well, yeah, we did. We just said the state would have a process whereby they would recall their electors, and then the state
No,
would.
I didn't say they would have a process by which they would do it. I said the state has plenary authority to choose a slate of electors, which means that no one could question the state legislature's ability to do so, including, in theory, the state's ability to just certify this new slate of electors.
Yeah, but the
immediately.
state didn't
Even-
do that, though, right?
Well, they didn't. So, but because, of course, they didn't do it. But if they had done it, they could.
That's like
In
me
theory, do
forging
that.
a signature and saying, like, if my mom had signed this, I could go on the field trip. So I just signed it because maybe in the future she'll sign it. But my mom didn't sign the field trip slip, right?
Thoughts?
My thoughts?
So on Rekeita's argument for this.
So when I watched this originally, he was describing fraud correctly. So let me give you an example, right? This is something when it comes with federal election laws, certain deadlines have to be met. So, for example, let's say I were to hand you a piece of paper and say, even though I'm signing this and even though I'm attesting that I'm a duly slated elector, this is a placeholder. This placeholder is to exist here temporarily and is not to be taken legitimately until I have a court order while I continue challenging this through the processes that there exists. So if I mention that to you, then it no longer becomes fraud, because part of fraud is that you have the intent to deceive the receiver of that information, and that they detrimentally rely on that information. That's part of fraud.
Okay, so since he didn't mention that,
no, they did. From what I hear, from what I'm hearing from them, that's what they were mentioning to these state legislatures because they were challenging the legitimacy of these elections.
that's not in any of the indictments. That's not in any. I've never heard that anywhere.
Heard that they were signing these documents to act as placeholders?
Yeah, no, they were trying to get Pence to overturn the election with these.
They were trying to get him to send it back for recertification, not to overturn.
They were trying to get him to overturn.
No. They were trying to get him to have Pence to send it back to the states.
And that's what he said
states
after.
Would then. He said after he said he wanted Trump said he wanted Pence to change the electors.
He said he wanted those accepted. He said that's what Pence said. He wanted him to take those as the electors. That those were the ones he needs to accept. But then later on, to cover his ass, he said that.
Well, then again, Trump misspeaks all the time. I mean, Trump's not the most articulate guy, unfortunately. Trying to use his own words against him is like trying to use a 2-year-old's words against him.
Well,
But
to be fair, if I were to go by that, I wouldn't have to give a shit about any of that, because when he was telling Pence to accept the fake ballots, the fake slates, and Pence said no, he said, "You're too honest."
Is that on the record?
That is a quote, yes.
Well, from what I hear, what I saw on the record is that he wanted to send it back for recertification. If you're telling the vice president to send it back for recertification, that in and of itself is not indictable.
Yeah, that's not what he did.
Okay, then we're gonna need to look into what the facts were, because
this is almost empty. Shit. I feel like I'm becoming reliant on eye drops because my eyes have been so fucking dry lately.
why don't you wear your glasses?
It was the live performance at Vista Hermosa that I listened to. What do you mean? Oh, the blue light glasses? Yeah, I know. But it's not just that, it's like all the time. Oh, I need to fucking wipe these things off. Holy shit. These are filthy. How did these get like this? I don't understand. Also, Sayba, the alternate electors, that would be an okay method if it was the actual electors, but they weren't the actual electors. They were just random people.
Who chooses the electors?
The state.
Okay, and so...
And they chose the electors because each state has electors that are pledged to vote for Trump and electors that pledge to vote for Biden if the popular vote in that state goes for one of those candidates. So
now, who has ultimate authority regarding to choose the electors?
the state.
Exactly.
Yes, and
So
they
if the
did not
state has
choose the
ultimate-
people that Trump randomly picked to forge these ballots.
Yeah, the problem is the state. From what I'm looking at, he was trying to get them to change their electors. Trying to pressure a state to change their electors in and of itself, when they have plenary authority, is not illegal.
That's not what he did, though. He didn't get them to. He wasn't trying to get them to pressure. He wasn't pressuring them to change their electors. Rekeita was just saying that. That's fucking retarded bullshit. That's not what happened. He just fucking submitted these slates, these forged slates, to try to get Pence to accept those.
Where were they submitted, to the state or to Pence?
To Pence.
To Pence.
To Pence.
All right, well, that's something that's going to need to looked into, because Rekeita is telling me it was submitted to the state to get them to change the electors.
Rekeita's
I'm
a
hearing
fucking
from
retard.
you now.
This guy's insane. Did you listen to the fucking dipshit arguments he was making? They made no sense.
That they make no sense because they're legal arguments. That's the problem.
If those are legitimate
I
legal
understood his
arguments, then lawyers have Down syndrome. Straight up. That was the most retarded bullshit I've ever heard my entire life. That was so stupid.
Walk into a courtroom and try and understand legal arguments that are being made. I can't. There are times I cannot even understand them.
Are they just like literally just meant to confuse people to think, oh my God, this is so stupid, it must be genius or something?
The problem is you have so much old law that's being combined with newer modern law that it takes lawyers so long to study this stuff, and it just makes no sense to the layperson. That's the problem.
I just think that a lot of lawyers are really dumb and they're not good at explaining shit. I think you're decent at explaining shit. I think Rekeita's a retard. I don't think he understands the things he claims to understand, quite frankly.
Well, he did make wrong arguments when it came to standing. Like, if you allow me to speak, like one of the issues he was speaking with standing was what Texas was trying to do. I forgot what other state, but basically explaining this was Texas's argument. Texas's argument was, hey, look, we have standing to sue this other state that committed election fraud because it would disenfranchise our voters. But that's not a good argument, because the reason why it's not a good argument, because Texas only has the authority to represent their own voters, and it would be infringing on their state's rights. That's the problem. The problem with standing, and by the way, Rekeita is right to a certain degree with standing, because standing is really weird. Like, I'll give you an example. He brings this up later. Particularized injury. Let me give you an example. This is going to be an apocalyptic example. Let's say the United States government tomorrow releases a pathogen upon the people of the United States. Everyone catches autism or Down syndrome. All of us catch some type of disease from it. None of us have standing to sue the federal government for that.
Yeah, because it's not particular or specific or whatever.
Exactly. That's the problem. So if voters wanted to sue, like let's say voters collectively wanted to sue for voter fraud, they would not have standing to sue. That's the problem when challenging election legitimacy, and it's never. This is something that's only recent. The Supreme Court has only recently tackled this issue.
How many of the suits were voters and not Trump, though?
I would need to look, but if you look at the claim, if you look at how the lawsuits were dismissed, he never was given a trial. He never got the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses, to directly examine witnesses. He never got his opportunity to present exhibits in front of a jury. Basically, all of them were dismissed pre-trial. So all of them were dismissed for failure to state a claim. They were also dismissed for lack of standing, and he won the one in Pennsylvania, and I think there was one more. But those were like the main things.
He won the one. What one in Pennsylvania?
There was a Pennsylvania state court decision that he challenged, and he ended up winning. And a bunch of conservatives made a video about it, but it was hot air. There was like really nothing to it.
What was it?
It wasn't a big one. I forgot what the exact issue was, but let me check. One sec.
Manuka eye drops. Is it Manuka honey and eye drops? No way they fucking put Manuka honey and eye drops.
I think this is it. So this was Trump X out small win against extension to cure Pennsylvania ballot. So if you want, I could link the article. I have yet to review this in depth, but according to this, it looks like he wanted to extend. Basically, he was asking for an extension to cure Pennsylvania ballots to verify them, and the Trump campaign sued for that. And he won in the Pennsylvania state court. I forgot. I don't know if the Pennsylvania Supreme Court reviewed it, but like I said, I'm just pulling it up and reading it now to refresh my memory.
I don't know what's wrong with my usual eye drops. I feel like neither of them are working quite well. I've got so many different kinds of eye drops. I feel like all of them just dry my eyes out a little too quickly. Let's see if this works better today. Maybe I'll fucking get lucky. Who knows? And then maybe I'll try the fucking cooling ones. They usually don't cool your eyes. Usually burn. I'm flooding them. I don't give a fuck. I am flooding these.
You know, Pisco mentioned something to me that sort of solidified something that I hadn't really researched. Yeah, well, not to me specifically. He mentioned it on Good Logic's
I was about to say.
stream. Yeah,
Are you
no.
chatting with Pisco?
I chatted before I met you. I chatted with Tom at least 2 times. I chatted with Food Shops. What else did I chat with?
About this?
No, not about this. Just about general stuff. Like I just hopped on their stream and started talking to them.
No.
I hopped on Tom's stream when he would only have like 10 to 15 viewers.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, Tom blew up big time. He gets like 100 viewers now pretty comfortably every stream.
You mean these?
You should wear your glasses.
Valley.
I don't catch dry eyes anymore.
I've been wearing these constantly and I still get them.
Damn. I used to get them because I would play a lot of video games, but then I stopped playing as much video games. But I will say, ever since Christmas, I've been playing a ton of video games. Like, ever since, yeah. So, listen to this. So, in 12 days, I got 3 platinum trophies. And
you're an absolute insane person. You're on meth.
I am. I put 50 hours on God of War. I put 40 hours in Persona 5 Tactica, and then I just put 50 hours on Legend of Nayuta.
So you said 140 hours of gameplay?
Something like that, yeah.
In 12 days.
In 12 days. Oh, that's according to my PSN Profiles account. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I counted the wrong start date. That's my bad. December 19. The reason why December 19, because it said December 25th next to God of War. December 25th is when I got the Platinum Trophy. So that's the wrong date. So I would count it from December 19. So from December 19 to January 6th. If I were to give you, to January 6th. So 140 hours from December 19 to January 6th. That's the correct one. I was looking at the wrong date.
How did you just say 6th?
6th.
6th?
Yeah, this is one of my problems. I have trouble sometimes saying sound. 6th? Is that how you pronounce it?
6th.
6th?
Yeah.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, you say
I thought it was
6
sixth.
and then 6th.
I say 6th. No, I don't like saying that. I say 6th.
That's not a word.
6th. It's gonna take time for me to get used to saying that.
6th. January 6th.
January 6th.
Yeah, sick is a different word. Sick with at the end, that's a different word. Sick the. Yeah, Raiders Cat said,
but...
what the fuck? I haven't used Clear Eyes since I was a teenager. Oh my god. Yeah, I know why, Freddy. I know why. All the fweed.
I also popped on Allie's channel.
Allie's channel?
I'm messing with you. I'm playing.
Yeah, I figured. I was about to say, what channel? This bitch doesn't stream. I don't think so. Wow, you weren't kidding. 2 less. Now 1 less.
Yeah, play the stream or the video.
Hold on.
You know, Kenko, I should send you a like a court you know what we should do, Kenko? That'd be a great stream. We should listen to a Supreme Court argument, and you tell me how well you understand things. You want to do that? We should listen to a Supreme Court oral argument.
You seem a little too excited about this, Sayba.
The reason why I say that is because, one, I want to show you, like, the way we talk, it's really weird. Like, we understand each other. Like, for example, there's a legal theory known as play with the joints. It's a really weird name, right? Play with the joints. Basically, there's some wiggle room with, like, certain things. It's like a term that is used with, like, constitutional rights. And, like, when I first started listening to Supreme Court oral arguments, I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? But because I started listening to them more often, I'm much better understanding things. What we should do, listen to a Supreme Court oral argument. I'll even pick the oral argument for us to listen to. And if you want, we could pick an oral argument where the Supreme Court has already decided the case. Also, you saw what I posted in the general chat, right? Supreme Court accepted certiorari for Trump's case. Yeah, so there was no granting of the certiorari of the Colorado Republicans. They accepted Trump's certiorari, and the only issue is whether or not the Colorado Supreme Court erred in disqualifying Trump. That's the only issue they presented. And oral arguments are February 8th. So I'm listening to that one.
Why the fuck did you just turn your camera off?
I gotta get up and look for something.
Okay.
What the hell? Where the hell did it go? There it is.
What the fuck?
You know, it's really nice having this PC because now I basically use this PC for video games and like streaming and stuff. This laptop now is only used for work, and I like have like a separate screen in front of me just for like note taking and stuff like that. I love it.
Nice. Hold up, what? Changing yourself, edging planet. Twitch chat feels empty and sad. Nice. Balls.
Like, I agree with you that, like, so I believe people want to go to Hawaii, for
Only
instance.
if you went on the field trip.
Well, but that's what he tried to do. He tried to go on the field trip, but they didn't let him on the bus because Pence said no, right?
But that's not quite comparable, because if you could have presented this thing as an alternative and you just didn't present it because it wasn't acceptable, so you didn't go on the field trip, not because you presented it and they're like, well, this is a forgery, you can't go, but because the original option was taken. The alternative was never explored. So the false slate of electors doesn't matter.
I'm following you on part of this process, but I'm focused on the fraud part, on the criminal aspect here. Let's say, for instance, 7 citizens got together in Georgia. And
Here's
they were
the other part of this. Trump is not being charged with fraud. None of Jack Smith's indictments indicate that he's being charged with fraud.
That's wrong.
He's being charged. No, it's not. I looked at the indictments. I have them in front of me.
Defrauding the United States government.
I'm looking at it
That
right
is
now.
one of the charges.
It's not. I'm looking at it right now. Conspiracy to defraud. That is a separate indictment than the fraud statute. Which, and I think the fraud statute. Is
yes,
1,000
that's what I meant. Conspiracy to defraud.
Yeah.
Because he didn't actually defraud, because he didn't make it.
So this is the thing. He's not being charged with fraud. He's not being charged with fraud because it would fail. Because there's a big difference between a conspiracy and then fraud itself. Let me put it, common law conspiracy. In common law conspiracy, you just simply have to plan things out to commit the crime and followed up by an overt act. That's a conspiracy. That's what they're charging him with. They're not actually charging him with fraud itself.
Because he didn't.
None of
because
his
it
indictment.
It wasn't successful, right? Because he didn't actually defraud the U.S. government because he wasn't successful in defrauding the U.S. government. So it's a conspiracy to defraud the U.S. government is like saying you attempted. It's like attempted murder.
No, those are separate. Attempt and conspiracy are two separate things. Just attempt is when you actually do it with the intent of having it succeed. Conspiracy is you plan it.
You just said, no, Sayba, hold on. You just said that conspiracy was the planning to defraud the U.S. government, followed by an overt act in furtherance of doing it.
Yeah.
How is that any different from what you just said?
Attempt is attempt is when you plan things out to actually do it and you follow it up with the intent of doing it. Conspiracy is you plan it out, but you never actually attempt it.
But
so, for example,
you also said with overt act.
Yes, overt act is a very legal key term. That's why I told you, us lawyers, we understand the key terms that are being thrown around.
What the fuck does overt act mean if not attempt?
Attempt. Overt act means you drive, for example, overt act can mean you do something material in furtherance of that plan.
So that's what, like you drive to where you're going to commit the crime, but you don't actually commit the fucking crime?
So let's say, let me give you an example. That's conspiracy. This is why I'm telling you, this is why us lawyers, we know how these key terms, attempt and conspiracy, are two separate things. But let me explain for conspiracy. So let's say me and you, Cankle, are going to rob a bank. Not based in Red Pilled. We buy the guns, we buy the bomb. Yeah. We buy the bombs, we buy all this shit, right? And we have all the logistics. We have our getaway car. We have Ali is going to be the getaway driver. And we have all this planned out, right? We have everything in the car. We drive to the bank, right? We have our masks in our pocket. We have everything set up. We walk into the bank, right? We're in front of the bank teller, but then we change our mind. Then at that point, with certainty, we can be charged with conspiracy because we went to the bank with all the weapons and we had everything prepared, and we had the getaway driver and everything planned. There is something else, though. There is a defense to conspiracy, and there's a defense known as abandonment, where you abandon the crime itself. So that's also a defense.
But he didn't abandon it, and he did attempt it.
Yeah, he didn't abandon it. I'm just saying this for like your own external knowledge.
Yeah, there was like an attempt to defraud.
It's being alleged a conspiracy, not an attempt.
But it was an attempt. You could say it's
from like a layperson's perspective,
but it was an attempt. Like he did things, like he did the thing that he thought was going to get him to successfully defraud the government.
From a layperson's perspective, yes, he was trying to.
That should not be from any other perspective. Straight up, that shouldn't be, because he forged the fucking ballots and submitted them to Pence. That is the follow through on the conspiracy to defraud the government. But That's literally the farthest that he could go to do it. He couldn't do anything else other than hold a gun to Pence's head and force him. That's the only other thing he could have done. He went the farthest he possibly could have gone to defraud the government, but it was rejected at the last point. He failed.
Like I said, he might have gone further. Like I said,
How?
plenary authority in law, and like I said, plenary authority in
that's irrelevant
regarding
though.
electors.
This had nothing to do with the states. He was submitting them as if they were from the states, but he was submitting them straight to Pence.
Yeah, that's what's being alleged. That's why I'm giving conflicting information. Let me put it to you this way. If Trump went and personally handed the electors and said to Pence, I want you to certify these, then yes, that might be conspiracy. But from what I saw in the record, conspiracy. That's what he's being charged with. He's being charged with conspiracy. But from what I heard, Trump was asking Pence to not certify the electors. He was telling him to send it back to the states. That's the one key issue Nick Rekeita and Destiny disagreed with. That's like a very key issue. That's definitely going to be a fact that's going to be brought up in court. Because if Trump said, let me put it to you this way. If Trump carried the electors and told Pence, these are the electors I want you to certify, do not certify these, then yeah,
you're going to end up like dash dash.
That. But that's why the reason why I use might, because depending on the facts. Like, I know you don't like hearing the word depending, but like I said, when you're dealing with complex, uncharted law like this, because this is something that's recent regarding plenary authority in states to change electors. Like, let me put it to you this way. Pisco was on Good Logic's channel, and they were debating. And Pisco said, if the state of California wanted to, California could pass a law that says anyone who wins the Democratic primaries automatically gets all of our electors. We don't care who wins the Republican primaries. We won't even have a general election. Theoretically speaking, California has that power, according to Pisco. And that's why I was telling you earlier, I want to review some stuff with plenary authority among electors. Because we don't really have a direct democracy, obviously. And for anyone who doesn't know this, we vote and then the state electors gets chosen based on the popular vote of our state. And if you look in our Constitution, voting isn't really a fundamental right. I know that sounds weird. It's not a fundamental right. It's kind of a right. Even the Supreme Court justices are hesitant to even call it a right. It's really weird. Like, this is really uncharted territory because we've never had a president that's pushed things to this far, unfortunately. But if, like I said earlier, I'm going to repeat this just to be very clear. If Trump carried the slate of electors, said to Pence, I want you to certify these, and gave him explicit instructions and had everything planned out, then yes, that could potentially fulfill conspiracy. Does that make sense?
Say the last part again.
If Trump literally told Pence, I want you to certify, and handed him the electors, the slate of electors, I want you to certify these, ignore these from this state, then it could be a conspiracy. The problem is, though, I don't know if Jack Smith might be the correct person to charge, because remember, like in plenary authority among state electors, states have the authority to have the authority over the electors, because you're not really let me put it to you this way: you're not really defrauding the people of the United States. You're defrauding the individual state governments and the ability for them to change the electors, because, like I told you, voting isn't really that much of a... It is kind of a right. It kind of is, kind of isn't. And people don't have standing to sue, like I mentioned earlier, to enforce their voting rights. there are some like weird exceptions to it, but like when it comes to gerrymandering and race and when you're discriminating against certain classes, because those are more particularized groups.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how it is. That's I don't want to keep repeating myself, but yeah.
You're good. Let me read this. As of January 6th, as the January 6th congressional certification proceeding approached and other efforts to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government's function failed, the defendant sought to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role as
Is that the
certification.
January 6th committee? Is that the January 6th committee? Oh, it's the indictment. Okay.
Yeah. Efforts to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function failed. The defendant sought to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the certification to fraudulently alter the election results. The defendant did this first by using knowingly false claims of election fraud to convince the vice president to accept the defendant's fraudulent electors, reject legitimate electoral votes, or send legitimate electoral votes to state legislators for review rather than count them. When that failed, the defendant attempted to use a crowd of supporters that he gathered at Washington, D.C. to press the vice president to fraudulently alter election results. So he did both of what we said. Both.
He did both?
Yeah, he asked Pence to accept some of the ones he submitted and reject others. So the ones that he submitted were not placeholders. He was telling him to certify those, to accept them, and then to reject others that did not vote for him.
That's what the indictment says.
Yes.
Does the indictment look like this, where it's like an actual
I'm not reading
PDF
it directly
document?
from the indictment. I'm reading a quote from the indictment. I've read that indictment, not all of it, but I've read a lot of it.
Okay.
Yeah. I can send you the quote and you can control F it if you want.
All right, put it in the side chat.
What the fuck just happened? What? That was weird as shit. So, to December 23, 2020, Trump retweeted and later deleted a memo titled Operation Pence Card, which the indictment states falsely asserted that the vice president could, among other things, unilaterally disqualify legitimate electors from 6 targeted states. The same day, the indictment says co-conspirator 2, whom we have identified as John Eastman, circulated a 2-page memorandum outlining a plan for the vice president to unlawfully declare the defendant the certified winner of the presidential election. In the memo, Eastman transmitted 2 slates of electors and proposed that the vice president announce that because of the ongoing disputes in the 7 states, there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in those states. The indictment says the Eastman memo then proposed steps that he acknowledged violated the ECA, Electoral Count Act, and ended with Pence then gavels President Trump as reelected. It was a position, the indictment says, that contradicted a position Eastman himself had staked out just 2 months earlier or prior. Yeah, I had heard this, that one of the plans, or like one of the outcomes of the plan was either he accepts the false slates, right, for the states that he forged them for, and then rejects other states that he didn't forge them for, but didn't vote for him. And he gets certified then, or he creates a ton of confusion with all these slates that they're like 2 sets of slates for each state, and they're like, oh, we don't know which is which, so they just reject them all, and then they go to, is it the Senate that has the ability to vote on the president themselves if there's election problems, or is it Congress?
I don't know if the Senate. Well, the Senate is part of Congress. Remember, Congress is both the House and the Senate. I don't even know if the Senate gets involved at all. They might just. My thinking is they send it back to these state legislatures to verify.
There is a process in which either the House or the Senate, when there's enough problems with the election, that they go, fuck it, we're voting.
House or the Senate?
It's one of the two.
The federal House or Senate is what you're telling me.
Yes.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think it might. Well, we could check, because I remember seeing a CNN video of this where I forgot his name, Farha. He's an Indian guy. He mentioned something along the same lines. He claimed that Trump wanted to create confusion and have things sent back to the state legislatures. Then state legislatures can decide who the vote would go to. Farhid Zakaria. Do you know Farhid Zakaria, part of CNN?
No.
Well, he mentioned this thing. I'm watching the video now that Trump was. He's claiming something similar to you, that Trump wanted to create confusion in January 6th. They wouldn't know who the correct something along those lines. And here, why don't we watch the video together? I'm gonna put it in the side chat. It's It's a very short video. It's 5 minutes. Where is it?
Okay, the House of Representatives elects the president and vice president if nobody gets at least 270 electoral votes in the election.
The House of Representatives in Congress,
yes.
Right? So if nobody meets 270 votes, they get to vote. Yeah, but this is not a dispute who met 270 votes. This is a dispute of who the legitimate electors are.
No, hold on. If Trump got enough votes rejected through confusion, he could get under that 270. Both of them.
No, I'm pretty sure that only applies. That only applies when both.
Yes.
When both. Okay, 1 second. Let me do basic math. 1 second.
When both candidates are under 270, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If he got enough votes tossed through confusion in in a bunch of states. Because if he got 6 states worth of elector slates tossed,
so
neither of
I'm
them
pretty
would
sure
make it
that
to
rule
270.
well, it would go back to the state legislatures. They would vote. I just put a video in the side chat. Fareed Zakaria is the one making this argument, but I'm pretty sure that only applies when all electors' votes have been counted and both of them are less than 270.
That's what
I'm
that's
pretty
what I'm
sure
trying to say.
That doesn't necessarily apply to confusion.
No,
I don't know.
No. I said if he got enough of them rejected, he thought that he could get Pence to not just send them back, to reject them altogether, because there's 2 for each state. Rejecting the states, all of them, the state out.
And where does it say that? Where does it say like that he knows that for a fact? That's what his intent was.
I don't remember. I heard
he was giving a speech saying he wanted to use the independent state legislature theory to try and get states to change their electors, but that's unfortunately a constitutional loophole that people can exploit, because like I said earlier, voting isn't really a fundamental right. Like I've told you this example earlier. If California wanted to, they could say whoever wins the Democratic primaries gets all of our electors. We don't give a shit about the Republican primaries. We're not going to do a general vote.
You want to know where I think they got this theory, by the way?
The independent state legislature theory? Where?
No, the one where I don't know if that's the same thing as what I was saying, where they get the House to vote. That happened in the end of season 5 of House of Cards.
They probably House of Cards got it from a United States historical event, but that's loony to me. The House of Representatives. You want to know something? At the time, the Democrats dominated the House of Representatives. I don't know if you know that.
I don't believe so.
In 2020?
I don't believe so.
In 2020, 100%. Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House. I remember that.
Was she?
100%. Remember, the Republicans lost in the midterms of 2018 because Trump was an idiot. The tax cuts, border policy. I mean, Trump's presidency I didn't really like his policies. But Nancy Pelosi was definitely Speaker of the House in 2018 to 2020. And then and not only that, I don't want to go too much into it, but yeah, she was definitely Speaker of the House between 2018 and 2020. You remember she was involved in negotiations for DACA. She offered Trump $30 billion for the wall to keep DACA. Yeah, here's what I think what happened. What I think Trump wanted to happen. He wanted. I would have to read the indictment. When he told Trump, you're claiming that he told Trump told Pence to accept false slate of electors. I didn't know that. I thought the only thing he wanted was to have Pence send all the electors back to the states and have the states change their electors, because if you look at most state legislatures, they generally tend to be dominated by Republicans. And so this is a problem in our system, because it's a problem that Republicans can exploit, unfortunately.
Republicans only had the Senate, which is why the doofus thought Pence could change the results since the VP is the Senate president. Okay. I think you're right. You're right. I do remember.
But I'm telling you that I don't think the Senate, the federal Senate, has any role to play in federal election. I mean, I could be wrong, but this has never been brought up in any type of article I've read. That federal Senate. I'm talking about federal Senate. I'm not talking about the state legislature senators, because I know state legislatures, they have their own separate chambers for legislatures. Yeah, this is another thing I disagree with Pisco on. He expanded the term qualification. No, I'm sorry, he expanded the term disqualification to essentially fit the definition of prerequisite. Like whenever he brings up his arguments that 33-year-olds are disqualified for running for president of the United States, it's not that they're disqualified, they were never eligible to begin with. And this is consistent with the doctrine of ripeness. You can't move to disqualify someone until they were first eligible. Like, let me give you an example.
No, I completely understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me give you an example. Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to give you an example.
Yeah, you can't be disqualified unless you were already eligible. I completely understand that. That feels like common sense to me.
Pisco is saying you're disqualified if you're 33 years old for running for president.
Yeah, you're just ineligible.
Yeah, that's because here's the biggest problem. This is the dangerous theory Pisco is floating, right? His argument was, this is prior to a lot of the court decisions because he was wrong in this. His argument was Secretary of State unilaterally have power to disqualify presidents from the United States without going through the court process. If they find
Secretary of State?
Yes, he said this previously. And this is, if you listen to his earlier debate with, it was him, Lauren De Laguna, Cherry, that one centrist, PJ Chung, I'm sorry, I might be mispronouncing it. Pandering Politics, and then Destiny.
Pandering
Pisco
Politics?
could not explain. Pondering Politics, I'm sorry.
I thought that was like a dig.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to. Well, he is hyper partisan.
Is he? I don't think he is actually. I actually heard
he's
him
very
come in
hyper-partisan.
I actually heard him come in and like argue against
Defend
a couple
for
of
Trump.
Huh?
Well, he was defending it from a moral perspective while taking his dig at Trump. He was still acting in a partisan manner. Well, I'm talking specifically about the debate on the WIC panel.
No, he joined he jumped in to like say Destiny was wrong about something in the debate against one of Destiny's viewers yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, he just jumped in to make a quick point. He's like, no, Destiny, you're wrong about this. This guy that's defending Trump is right about this one thing. No, he was pretty honest.
Okay, never mind. Because even Pisco said he's really partisan, but never mind then.
I mean, I think he can be pretty partisan, like, but I don't think he's like a dishonest partisan. You know what I mean?
Well, no, this is one of the things I like dealing with people who are to the left of center. They generally don't twist the facts as much. This is one thing I've found. Whereas, they don't twist the facts as much, but they omit facts. Whereas Republicans, you're far more likely to get. Yeah, unfortunately. Whereas people to the left of center, it's more of like omission or. I think you know what I mean, but yeah.
No, I do know what you mean. They'll like leave out like a couple of key context things that might change something a little more to the not to the right, but a little more to the center, which probably would have benefited them anyway if they just fucking told you. And then Republicans will either just like tell you the headline, which is like, oh, it's in this genre of problem. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, they both had classified documents. Meanwhile, not telling you anything about any of the cases. It's just, oh, they both have classified documents. You know what I mean?
Are you referring to when Biden had classified? You know, that's
and
I'm
Pence
waiting on the special counsel.
And Pence and Obama and fucking
I'm
Hillary.
waiting because they appointed a special counsel. They appointed a special counsel to investigate Biden because he willfully retained classified documents when he wasn't supposed to. Because remember, he kept classified documents in his garage when he was no longer vice president.
That's not willfully.
Robert Hur. Yeah, it is willfully. If you keep documents in your garage and you don't return them, that's willful retention.
No, the willful would need to be him knowing that they were classified, knowing that he was retaining them.
No, that's not willful. Willful retention is you keep the document itself whether or not you know it's classified. Like simply you having the document itself, keeping it in your home, whether or not you know it's classified, that still is willful retention.
No, it's not. That's not true.
Are you confusing it with mens rea? Because I could recheck. Because if you look at the Espionage Act, because let me put it to you this way, the Espionage Act, the way it's applied, it's a strict liability statute. As in, if you have the documents, simply possession of the documents, you're found guilty of that crime for the Espionage Act, and which is what they're prosecuting Trump with.
That's not what they're prosecuting Trump with.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, wait.
18 USC 7993.
You're right. But there's far more to that. They're also prosecuting him with like obstruction of justice and all these other things related to it. And those are the actual problem. Those are the reasons he got the charges in the first place, because they're very lenient on government employees having classified documents because of how like widely available and mixed up with everything they are in the federal government.
So yeah, that's the strongest case against Trump, the documents case in Florida.
Without a doubt. Oh my God. There's so much fucking evidence. It's insane. And it's so damning. There's nothing that could ever convince me that I'm wrong about that one. Nothing. I don't think there's a way to convince me.
Really? I might try to do that. Just, you know what? If I can cast reasonable doubt on you, and if you be honest.
I'm honest. I'm very honest. That is one thing I pride myself on.
I might actually try it just as a thought experiment.
Go for it. I don't think you can.
All right. Well, I'm looking. I have the indictment right here. I'm going to read through it. By the way, the top indictment is the underlying charge. So they're essentially prosecuting him for a statute. Actually, no. That statute would still stick because even if you violate the statute, even if it's unconstitutional, because this is the same thing that happened to Edward Snowden. But go ahead.
I literally, I don't think anybody could convince me because I heard the words that came out of his mouth and saw the text messages or saw the logs or whatever the fuck of him and his lawyer and the employee that originally said that no, Trump wasn't telling us to destroy evidence and pause or delete the recordings of the security footage. But then as soon as he dumped his MAGA lawyer, he went back to Jack Smith and said, no, we were instructed to delete and destroy evidence.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
Yeah.
If that's a problem, that would make him an uncredible witness.
Yeah. And that was like the only witness that Trump had like for him in that like security footage thing. And it was what the fuck else was I gonna say? Why the hell did fucking Kick Chat changed their style. That's interesting. I just noticed that out of nowhere. Fucking what was I gonna say? Trump the recording of him with the Iran documents, that's insane.
I don't know which recording you're referring to.
You're joking.
Like I said, I didn't really look into the documents case all that much.
Sayba, oh my God, I have to show you this. This is quick. This is even quicker than the video that we're gonna watch in a second. This is crazy. Sayba doesn't stream. He is my co-streamer. Okay, he's my stream sidekick. Actually, I just run the stream for him. Actually, yeah. I just run the stream for him. I just hold it down.
Young, that's him. Thank you, Freddie. I'm sorry for replying late.
Pandering is pretty.
Pandering
He
is
was
pretty
on-
accurate.
Funny.
Back.
Oh, I forgot.
Was
to
getting
shit.
my
I
kids
really
to bed.
hope-
Nice.
I really hope no one starts using that term. Let's. Oh shit.
I'd imagine that's already a thing.
Okay, yeah. Okay, it's not my fault then. I thought that was his name for a second. Shit.
Oh shit! Hold on. Are you seeing this?
Yeah, I'm watching your Discord stream.
Are you hearing it?
Yeah. I couldn't hear him. What was he saying?
He said you're a big shot.
Oh, okay.
When he initially was going up the stairs, I yelled his name, and then I told him that he sucked. I called him a hypocrite because I thought, it needed to be said.
Ali been real quiet ever since I creeped on her.
Good going, Raiders Cat. I'm proud of you. Actually, good. Keep doing it. Keep it up, please. Please, 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 please keep it up. She scares me.
Declassified.
Did you ever?
This morning, ABC News confirming federal prosecutors are in possession of an audio recording from nearly 2 years ago.
This isn't it.
This morning,
This is
ABC News has obtained the audio recording of former President Trump
Thanks, Neve.
appearing to show off secret documents he did not declassify.
I just found, isn't that amazing? This totally wins my case, you know. Except it is like highly confidential, secret.
The conversation.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, except this wins my case, but they're highly confidential. When did he make those statements?
After he was president. After he was.
After
Yes.
January 20th.
Yes.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah, if that's the case, then.
Hey,
This
there's
totally
more.
wins
Yeah, if
my
that's the
case, you
case.
know. Except it is like highly confidential, secret.
The conversation with aides and two people working on an autobiography of former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took place in 2021 at Trump's New Jersey Golf Club. The contents of the recording have previously been reported and are quoted in the Justice Department's indictment related to Trump's handling of classified documents after leaving office. But the recording itself has never before been heard publicly. Trump is heard railing against his former Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Mark Milley, while shuffling papers. And he references a document about attacking Iran in which Trump says Milley compiled.
He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came out. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this. This was him. This was the Defense Department and him.
The recording appears to undercut Trump's claim that he had declassified the documents before leaving office, and a staffer is heard acknowledging that there could be something wrong with Trump sharing the material.
These are the papers. This was done by the military, given to me. I think we can probably, right?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to
Declassify.
figure out
it. See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
now we have a problem.
Isn't that interesting?
Trump has pleaded not guilty.
How
to 37.
How fucking explicit? How much more explicit could he have fucking been?
I'm so glad you showed me that. That I already have an argument against that. I'm gonna start working on it. I'm gonna try and
Go
change your
fuck
mind.
yourself. There's no way you're.
I'm telling you,
that.
I can make an argument for that. I can make an argument for that.
It's gonna be a 2 IQ argument, isn't it? Well, we don't know that they saw the fucking documents.
Nope. No, this is gonna be based on precedent. I already know where to start looking. I'm gonna start working on it.
Why don't you tell me
Lots
what the
to come.
precedent is?
No. Like I said, I need to. So here's the thing. One thing I love about law school is it teaches you knowledge you don't know. It's really weird. It teaches you what you don't know, and it teaches you how to explore certain knowledge and things. That's one thing I love about law school. When you showed me that, it like triggered, like it ticked something in my head where now I know where to go and I know where to look. If like, let me put it to you this way: where I'm about to go look, when I do research, I have the indictments downloaded. I'm going to do some research. If the precedent says what I'm looking for, then yes, I could make a decent argument. Well, somewhat decent. However, if the precedent says otherwise, because, like I said, more to come.
What's
But
the precedent
you'll
you're going to
see.
be looking for?
I'm looking for certain processes on how
things are declassified?
president. No, not just how things are declassified. I'm going to be looking at certain processes, how the president executes his power, and whether or not the processes he sets out for himself, he himself can violate. So let me give you an example, right? Let's say the president tomorrow.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You said if the processes he sets out for himself, he himself can violate. Well, it's no longer he himself can violate because it's he himself is no longer the president. So it's processes that they set out for themselves.
That's why
he can violate as a citizen, no longer as an officer of.
That's why I need to go. And there are some certain things I need to look at.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna see if I can change your mind. But it's gonna take me time because there are certain things I want to research, and not only that, I have other things to do as well. But I'll try.
Okay.
But I'm gonna make a tangible argument for it. So.
7 federal charges, including conspiracy and obstruction. Prosecutors accuse him of illegally keeping classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago resort. After news broke that prosecutors were in possession of the recording, Trump claimed to Fox News that he was not referring to an actual document.
I didn't have a document per se. There was nothing to declassify. These were newspaper stories, magazine stories, and articles.
Pause it for a second.
Trump said
Trump is such a horrible fucking client to have. If I had this guy, I would want to shoot him as a client. The guy says the most retarded things ever. I wish he would learn to shut the fuck up. Having to be this guy's lawyer is so fucking stressful. My God. He should literally take a page out of my book and shut the hell up.
True.
Hi, Nave.
Are you recording?
What?
Yes, we're live.
Yeah, you know I'm on stream.
I'm just kidding. It says that when I joined, it says that I got a warning for not a warning. Anyways, what's up?
The problem is we're going over the Trump Nick Rekeita chat over the conspiracy charges in Washington D.C. But going back to what Trump makes so many contradictory claims. He claimed, I declassified these. I these are top secret. I didn't have to declassify things. These are gonna win me my case. Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
I can have these documents. I was the president. I could do whatever I want. They weren't actually classified documents. There were no documents in my hands, but I could declassify them. Because I was president, I could do it with my mind, psychically. But that's just my
I was listening to
opinion.
one of his speeches.
Kill yourself, Trump.
I was listening to a clip of his speech, and Trump claimed, if you look at Democrat elected judges and Republican appointed judges, Democrats are out to get me. However, Republicans, they will rule against me to appear fair. And then he'll say, on the other hand, and then he says literally right after, all I want is fair. No, you don't want what's fair. You just implied you want them to rule in your favor. The guy is the most contradictory person ever. Like, Jesus Christ, he really needs to stop talking. Oh my God. Well, I'll tell you this, if he learns how to stop talking, then he'd be getting away with a lot more murder.
Mm-hmm. What did you think about the argument in the Destiny Rekeita debate? That basically said, this wasn't exactly what they said, but this is basically what it implied, that the president could just fucking murder whoever he wants, and not be prosecuted for it. And then
So
just
here's
like when they go to impeach him, he could just kill whoever's gonna try to impeach him. And then when they do that again, he could just kill the next guy trying to impeach him, and until he's impeached, he could just keep killing people.
So here's the problem with that. To a certain degree, there is criminal immunity for the president. So, for example, when President Obama killed an American child abroad by dropping a bomb over him and his father, President Trump was immune for prosecution for that. Now,
Wait, wasn't that Obama that did that?
Yeah, Obama.
Oh, you just said President
President
Trump
Obama
was
did
immune from prosecution for that. I was about to say, you confused me
Oh,
a little
that's
bit. Yeah, you said
I thought I
Obama did
said-
it, and then you said Trump.
Obamacare.
Yeah, President Obama was immune from criminal prosecution.
Well, he wasn't.
Not only
the,
that,
the killing wasn't in this country either, even though it was like a U.S. citizen. It was in a different country.
no, even though the American president has to respect your constitutional rights, even if you're abroad. Like, you still have Fourth Amendment protections, even in a foreign country, believe it or not.
Okay.
Not only that, the president has complete and total and absolute unquestionable civil immunity. The parents for that child can't even sue the president for civil remedy, for money damages, essentially. So the problem with Rekeita's argument is you can just continue killing people until impeachment doesn't happen. I think that's way too far. I think when you're obstructing impeachment, then you can get do something actually about it. But whether or not the president is immune from criminal prosecutions, I think at the very least he's immune from criminal prosecutions acting within the scope of his duties as president of the United States. At the very least, it's just there is no court decision indicating that. Judges have civil and criminal immunity from the law. Like, I could tell you what happened in my. Let me tell you what happened in my case. I tried to have a process server serve someone with a summons and complaint, and a judge in a courtroom said to the forgot what their names are in the court. It's the court building itself, but had basically the officers in the court go and escort that person outside the court building, and that's a violation of federal law. By law, according to federal law, you cannot interfere with a process server trying to serve a summons and complaint. So judges have total civil immunity while sitting in the bench. They also have probably almost absolute immunity from criminal prosecutions. Like, I'll give you another example. In Florida, there was a federal judge who was taking bribes, from what's it called? Taking bribes to make a decision in one certain manner. All of his judgments were allowed to stand. Yeah.
Wow.
None of them got overturned, unfortunately.
Wow, actually, that's kind of fucking crazy.
Yeah, but I think at the very least, the Supreme Court's going to find that. I think he might have got indicted on bribery, but that's like one of the very few. I think that's one of the very few exceptions you can get indicted. But I can tell you that in most other criminal forms, they almost have total criminal immunity. Judges, and they have total civil immunity, but almost total criminal immunity. But with presidents, I think the Supreme Court's going to find that at the very least, he has criminal immunity within the scope of his powers. So, but that's where Nick Rekeita's argument went a little too far. He can just continue killing people until the impeachment. I think at that point, you see that this is a really weird thing with like presidential powers, right? Things operate, they use this term, Good Logic uses this term handshake. There's an unwritten set of rules that people just follow, where things just continue to work in the federal government, and we expect people to respect norms. Where if they aren't, and that's how society works. Like let me give you an example, right? It's a given that the police will listen to let me give you in Illinois, right? In Illinois, it's a given that the police will listen to the governor, right? However, recently Illinois banned assault weapons from being sold, and the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals held that this ban is allowed to stay in effect until we litigate the merits of this case. So right now, you cannot buy an assault weapon in Illinois. And part of the law is you must register your current assault weapon with a certain Illinois agency. However, the police in the redder parts of Illinois, because if you look at Illinois, the only part of Illinois that's blue is the area around Chicago. Other than that, the rest of Illinois is a red state, essentially. So the police in the southern part of Illinois are saying no. We're not going to enforce this law. To go screw yourself. They said that to the governor. So, this is why whenever you're operating based on like a handshake or trust within certain authorities within the executive agency, it's really scary when you have to think about if the president is going to exercise his power in a tyrannistic manner.
Wait.
So I understand.
That's a little bit iffy. That example is a little iffy.
Yeah.
The reason I say that example is a little iffy is because I don't know if you would count that as like the handshake thing, because how would you enforce people enforcing laws? It's all based on discretion anyway. So there's no way that you could enforce it even if you tried. You can't go, you are forced to enforce, because how are you going to enforce the enforcers? Not just because, oh, it's like enforcing and the enforcers. That sounds like, oh, you're going to strong arm the people that are strong arming. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, how are you going to tell them they have to enforce something that they have to witness to be able to enforce it? You aren't witnessing it. They're witnessing it. You know?
I'm not understanding
like,
what you mean.
You're telling people to enforce a law that you create, right? The only way they can enforce this law, the only way they can enforce this law is by witnessing the law being broken. They can just go, I didn't see anything.
Oh, I see what you mean. They're going to lie. You're telling me they could lie.
They could just pretend they never saw anything. And go, I don't want to enforce this law.
That's extremely unlikely with agencies. Like if you look at how agencies work, they don't really lie because they individually will be targeted. They don't want to put themselves out. What will happen is collectively they will just refuse to enforce the law. That's generally how things work. And not only that, the law itself requires you in Illinois to go register your assault weapon with a certain agency in Illinois. I forgot the agency. But
wait, what was the law? What was the law you said?
They banned assault weapons from being sold.
Okay, yeah, that's a different thing. Okay, never mind.
It was an example I was trying to make of regarding the handshake. Like we all operate based on trust.
Yeah, I take back what I said.
This is like
I still withhold what I said, but for not for this circumstance.
Okay.
Withstand. Fuck. I'm an idiot.
I just realized I have a Counter-Strike, what do you call it? Those things? They're containers or whatever. I had one that was worth $15. So I'm selling that shit.
Containers.
What am I trying to say here? Like a loot box, I guess?
Oh,
yeah, I heard about that. You can sell like in-game digital content for real money.
Yeah, it's insane. I'm like, literally all I did was play this game, and now I have made money.
Didn't some streamer buy or sell some type of digital property for like $100,000 or hundreds of grand? It was I think it might have been Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah, there's like a couple knives that are worth like $100,000 or something. Oh, this is mind-boggling, hey?
I think there was one worth like $1 million.
Jesus Christ.
It's like it's just they're NFTs. That's the same thing.
I'm not. I never am gonna get into that. Jesus.
No.
Oh, by the way, speaking, Logan Paul bought an NFT for like hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars, something like that, and it got reduced down to $5. He lost literally everything on that NFT.
Good. So it was Logan Paul.
I will say though, I would probably do what he did and buy and pay what, like $1 million for a Pokemon card if I had fuck you money. Because I love Pokemon. I still like Pokemon, so.
Oh, I can't make it over here now. Shit.
If you were a Pokemon, which Pokemon would you be?
That's a good question. I will say, I'll say one of my favorite Pokemon is Espeon. It's a Psychic type evolution. I really like that Pokemon.
I remember
Espeon. It's like a pink cat looking thing.
I remember it,
like,
yeah. It's like psychic.
Yeah, it's a Psychic type.
All right, Sayba, full screen my camera for a second.
All right.
What's going on, Radical Coder? Played Pokemon Go every day for 7 years. Base. All right.
Yeah, I played a ton of Pokemon Go. I even caught some shiny legendary Pokemon.
I bought a couple of stray packs, just a couple of I picked a couple packs out of some booster boxes from the comic shop I go to, and the first pack I opened out of the Obsidian Flames set. It's like a newer set. This was the first card I pulled.
Oh shit, that is awesome.
What is it worth?
It's a Charizard.
This is the third most valuable card in the set, behind 2 other Charizard cards.
Well, what is it worth? Did you get it graded?
No, I didn't get it graded. This is just like a nice
sleeve
thing. Can we agree?
Yeah,
Cyndaquil is a cutie pie.
Cyndaquil is a little cutie.
Sure.
Yeah, Cyndaquil Cyndaquil is awesome, but Raiders Cat, I'm gonna have to say, Chikorita is my favorite starter Pokemon. However, once we start getting into like the second evolution, like the Feraligators, the Typhlosions, and the Meganiums, I end up going with Typhlosion or Feraligator.
But that's Cyndaquil.
Meganium is, yeah, but Meganium, he's not a good Pokemon to use long term, unfortunately. But I will say Chikorita's design as a starter Pokemon is awesome.
I like Charmander.
Charmander's from the Kanto region.
Huh?
I said basic ass bitch.
Well,
I'm gonna pre-order the new Pokemon. I'm gonna pre-order the new Pokemon game that comes with the DLC in the cartridge.
Hey Ryan.
This is where it's at.
It is. It is
Hi
indeed.
Ryan.
What's up?
Nothing much. We're just going over the Destiny Nick Rekeita chat that's going on, and we're talking about the Trump conspiracy charges.
Charmander Char.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I watched a lot of that earlier with Rekeita and Destiny.
Same.
Are you looking at a price sheet right now, Kinkle?
I am. Yep. So.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. So I guess it's the 4th. On all the other lists, it was... Why the fuck did that just switch back? So this is the number 1, right? It's just an alternate art version of the same card I have.
Okay.
This is a dope card. This is so cool. I love this card. I really want it. And then this is the exact same card, but the secret rare gold version. And then I guess this one is more expensive, which is fucking insane, honestly. That does not make any sense.
Do they have the same abilities depending on like? Because like, isn't Charizard go through like different generations? Like, does he keep the same abilities the whole time?
Are you talking about the canon series?
Well, like, let's say I buy a 2023 Charizard card.
Oh, you're gonna have to look at the bottom of the card and look at the abilities, because it says right for this one, Burning Darkness, and you have to apply 2 fire cards. It just depends on the card itself, but yeah, they do have different abilities.
Yeah.
That's how the Pokemon game is played.
What
I
is the
just-
most expensive card you can find on this website?
It's a good question.
The most expensive Pokemon card like ever, or just on this website?
On this website. You just go like market price and sort up or whatever? Or did you search real specific?
I went to the specific set. Let's see if I can do.
Near mint. What does near mint mean? I wonder.
Near mint is just means it's almost a perfect card. Mint just means perfection.
I wonder what what was the deal breaker, you know?
Probably the edge has like a small dent in it. Whenever they're looking at the, the condition of a card, they'll first look at the corners. So most likely, something is wrong with the edges.
Usually it's like
That's
whitening. Yeah, like a little bit of whitening.
From hitting other cards or like surfaces and stuff.
Yeah, like if you look at like the corner of a card, like hold on, let's see. Usually when you look at the back, of a Pokemon card, you look at the edges, and if you see any white whatsoever, then it's probably going to be a 9. Oh, there's a speck of white on the corner. And then there's a speck of white on the edge.
You would lie?
The white is just like, it's the paper showing through. So it's like a little scratch. Yeah. Any scratches, scuff marks, anything. The slightest bit, a dent, anything.
That wasn't even that expensive.
Yeah, that wasn't.
It's like $100. What are these crazy people doing? Buying like $100,000 cards. That's what I anticipated, I guess.
I mean, this is from like a new set. So hold on, let me see if I can.
Honestly, buying Pokemon cards is almost like buying crypto. It's not really backed up by an authoritative source. It just depends on people's trust in the market.
Yeah.
Oh, the original ABBA art. The original ABBA, is it ABBA? I'm saying ABBA. ABBA. Holy fuck. Yeah, the ABBA artwork is nice. I like it. I've always found it. It's pretty cool. Just sitting in front of the tree. Damn, 1,500?
Yeah, these are ungraded as well, I believe. Lightly played.
Those are the ungraded ones? Jesus.
First edition holofoil. Let's see.
My biggest problem with like cards, I have difficulty differentiating what's a secret rare, an ultra rare, or a rare. Like it's hard for me to see which one is which, because depending on whether yours is a rare, ultra rare, rare, or common card, will determine the value of the card itself. Like I have one of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It's Elemental Hero Air Neos, and that card goes upwards of like in the like $1,000. And
oh really?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a secret rare. I think it's a secret rare. So I had to look up a YouTube video to determine whether or not it fits a secret rare. I think it might be a secret rare. So
Okay, cool. What's your What is your Baldur's Gate class?
My class?
Yeah, what are you playing with? Do you have a solo, or is it just the one you have a detox?
I don't have a solo yet. It's just just doing wizard on all
Yeah,
of them.
Radical Coder just mentioned something. So if you look for the Pokemon named Kadabra, they didn't want to print any cards for it because the person claiming that Kadabra infringed, I think it was on it was his, I don't know if it was copyright, it could have been likeness, but basically sued the Pokemon company and tried to have that card pulled. That's why for a long time you never saw any Kadabra cards being printed. I don't know if it was copyright. It could have been likeness because a person cannot copyright his own image. You could just sue for your likeness. I mean, like, let me look it up.
A person cannot copyright their own image. They can only sue for their likeness. You gotta dumb that shit down a little there, Sayba. What the fuck
Sorry,
does
let me
that
look it
mean?
up. Sorry, let me look it up real quick, and then I will get your
Person
game
can
on. Yeah,
only
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Growling was awesome. I loved Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
I used to watch the original series with my brothers.
Okay, yeah, here it is. So, it was an illusionist by the name of Yuri Greller. He sued Nintendo. I don't know why he would sue Nintendo. Nintendo was a shareholder in the Pokemon company, but anyways.
Wait, Nintendo owned Pokemon back then, didn't they?
I don't know. Did they own them outright? Because I thought they've
believe so.
always owned only. I thought they've always owned 33% of the company. Because remember, that's a corporation owning another corporation. Because corporations can buy stocks from another company. I know creatures. Well, I could tell you right now, there are 3 companies that own Pokemon, and it's because Pokemon is a privately held company. Pokemon is currently owned 33% by Nintendo, 33% by Creatures, and then 33% by Game Freak. Game Freak creates their video games. Creatures designs the Pokemon. Nintendo, they're the publishers, and they do. I forgot exactly but they're definitely the publishers for their games, for the Game Freaks develop, because Game Freak are the ones who develop the games. But going back to the Yuri Greller, the illusionist Yuri Greller sued Nintendo in California court for its Kadabra Pokemon, alleging that the company used his likeness to create the character. So when Radical Coder mentioned that it was a copyright dispute, it was sort of correct because they're trying to copyright Kadabra when it's infringing on Yuri Greller, the illusionist likeness. So let me go back to Neve's example earlier. What is likeness, right? Likeness is when you spend so many years building up your character, and then you have a random person, and then you have a
I only
random
got like
Yahoo
33%
say,
into my bed
this
and under
person
covers.
approves this. So, for
So,
example, if
cold.
Cankle were to
This
put
guy
up a
knows
video and
what's up.
say, this video is sponsored by LeBron James, and it says LeBron James loves my videos, etc., etc., he would be opening himself up to a suit by LeBron James because he cannot exploit LeBron James likeness because it took LeBron James years to build his character to the point where he can monetize it. It's almost like a property right. Your likeness, because you have to build up your character and your likeness to the point where it's widely recognized, and your reputation.
There's a big one.
Does that
Blaine's
answer your
Charizard.
question?
Makes sense.
Japanese copyright ain't nothing.
What's the
to
most
fuck
expensive
with.
card you've seen so far?
But
I just saw the one for
1500.
500.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
There's
That one.
Or did I just
Thanks,
say
Radical
Yu-Gi-Oh? Did I just say Yu-Gi-Oh? Lugia. The fuck is wrong with me? Umbreon, my fucking favorite Pokemon. 1800. This would be This will be the most expensive so far. Reverse holofoil. Damaged would be 350. Holy shit. Wild. Expedition. Skyridge. There's 1200. It's a Charizard. Sandstorm. Japanese whiskey. Nothing to fuck with either. What's so special about Japanese whiskey? Deoxys. Oh. 1500. Rayquaza Star.
Rayquaza is one of my favorite legendary Pokemon.
Same.
I loved using that. Yeah, one of my he was my main go-to Pokemon in Pokemon Emerald. I broke the timer in that game from how much I played it.
$3,500 right here.
That is awesome. You know that, by the way, that Espeon you have an Espeon card. That's one of my favorite Pokemon. It's pink. It's an Evolution. That's one I've used that Pokemon so many times on my different playthroughs, and I've beaten every region of Pokemon games, even down to first gen games. And I try to use Espeon a lot because Espeon has a very high special attack stat in the games.
Okay. Uh-oh. Look who I found.
Ninetales. Believe it or not, Ninetales, Ninetales has an alternate form. It's the Alolan Ninetales where it's an ice type.
Yeah.
Guys, speaking of Ninetales, the In Memory of on Tom's stream today was fucking hilarious.
So funny.
That was so funny. I was not surprised. Like, when he started going into, like, In Memory of, I was like, oh, wait, who's this going to be? And then one of the first voices I hear is mine. I'm like, oh, what? It was weird.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What was this? I missed it.
Didn't know
missed
what
this?
angle he was
Okay, we'll
taking with
watch
it.
this.
So,
Yes.
actually,
Good.
I won't explain it. Just watch it.
Awesome. Yeah, I missed the award.
Here it is.
Where does this end? Where do these cultural issues end? Where do these cultural issues end? Yeah, I know. So where do these cultural issues end just because we're on Twitch?
They end on another platform. So let's coming back to.
No, you're not solving the problem, Ezzy. You're not solving
That was
the problem.
a question for Mantis, by
I
the
gave you
way. Like, Mantis is pretending like as soon as you get on Twitch, we should stop caring about this shit all of a sudden.
Okay, you are acting like the fucking Bowtaz twins don't exist. Do the Bowtaz twins
It's
do
me.
fucking top streams? They play chess.
Sorry,
They
real quick.
literally.
I did just ban Ninetales from the server.
Let's go, Tom.
When I kicked her the first time, she sent me a bunch of messages about, like, grow some balls if you can't moderate your own shit. Like, blah, blah, blah.
Here's the problem. Can I just say this? I met this individual very recently. I realized in bad faith. I'm not going to shit talk, but then I saw food shops say they were banned from there. I saw this as a person who's been banned in several places, and I was vindicated in realizing I'm not the asshole. And today is just one more point on that fucking.
She goes
I'm
off
so glad you
and
did that
says that she's only banned from communities run by bigots too. She thinks
She's saying that,
We're
I'm afraid of her as though, like, she didn't come in screaming, yelling, saying, fuck you.
My amazing impression.
Oh, that's good.
Arguments.
Are you not
You're just afraid to debate a leftist.
I'm just sitting there in the fucking dark void.
Like she
I
didn't
love
come in
I
screaming
this
and
is I
yelling,
love that
saying
this is just fading into the darkness while we're listening to me do a fucking impression of Ninetales.
She's saying that I'm afraid of her, as though like she didn't come in screaming and yelling, saying "fuck you" over and
You're just
over and over.
afraid of
Yes.
leftist arguments.
not
You're
a
just
real man?
afraid to debate a leftist.
Tom is a slimy fuck.
Oh, that's
who
right,
hides
Tom
his bias
Bombadil.
with the mantle of
You're
centrism
just afraid to debate a leftist.
and mild pussy boy mannerisms. True centrism is agnosticism. You fuck.
This whole idea that you can't, like, I don't know, I feel like people think you take your physical age but you forget like what's going on in the mental. So clearly mentally I'm immature. Like, I can own that. I can say I'm extremely immature, but that's because I'm just the product of my experiences. And I think once I continue like growing and learning and going through therapy and like being on the internet and being around other people and like exposed to like opportunities of change, I will be able to like meet everybody where they're at. Right now I'm unable to, just because of everything I've been through. So people don't have to give me grace, people don't have to give me patience, but
That's
like
real, man.
if you want to be involved with me, you have to understand, like, I'm not like everybody else.
This was a really chill talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, this one
I
is
really like
actually
talking
sad.
to you. Also, I guess I could tell you publicly that I know we're not friends or anything, but I really appreciate you talking to me. You've always been really like kind, and you've never like treated me like disrespectfully or rudely. And that's something that like is really hard for me to find in this space, because a lot of people really don't like me very much, and they have a very like shitty attitude towards me. So I really appreciate
I wonder why.
you always been like that. And I know it's not like personally towards me, but it means a lot to me because I don't get that from a lot of other people. So I just wanted to like thank you and like do that publicly as well.
Insecurity can be toxic to the self without anybody else ever noticing it. Plenty of men off themselves for those same reasons. I would say though, just take care of yourself.
I was just talking about him, wondering where he was at.
I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. I actually just, I kind of just hate you right now. I really hate you because you're cutting off this conversation really early, and there's things I could say, but I'm not allowed to because you're also streaming on Twitch.
You guys?
He's giving you blue balls. Is that it?
I knew though, because more or less, but I really don't know.
What did you say?
Hey, Charmander.
And so she got timed out.
Oh.
And so she got timed out again. But then today I messaged Lav and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, why? Why do you love, like, making my freaking life miserable, dude? Why do you love, like, making shit so hard on me, dude? I don't understand. And she's like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. What, you don't like that your mods have to do their job once in a while? Like, so what? And then even starts, like, sending me, unprompted, a bunch of pictures of freaking penises. So yeah, so I expected like some sort of apology or something, and that didn't happen. So I just went ahead and permabanned her from the server, and I'll leave it at
This person joined my server the other day.
What?
I don't know who that is.
Me neither.
The
Yeah.
big one's sad because he doesn't actually know why she left, and then she's sitting there like, I don't know, dude. Like, obviously, she's pretty. I know why she's super infamous, but yeah, that one was just like randomly sad. I was like, what the fuck? Why did she leave?
Yeah.
Wait a second.
I was not expecting that.
This might not be the same person. This says airdrop live link in bio 9516. This says 7859. So
Your mother.
Maybe not. I don't know. Lav is back.
Who made?
I don't know. I think Tom probably made it.
All right.
I know Sass compiled a bunch of the stuff for it. Oh, do you, Allie? Do you win? I don't know who these airdrop people are. I don't know.
They're gonna be like AI generated spam.
Allie, I'm gonna ban that word from my fucking chat.
What word?
Based, like, spelled like that. I'm actually gonna do that.
BASTE.
I hate it so much.
Ugh.
It's gross.
Yeah.
It's bast.
Ugh. Now it's a blocked word.
You made it a blocked word?
Yep.
So if I were to type in BASTE, it would get blocked.
Try it.
It just auto bans him.
You're a mod, Sayba.
Oh.
Am I a mod? I don't think I am.
Try it.
It seems like it worked. I don't know. Can you see it on your side?
No, I can't.
That's funny. So it just makes me think that I said it, but it didn't say it. That's actually ideal, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, radical.
I can't even
coder.
delete my own
censorship, but only for that one word.
Well, yeah, if you don't even know that.
Coder, I'm curious. How much do you know about January 6th stuff? Are you like tuned in on that? Are you well informed?
Oh, I remember flamenco.
Flamenco sounds familiar.
So,
hold on. Weird. Are you available on January 15th at 6 p.m. Eastern? I could use a backup for kick or keep.
You can use me as a backup.
Oh my god, Sayba on kick or keep.
Yeah, but I would have to act out of character because
you'd be
I would have to, you know, yeah.
Dude,
Sayba, sentences.
No, there is a no. Sayba has there's like a version of Sayba that would do really well on kick or keep.
Yeah,
but it has to be the genocidal with Sayba.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I don't like acting like that. No, I don't like acting like that. I gotta yell. I gotta raise my voice.
You mean you don't like being the real you?
He doesn't like being confident.
Okay, no, I'm just saying the Sayba that would make that joke. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. You don't have to sit there and yell.
I'm down for sure.
Yeah, I don't like yelling. I don't like yelling.
we watch that clip again, or do you have it?
No, we cannot. We
Oh
cannot.
my god, it's
Go back
so
to the Trump.
funny, dude.
Well, are we ever gonna
It's
finish
so
this video? Are we ever gonna finish this chat, this video, or we'll just continue it
Probably
tomorrow?
not.
Forget it. Hopefully, Avius will be on. Oh shit! Yeah, they probably Amazon probably denied Avius his paid
That shit
time
is
off,
so
his
funny.
request for time off. He'll be on tomorrow though, so
Oh, for tomorrow's debate or today's debate, technically.
technically today. But I don't know what we're debating about. There's no specific issue. It seems to me we're just gonna have a chat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Coder, I have you. I submitted your name for like my my top 5 in there, right? But I'm just gonna say back up for now because I obviously I don't have final say. But we only have 5 people right now in the running submitted as like possibilities for the left leaning side, and we have
What about the
1,
right?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people suggested for the right. I'm already in contact with 4 of them. All right, 1, 2,
I'll be the
3.
designated sovereign citizen.
Why the fuck
Hey,
is
yo,
Rob
none of your
not on
laws
here?
affect me.
I don't know why Rob's not on this fucking thing. Rob's got to be on the show, for fuck's sake.
He should be. Him and Pisco are at each other's throats on
Yes,
Twitter.
obviously. Got no problem, Cody.
Rob Noir?
Yeah, Rob Noir.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's Nor or Noir? Am I saying it wrong?
No, it's Nor. It's Noer. Yeah.
It's like the
Nor?
way Australians say no.
Yep.
No.
Nor.
That's
I
an
know
hard
you.
kill, bro.
So, right now, we only have like 2 people confirmed. And it's Lauren and Counterpoints.
I'm definitely
I think,
watching that episode.
And then the other 2 people that we have like sort of not confirmed, but like invites have been sent out and they have been responding are Pisco and Rekeita.
Rekeita.
Yeah. I've been texting Rekeita on Twitter, DMing him on Twitter about
What
coming on.
When is Carantos gonna put the kicker keep? The one where Darius went crazy. When is that one gonna be put on his YouTube channel?
Probably never. I don't fucking know, dude. Holy shit, it's not on there yet?
I think he bombed it, kind of.
Oh,
I
wait a
want
minute.
that one on YouTube.
What's his name? Yeah, Lauren from the Lagoon. We wanted at least one lawyer on each side.
Yeah. But here's the problem, Lauren.
Fuck. What was that?
I'm sorry to say this about Lauren. She doesn't know how to debate the issue properly.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
It's better to have Nick on go against Pisco.
We'll do both.
But hopefully he
What
accepts.
if you go against Pisco, Sayba? Lawyer v. lawyer. Same grad.
Kanko, would they let a nobody person like me pop on?
I can put you in backups as like the left leaning side, right?
For what specifically?
January 6th Trump indictment stuff.
I mean, that would not match my issue. I don't think he should be indicted for the January 6th events. That's the problem. So I would be more towards the right, and you already have too many people on the right.
You disagree with the Jack Smith indictments?
Yeah, the ones for conspiracy, yes. The ones for what's it called? The indictments, the charges for the incitement for insurrection, yes. The ones in Florida, I probably not. No, those ones look like
what?
Yeah, the ones in Florida, it looks like they're gonna get them on it.
Well, yeah. How the fuck do you disagree with the incitement? Incitement.
Yeah, Trump did
by
not
the way?
incite it did not incite an insurrection. We've went over this many times. His speech does not constitute imminent incitement of unlawful action.
Really?
There's more than just the speech, though.
Such
You're
as
under arrest.
Such as, you know what? Actually, there is
Conspiracy
something.
to eat a burger.
There is something more. He lied about permits. He only put in a permit for 5,000 people to be at this rally, and he said that the permit did not give authorization to march to the Capitol. Meanwhile, he instructed them to march to the Capitol. I also disagree that saying peaceful once in an hour-long speech does not cover his ass for all the other inflammatory language.
if the inflammatory language is hyperbolic and there's like precedent of it being used in other speeches, then and he uses the word peaceful, then yes, it would cover his ass. And not only that, telling you don't need a permit to march. You don't need a permit to exercise free speech. That would be a violation of your free speech.
So at some point,
this is one of the reasons why Colorado is taking up the incitement of insurrection. This is the issue that's going up to the Supreme Court.
I gotta show you what I saw earlier. This was like released yesterday or something.
Would precedent be like somebody using the word peaceful in a previous speech, like as president, who didn't act in a way like that was, so that didn't act in a way that was like insurgency, so that the law would favor that interpretation of the word over what he could have meant to incite the riot?
Incitement is specific. You have to for incitement there's a mens rea part of incitement. You have to prove that he intended. Mens rea as in his mental state, that he intended. In his mind, he wanted an insurrection to occur. So, for example, for murder, right? Let's say I point a gun out the window. Let's say part of murder is intent. Like you have to actually intend to kill someone, right? So let's say I'm driving my car 200 miles an hour down the road, right? And I accidentally kill someone. I would not be charged with murder. Well, let's say I get in an accident. Yeah, because there's no mens rea. I just intended to drive fast and I didn't want to kill anybody. You would catch a reckless. That would be a manslaughter charge. Or I give you another example. But murder, you have to actually intend to kill them. So let's say you pick up a gun, you go to someone and you point the gun at them and shoot them. Because you picked up the weapon, you point it at the person. Any reasonable person in your position should know shooting a person will lead to them dying. That's enough to satisfy specific intent. Because there's a difference between specific intent and general intent. Here in Trump's imminent incitement of an insurrection, they have to show specific intent. That's part of the incitement of insurrection.
Okay. I understand.
This is one of the issues. This is one of, by the way, regarding the Trump incitement for insurrection, this is one of the issues that's going up to the Supreme Court. And they accepted certiorari today. Oral arguments are on February 8th. Kanko, me and you should watch that oral arguments on your channel.
I think this might change your mind on his mens rea. On January 1st, 2021, the NPS issued a permit to WFAF authorizing it to conduct its demonstration at the Ellipse. Based on WFAF's application, the permit stated 5,000 people were expected to attend and that the permit did not authorize a march from the Ellipse. Also on January 1st, the USPP and the NPS received confirmation from the U.S. Secret Service that President Trump would be attending WFAF's demonstration. This was the information that he gave to the police for them to prepare.
Mm-hmm.
So they vastly underprepared.
Everyone was underprepared, not just the police there, even at the Capitol.
This was the information that he relayed.
Thank you, Astra.
To the people that would put preparations in place. And he knew that this was going to be significantly larger than 5,000 people. And he knew he was going to instruct them to march to the Capitol. But he did not tell them that. He lied.
The size of your audience is irrelevant for an incitement.
No, but
like,
it is no, Sayba, that's retarded. The size of your audience is relevant for incitement if you're telling the people that that are preparing security that it's going to be significantly smaller, so they are like explicitly underprepared to handle a crowd that large.
That's still irrelevant. Let me explain to you why. That's irrelevant because there's a difference between you wanting to accomplish your goal versus incitement. Incitement does not contemplate whether or not you accomplish your goal. I'll send you the Supreme Court decision. I have it saved. It's called Brandenburg versus Ohio. Nothing in that decision says that you have to accomplish your goal. You simply have to
nothing in what I just said had anything to do with accomplishment. Had to do with his attempts to accomplish. Which is...
That's still... The imminent incitement applies to his speech.
You're saying the same thing.
His prior conduct.
Are you not saying the same thing?
No, Cankle is disagreeing with me.
No, Cankle, you're contesting something you're already saying. You implied it when you said that. Are you not?
What?
Hold on. Your issue is in the attempt, right?
Sort of, yes. It's that...
Okay, so Sayba...
He lied about the size. He said that this permit said 5,000 people and that there was no march authorized. It was
so what I heard was Sayba was validating... What I heard was Sayba was validating that by saying you didn't need to go through with... Like, you didn't have to actually complete the code to be charged for it. I might have misinterpreted.
That's sort of what I was getting to. That's why I was saying...
And not only that,
that's not what I was saying.
You have to show that. Not only that, you have to show he lied, because if you tell a false statement, part of a lie is intent to deceive the receiver of the information. So here, like, let me give you an example. Let's say I were to hold a rally tomorrow. I tell the police I expect 5,000 people to show up. However, 10,000 people show up, and I don't know about that. Is that a lie? No, it's not.
What if he tweeted out? What if he tweeted out saying it's going to be huge and it's going to be wild?
Even if he were to say, let me put it to you this way: even if he says huge and wild, he has to have knowledge that more than 5,000 people were going to attend for it to be a lie. Like, he has to have material knowledge.
I didn't read the beginning of this statement. In preparation for WFAF's demonstration at the Ellipse, the NPS coordinated with WFAF on logistics, required documentation, and security. Throughout the permitting process, the NPS asked WFAF if it planned to march after the demonstration, and WFAF repeatedly stated it did not. Would that have any bearing?
Say that again. Say that again.
Okay, I'll actually just read the whole thing again. In preparation for WFAF's demonstration at the Ellipse, the NPS coordinated with WFAF on logistics, required documentation, and security. Throughout the permitting process, the NPS asked WFAF if it planned to march after the demonstration, and WFAF repeatedly stated it did not.
Okay, so how does that relate to incitement of insurrection?
This is the intent. This is
The
the intent to insurrect. Yeah. This is on that part, the intent.
Okay, so let me give you another example, right? Let's say today, Kankle, I tell you, Kankle, I'm gonna go to the gym tomorrow, right? And I change my mind, right? Did I lie?
No, I know.
No.
Yeah, I know what you mean. This is
Yeah, so
no.
if
I
you
didn't.
change your mind for a future event, that's not a lie. A lie has to retrospectively, usually exists retrospectively, generally. So even though they told them they weren't going to march, and then that's a change of mind. Changing of mind is not a lie.
And they weren't authorized to march.
Marching is part of your First Amendment right.
It says this permit says they were not authorized to march.
Yeah, and a lot of government permits say a lot of things, but they aren't necessarily legal. Like I could tell you, the government cannot prevent you from marching. This happened all the time in the 1950s. Remember when MLK wanted to march for exercising their First Amendment speech? The police constantly told them you are not allowed to march. If you march, we will hose you down, and they hosed them down.
Which was really rude, but
yeah.
So if the leader of a demonstration gets a permit that says you're not authorized to march because you didn't explicitly say you were going to, and the leader tells them to march, the people marching wouldn't be responsible. But the guy that's telling them to do it, after explicitly being told he doesn't have authorization to do that, because he didn't get clearance for the authorization.
I'm telling you, if they were to prosecute him for specifically that in court, it will fail. Because that's it's within your First Amendment right.
Does that not add to
the incitement?
To a bunch of shit.
Okay, a bunch of shit. Well, let me try.
You know what I mean?
That would. Yeah. So you're asking me? Does that add? Is that evidence in his incitement of insurrection? Is that what you're asking?
Or
does that go towards his
conspiracy?
Mental state?
Or towards his conspiracy?
The January 6th incitement is separate towards for a conspiracy. Conspiracy usually, you cannot form a conspiracy with a general group. Like if I were to have a YouTube audience, I tell them, okay, all of us, we're going to go rob the banks in Japan.
Hold on.
I can't be prosecuted.
You can't have a conspiracy with people to control a general group?
If the group is so large where it's not like particularized, no, that can't be conspiracy.
No, the group is not in on it. You are conspiring with certain people to control a bunch of generalized people.
I think conspiracy only applies when there's two or more people. I would have to check some of the laws.
That didn't make any sense. Two or more people? Okay, so 2 to 1,000.
Well, that's why I said earlier, if Trump is making a general statement, and it could fall under conspiracy, but that general statement is for a large group, that's not conspiracy.
That's what I'm saying. What if the conspiracy is prior to the statement that controls a large group? What if the conspiracy is relating to the circumstances that this group is going to be in?
Oh, well,
like the conspiracy to make sure that the group is going into a situation where the opposition is underprepared.
So the conspiracy existed before the group,
and the group were just a pawn in the conspiracy.
Okay, can he be prosecuted for that? Is what you're telling me?
If the group is not in on it, he intends to use the group as one of the pawns in his or a group.
If you're asking if that could be used as evidence in court. Potentially, yes.
Okay.
potentially, because that goes towards that goes towards his mental state. But that's way different than incitement of insurrection. Like, the size of the crowd is irrelevant.
Would
Like,
would Rudy Giuliani's statements in the same demonstration affect this in any way? Because Rudy Giuliani said we need trial by combat.
Yeah, his comment. Yeah, he from what I was told by my constitutional law professor, he made specific comments that would constitute incitement of unlawful action. Because I spoke to my constitutional law professor about this. Even he concurred with me that Trump's speech is protected free speech, but Rudy Giuliani's, he was mentioning to me. I have yet to go over them, but he mentioned to me they meet the Brandenburg, Ohio test. But I would need to listen to it and see what was specifically said. But he said we need to fight by combat, trial by combat. He used specific language, from what I was told, that a reasonable person would understand it as we need to fight them physically. This is the only way we could protect, something along those lines. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But Rudy Giuliani, by the way, is completely separate from Trump, because remember, Rudy Giuliani is an attorney, and he is bound by a code of ethics. Whenever someone is acting as another person's attorney, they have a whole other set of rules applied to them. So if you're going to use Rudy Giuliani as an example and certain proceedings that are used against him, it's different because he is bound by a code of ethics. Trump is not. So, like, I'll give you an example. You know how the New York, I forgot what the New York Attorney Disciplinary Agency found him to be telling knowingly false statements. They found him to be lying. For normal people, we could lie. I could lie to you right now. Cankle, I'm 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
However, when an attorney makes a lie, and that lie is concerning and he's making a lie concerning his representation of a client, he can certainly be disciplined for that lie.
Is that considered
because attorneys
perjury?
are not supposed to. Perjury usually only gets applied. Perjury is only for in-court statements.
Wait, can a lawyer perjure himself in court?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I don't know.
Well, if he's on the stand giving a testimony, yes, he can perjure himself.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it would apply even if he's not on the stand and he's. Actually, no, he didn't take an oath yet. No, it applies if he's taking the stand and he raises his right hand. You swear to give the whole truth and yada yada.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm glad I put these little fucking hooks in. I put some hooks on my my desk to control this cable. Let me slip this back.
You know, the office statement is an interesting question regarding whether or not the presidency is an office, because there is Supreme Court precedent that says the presidency is not an office. And there is there's not only case law, there are examples. Like, for example, attorneys. All attorneys admitted, when I was admitted to the bar, I had to take an oath to support the Constitution, but it wasn't an oath to support. It wasn't an oath of office.
Yeah. One under oath, right? Hooker. Yes. Yes, Allie. Hooker. That is, yes. I installed some hookers on my desk. They're under my desk. Yeah. You catch my drift. That's what's happening. They're under my desk, just hanging out. Fucking going to town. That's why I look so bored. No, I'm just kidding. Video testimony.
Ali, what do you mean? Would that be an example of evidence to support intent? What specifically would be an example of evidence to support intent? What specifically?
Contemporaneous notes like above in his Apple Notes, incite crowd, etc. Yeah. You wouldn't need an admission for mens rea. You prove
No, you don't necessarily. Yeah.
Yeah, you prove mens rea without admissions of guilt all the time.
Yeah, they occur.
If
but
they find that,
it becomes
then
much tougher.
For incitement, though, inciting the crowd, does that really, that one saying peaceful at the beginning of the fucking hour-long inflammatory fucking speech, one time he said peaceful in the beginning of the hour-long inflammatory speech, where he didn't just say fight like hell. He said a lot more inflammatory shit. He said, we do not concede, we stay strong, we fight like hell, we're not giving up our country.
So here's the thing. Even if he didn't even use the word peaceful, even if he said all that stuff without the word peaceful, because it's hyperbolic speech, it still is protected.
Hyperbolic
even
speech?
If he didn't even, hyperbolic speech is protected.
What about how he basically presented a scenario where he said the only way out is violence? He literally, his whole speech
the only way out is violence? Then,
yeah.
if he used the word "the only way out is violence," then that's incitement of an insurrection.
I don't know if he said that exactly, but his whole speech, he basically outlined saying, we have to be strong, we have to fight like hell, take it back. Basically telling them the only way for our country not to fall apart and to fall into communism, anarchy, whatever the hell it was, is we have to physically do it. Like, there's no other interpretation of a speech. You cannot interpret it any other way.
The problem is you're having to put your mind in a Republican voter. That's the problem. And I will tell you, the Republican voters they interpret things much differently. Like, this is my own anecdotal experience. This is my own anecdotal experience. People who, because I went to a very liberal school, and my Republican friends versus my liberal friends are the way they operate are so different.
Yeah, one's
like
smart,
Republican
one's dumb.
people. Well, let me put it to you this way. Republican people, whenever they hear the word fight and they use inflammatory language, they look at it as a motivating factor. They don't necessarily go out and commit violence. Like, you got to understand something. These people already say these words.
You can't use that.
What do you mean by use that?
How could you use that
this is just my
in
own
court? Could you?
You can't use it in court. That's why I said this is my... No, you can't.
Okay.
This is my own anecdotal... That's why I said this is my own anecdotal experience.
You're fucking freaking me the fuck out for a second, Sayba.
No, you can't. That would fall under a Federal Rule of Evidence 403, right? You can't use things like that to confuse the jury or prior existing statements from a defendant to prove that that person acted in a particular manner to show that he committed the crime.
Yeah.
So, for example, under Federal Rule of Evidence 403, if the Colorado Supreme Court wanted to say, "Hey, look, Trump said by the way, this actually happened. Trump said if you beat the shit out of, well, he didn't say beat the shit. If you knock out that person, I'll pay your legal fees." They cannot use that against him in court. I think this was in Illinois. He gave that speech because Trump was getting during the 2015 403B. It might be 403B.
That was quick. Done.
There are no letter differentiations in Federal Rule of Evidence 403. It's a very simple statement. I'll read it out loud. The court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. So it's a single sentence. I don't think maybe you were looking at a state court, because I will tell you the federal court rules of evidence are completely separate than state courts. But state courts, they also have the same rule. This is a federal rule. This is a rule of evidence that exists in every single state in the country.
Okay.
By the way, Kanko, we should take up my idea one day. If you have nothing else to review, we should go over a Supreme Court oral argument. You are gonna go insane when they start bringing up certain things. Like when I first started listening to them, I was like, what the fuck is this? Are they even speaking English? And then eventually I caught on.
How dumb is it?
Funny shit, they say?
Not funny shit, weird shit. Like they'll mention certain terms that unless you know of the prior case law, you have no idea what they're talking about. Like for example, strict scrutiny. Does anybody here know what strict scrutiny is?
No idea.
Strict scrutiny is a legal theory. Strict scrutiny is a legal theory that is a burden that immediately kicks in when the government is violating your substantive rights. So I'll give you an example. Let's say the government wanted to come in and just take Cankle, put him in jail, no due process. Immediately, Cankle would file his attorney would file a challenge saying he was deprived of due process, and immediately that would be heard, and the judge will the attorney will say, hey, look, this doesn't satisfy neither procedural nor substantive due process, and you should impose strict scrutiny upon the government's actions. And the burden is on the government to show two things. It's a two-pronged approach, that the government has a compelling interest and they must use the least restrictive means available to accomplish that compelling interest. Here, they're not going to be able to give a reason why they're arresting Cankle because they're just throwing him in jail willy-nilly. So they'll fail, and the court will order that Cankle will be released. I probably should have used a better example, but it was off the top of my head. Because you have a constitutional right to do due process, obviously.
Fastest solve was under 15 seconds when I was in my prime. Jesus Christ. My fastest was like 50. Jesus. My buddy, my old neighbor was like sub 20, but I don't remember what it was. That 3 seconds shit is insane. That boggles my mind.
February 8th. I'll be probably listening to the oral arguments for the Trump Colorado decision while playing Persona 3 Reload, so that's probably going to be a good day.
A mob was being organized. The committee presented evidence that it said showed Trump's call for his supporters to march on the Capitol was not spontaneous but had been planned in advance. The panel showed an unsent Twitter message about the rally with a stamp showing Trump had seen it. Please arrive early. Massive crowds expected. March to the Capitol after. Stop the steal. So he did lie. He did lie.
Was it Trump or
Trump?
Was it Trump or his people?
Trump.
Because you have to show Trump specifically stated, "We are going to march," and who submitted the application? Because could have been a clerical mistake. Because this is the problem whenever you're prosecuting an individual person and you're accusing a person of a lie. You have to show that he had knowledge that the permit is submitted and that he knew he was going to march, but said on the permit, "We are not going to march." Like, there's so many problems with this example that it would fail on First Amendment issues. It doesn't even. You might not even be able to find him as lying, because you have to show that he submitted the application. Because remember, your own mental state. Like, let me put it to you this way: for Trump to be found of lying for that application, he himself has to have knowledge that the application was submitted and it said, "We are not going to march," but he knew he was going to march, and that he put out a prior statement he was going to march. He had knowledge of it, and then on top of that, he went out and actually marched. That's the issue if you're going to accuse him of lying. Now, with the separate issue of, hey, look, even if he lied to the government, I know it's illegal to lie to the to officers when they're investigating a crime, but when it comes to like First Amendment issues, like I said, for marching is part of your First Amendment right.
What is WFAF?
We friends are for. The heck?
Nope.
That's not it.
It's America First.
America First? Nick Fuentes' organization?
That's not his organization, I don't think, is it? That's what Trump says all the time. America First.
That's Nick's thing.
Is it?
His party or whatever?
Yeah, that's why I'm a little confused. Let me look it up.
Women for America First. A group formed to support Trump.
But let me put it to you this way. Even let's say Trump lied and we wipe away the First Amendment issues, like we just don't even consider them. Trump would be prosecuted for telling a lie for the permit itself, not incitement. And it could be, but if you're asking, can that specific like incident be used as evidence for conspiracy? You're gonna have. Potentially, yes. Because here's the thing. According to, let me pull up the. So the rule. So whenever you're admitting, whenever you're pulling up evidence and you want it to be admitted into the record, here it is. Rule 401 of the Federal Rule of Evidence is it has to be relevant. Well, it has to be relevant. And it's relevant if, and this is according to the rule, I'm going to read it out loud, if it has a tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And the fact is of consequence in determining the action. So, can it be used as evidence? Potentially, but it has to be related to the conspiracy charge. You have to it has to make, because that's why you go to a jury. You have to prove the fact that Trump committed a conspiracy, and how you have to tie in the fact that this group was going to somehow help them accomplish their goal of fulfilling their conspiracy. That's the problem. That's why when you brought up the group, it's like, which trial would it be brought in specifically?
The Jack Smith conspiracy to defraud.
Okay, so the Washington, D.C. one. Okay, so Jack Smith is going to have to show that this group, having them march to the Capitol, and by the way, the Jack Smith cannot use the word that Trump intended to have them riot. That would immediately be non-admissible evidence.
How?
All he can, because he can't use the word, he can't really use the word riot because it's prejudicial towards Trump. It's in the rule, Federal Rule of Evidence 403.
Wait, hold on. Wait. You mean insurrect. Riot is not prejudicial. That should not be prejudicial. That is fact. It is a riot. The discrimination is whether or not it's an incitement.
Intended.
Not
he intended to have
insurrection.
them riot. That's the problem. He intended to have them riot. That's the problem. He can't use that language. He can classify it itself maybe as a riot, but not he cannot say Trump intended to have them riot. That's the problem. That's an issue of fact, and you're accusing a person of intending to incite an insurrection. That's the problem. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah.
There's a difference between there's a difference between classifying an event what it is versus a person acted in a particular manner, violating a criminal statute to have this thing occur. Because incitement of unlawful action, the Brandenburg v. Ohio test, that violates the law.
Mm-hmm.
Incitement of unlawful action is against the law, and it has to be two-part to it. Let me read the rule itself. So the speech is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action. That's the first part. The second part is the speech is likely to incite or produce such action. So I'll give you an example. Let's say, Kanko, I tell you, go and kill the Prime Minister of Japan.
It's not likely to produce that action.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's
because
who cares,
it's
right?
not imminent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can't. So that cannot be. Jack Smith cannot say Trump intended to produce.
But
this
maybe
result.
if he said, "Fight like hell, march on the Capitol, be strong, stop the steal."
He's going to have to show how relevant that is to the conspiracy charges. How does that relate that Trump wanted to alter the slate of electors? How is that relevant? And not only that, it's prejudicial towards his case. Like, you can show it's perfectly okay to show prejudicial information, but the probative value of it must. The probative value is according to the rule. The court may exclude evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice.
Would Trump's
So let me give you
actions
another.
during the event, like during the riot, have anything to do with his intentions for the conspiracy, like his mens rea? Like, the fact that he did, in fact, see this happening in real time on TV. He, instead of responding to the people that were begging him to address the crowd to get them to calm down, was calling up states and saying, "This is getting crazy. You sure you don't want to change your votes?" Was doing that, and
that specific example, what you just said, you better change your votes. That can certainly be used as evidence against him.
Yeah.
If he calls him up and says, absolutely, that's good evidence. In fact, the probative value definitely outweighs the unfair prejudice, because that goes right towards the issue of whether or not he committed a conspiracy.
Did you know he did that?
He did that. You called up the votes.
While the riot was happening, he saw it happening on TV, and instead of addressing the people that were begging him to address the crowd, and like responding to the people that were begging him to address the crowd, to say, please get them to stop doing this, there were like tons of people calling him, like begging him to stop, to get them to stop doing this, to just address them. He was calling up states, the governors or whatever the fuck, legislators in different states saying, this is getting pretty crazy. Are you sure you don't want to change your votes?
Yeah, that definitely can go towards a conspiracy. But then again, it's contested whether or not, like, there are certain like weird exceptions, like conspiracy. Like, there are some more things I need to look into, but there are some other things involved. But yes, that can definitely be used as evidence against him in a conspiracy charge.
Okay.
Like that's definitely goes to, it could be definitely presented against him in trial. So.
But yeah, he did that and then just sat back eating McDonald's.
And that's another thing the Colorado, that's another thing the Colorado court, I disagree with them. A president, like, you know how the president takes an oath that I swear to execute my authority as president? They're real, even though that's like it applies, but at the same time doesn't really apply. Inaction of a president cannot really be used against him in court as evidence. Like, let me give you an example. Let's say, like Trump not wanting to respond to the crowd in and of itself is not indictable, but it could be used as evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't realize this until I saw Pisco posted a statement, or not a statement, proof of power, or proof of the chain of command, I guess you could say, about the National Guard in DC. It said the National Guard is in DC is what's the word?
Is under the authority of the president.
It is it's an exceptional branch. It's an outlier of a branch where it is solely under the direction of the president. It is the only branch. It's uniquely. Unique works. It is uniquely run or directly or
Wrong again, bucko.
It is the. Let me read it. Let me read out. This might be his tweet. By the way, for all the people in the replies denying president's central authority for the DC National Guard, is that it? President has the ultimate authority for which he chooses to share with DOD. Period. Not Pelosi. Not Sund. Not any random commanderman. Is that the tweet?
Probably. Is there a photo on it or screenshot?
Yeah, there's a photo, and then he's highlighting the DC National Guard is the only National Guard unit out of all 54 states and territories which reports to the president.
It just says which reports to the president?
Yes, it says which reports only to which reports only to the president.
There you go. Only to the president. Yeah. Yeah, that's the qualifier that I was looking for. Kayleigh McEnany, 3:36 p.m. January 6th. At President Donald Trump's direction, the National Guard is on the way along with other federal protective services. We reiterate President Trump's call against violence and to remain peaceful. 3:36 p.m. So Rob's cope is Trump didn't get the briefings they're referencing and that Trump delegated. LMAO. You're referencing briefings at the Colorado Supreme Court cites For Trump's state of mind, how can you claim such reports wouldn't have been known to Trump? That's what Colorado Supreme Court specifically suggests. That's the point of your entire dialogue tree. Good to know that your emphatic statement of responsibility has an unspoken except for Trump rule. That's a nice rule, LMAO. Convenient for you to bring that up now, after the DC chain of command was made clear to you. And the basis of that exception is because Trump delegated? If he delegated, why did Trump claim that to direct the National Guard later that very day? See picture. Sure seems like he wants us to believe he was in command and hadn't delegated. FBI not in chain of command. Trump is getting wrecked. Hold that L.
I'm starting to not like this Trump guy.
I mean, most people in this country. You want to know something? Most people in this country don't. When he first got into office in 2017. 2017 of January 20th, he had less than 40% approval rating. His approval rating never exceeded more than 50%.
Your Honor, Trump is literally just a girl who woo.
Trump.
Your Honor, Trump is literally just a girl who woo. Nice. I'm gonna kill myself for that one.
I'm making that into a soundbite.
No, you're not.
What are you making into a soundbite?
I'll kill you, Sayba. Sayba, were you paying
by the
attention?
way-
Were you paying attention? Did you see what I just did?
Was.
You were?
Yeah, I did.
I'll kill you, Sayba.
Yeah.
I gotta do the big forehead thing.
Speaking of that, if you want another good video to watch, apparently Trump's attorney, Alina
Habba?
Alina, yeah. Apparently is being alleged that she committed some major ethics violations.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Legal Eagle made a video about it and read the complaint. So, if you want to watch that, it's on Legal Eagle's channel. If she did that, and that's a big ass if, that would be extremely bad.
What are the ethics violations? Do you know?
Yes. So when she there was always like an implicit agreement that she represented Trump, but she went to a person who had an attorney involved, and that Alina knew. This is all alleged, by the way. Alina knew that she had an attorney involved.
I'm
Alina
your
would
13th
constantly
reason
tell her,
why.
look, that attorney is going to complicate the process. I can help you, and I can settle things. And eventually she convinced him. And by the way, she was acting as her friend. Never actually told her that she worked for Donald Trump. She eventually got her to drop her attorney. Alina Habba did all the paperwork, and once all the Alina Habba got like a very small settlement amount, I think it was like a few $1,000s, and then eventually after the agreement was signed, ghosted her, just stopped talking to her, and basically ripped her off. Basically convinced her to sign a document that any reasonable attorney would tell her, don't sign this. Even though, and not only that, like, here's one ethics violation attorneys cannot do. Let's say, for example, me as an attorney, I know a layperson is being represented by an attorney. I cannot go speak to that layperson. I have to go through their attorney. All I could do is, like, there are certain like weird exceptions, but she did not meet any of those exceptions. But I cannot go approach a layperson if they're being represented by an attorney. Here's another ethics violation. You cannot lie intending to represent. You cannot lie and intend that you're going to represent their best interests when you're actually ripping them off. That's another ethics violation. Ethics violation number 3. You cannot go solicit your services when a potential client is in need of it. So, for example, let's say this is where the term ambulance chaser comes in. Let's say someone gets into a car accident, right? I go chase the ambulance. I run after them. I won't. I get on my bike. I drive after them. Right. I show up to the hospital bed. Would you like to sue the person who hit you? And I hand them a contract.
Wait a minute. That's not what ambulance chaser means.
Ambulance chaser, yeah, it is. You sue doctors.
That's not what ambulance chaser means. It is suing doctors. It's not what ambulance chaser means. Ambulance chaser doesn't refer to the lawyer. It refers to the person. Ambulance chaser is referring to people. I thought it referred to
the lawyer.
No, it refers to people intentionally getting in accidents and hurting themselves so that they can sue people for money.
I thought it was always using to attack lawyers, because I know people attacked other attorneys using that term.
No. You could attack an attorney using that term, but it's more attacking the attorney for taking on a client that's clearly being a slime ball, just trying to fleece a company out of money for an accident that they purposefully looked for to cause. It's like the people that go in and find a wet spot on your floor, slip and fall and break their fucking spine. It's those people. That's an ambulance chaser, because they're chasing the need to call an ambulance so they can get on disability or whatever and like make $1 million off a company for a slip and fall.
I'm looking at Wikipedia.
Sounds foolproof to me.
You know what? This is just this is a very vague term. This is just like different interpretations of it. But basically, I cannot go chase after it's an ethics violation. I will get disciplined. If I chase after an ambulance, I walk up to the person while they're on their hospital bed. Would you like to sue this person? Here's a contract. Please sign it. I cannot do that. That's another ethics violation. Alina Habba cannot go and solicit her services to someone who she knows is in a peril event, because she was being the person who was being hurt. She was being sexually harassed by her employer, and Alina Habba was acting in cohort with that employer. Allegedly. But by the way, everything I just said is allegedly. So I don't want... So this is all according to the complaint. And Legal Eagle put out a video on this.
Okay.
It was a good video. But if everything he said turns out to be true, then yeah, she is very unethical.
Oh, okay. It's both.
Both.
I looked up, okay, so when I looked up ambulance chaser, everything came up lawyer, right? That's the origin of it. But I found one source that it's idioms, right? It's just referring to idioms in general. It's a derogatory term for a person, usually a lawyer, who seeks out the scenes of accidents where ambulances will respond in order to profit in some way from those involved, often by encouraging them to engage in a lawsuit. Yeah, that could be the person seeking out the accident to engage in a lawsuit.
Not only that, those lawsuits are usually very winnable lawsuits, because you have a plaintiff, he has injury, everyone can see it. We should at least give him something. And not only that, sometimes they'll settle. Like, let me put it to you this way. My client, my client, he got a $10 million settlement for, not my client actually, someone my client knows, I'm sorry. Someone my client knows, he got a $10 million lawsuit. She got a $10 million She settled a case for $10 million because her children had his fingers cut off. $10 million. And he was like 5 years old at the time. And by the way, his fingers got sewed back on and they work properly.
His kids' fingers got cut off?
2 fingers.
A
This, by the way,
5-year-old.
this is separate from. Yeah, with a 5-year-old. This is separate from my own case because I
Jesus
handle cases like
Christ.
those. But yeah, but what do you expect? It's Chicago. It's Chicago. But yeah, $10 million. And by the way, they sewed the kid's fingers back on, and they work perfectly. His fingers. His fingers got caught in an elevator. I'm sorry, not an elevator. Yeah, an elevator when they go up and down. You know the is that no escalator? I'm sorry, that's an escalator. My bad. Sorry, Radical Coder. What I meant was the escalator. The escalator was either going up or down. I forgot which direction it was. I forgot which escalator it was, but his fingers apparently got caught in the escalator.
Yikes. Hi, Taylor.
Yeah.
Do you know anything, Sayba?
No, I don't know anything.
I cannot find. If I search it just plainly, it will not come up with anything. The term.
What?
If I explain the term for the
Ambulance
non-lawyer
chaser?
version, yeah. If I try to explain it backwards, I can't get shit.
What specifically?
It's a term for person purposefully injuring themselves for a settlement.
Oh.
Okay.
I know it. It's an idiom now?
Maybe.
Sounds likely. A cheat? No. A con artist?
I mean, yeah, but I feel like there's like a specific term for this type of person.
Dumb bitch? Ankle, can you, or Sayba, can you swear in a courtroom?
I cannot swear where it's coming from my mouth personally, but if I'm referring to something in the record, then yes. In the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, a woman used the N-word with a hard R at the end.
What?
Yeah, in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, there was a old blonde woman. She was quoting a Rosenbaum, and this person was screaming the N-word, and she said the entire N-word in open court while she was on the stand testifying, and she used the entire N-word, the N-word with the hard R at the end. So, depending how the word is presented, yes, you could swear.
With the intent to offend, or?
With the intent to defend in court, no, you cannot. Probably not.
No, sorry. Why was she saying it? That was my question.
He was quoting one of the people who got shot by Kyle Rittenhouse.
Gotcha.
I even type in idiom and fucking nothing, dude.
So what is the term specifically? what's the specific term you're looking for? Is it a person who files too many lawsuits, or who just
I was just
purposely injures
seeing. I was just
themselves?
looking to see if I could maybe I'm wrong. I was seeing if maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a different term, and I've just heard somebody use ambulance chaser incorrectly. Or if that one is kind of broad, but there's like a specific term for the people that are going into businesses, and like taking advantage of like a wet spot on the floor, or like seeking out ways to stage an accident, or purposefully injure themselves so that they can have a lawyer on standby and call them up and go, I did it, I injured myself, and then sue the company, get a settlement.
Well, is that malignancy? Is that a word?
I mean, yeah, but there's like a specific to this type of scenario, not like a term for their intention.
So somebody who would jump in front of your car while you're driving intentionally to get insurance money.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Damn, dude.
Exactly.
This is painful.
Intentional tort? Is that what you're looking for? Because that's a type of law it would
Let me start
under.
Googling. I'm a cook.
Is intentional tort?
What?
No. I was just curious. Like maybe it's probably just also ambulance chaser. Oh damn! I fucking hate this chair. It's so stiff, and it just like ruins my circulation even worse than it already is. It's a mess. Apparently, Trump's press secretary tweeted out at 3:36 at the beginning of the riot that Trump made the call to the National Guard to send them, but he didn't.
At 3:30?
At 3:30, but he didn't.
So, according to this, you're telling me according to the secretary, he called the National Guard but never ordered them to go out and quell the crowd.
No, it says that he sent them. It says he sent them, but that's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
Yeah.
So then what happened?
He didn't send them.
So then Kayleigh McEnany lied. Or maybe she was told, or she was directed not to lie. She was directed to make a false statement.
Yeah. Is that not the same thing?
No, because if someone gives you inaccurate information and you act based on that information, you yourself cannot be construed to as a lie.
What if she knew it was a lie?
If that was the case, if she knew that the information was false, then yes, it would be a lie.
Yeah.
If that was the case, attorneys would be getting in trouble for that.
That's a little different, though.
Like, let me give you an example, right? Let's say a client lies to me and I have no knowledge, and I did some looking into it, and I found it to be true. I limitedly looked into it because that's what's required of us. However, I go to the court and I represent, hey, look, this is how it is, and it turns out to be false. I didn't tell a lie. The person who told a lie
I completely
is
understand.
the client.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay. I'm saying if there's like proof that she knows that it was a lie.
If it was if it was proof that it was incorrect or proof of its falsity, then yeah, she would be lying. She has not proof, knowledge. That's the key word, knowledge.
Yep.
That's the word it's used in the statutes.
I hate how fucking often I've been using these goddamn eye drops.
Why are you using them so often?
Because my eyes are fucking dry as shit.
Cankle, for your SM7B, is there a feature
I
where you
put
could just
lotion
tap?
in them, some bitches.
No, there's not. You're not gonna get that.
So you
with
can't tap the
XLR
top of
mics.
it. Damn.
You're never gonna get that
So
with
it's
XLR
only
mics.
with
Only with USB mics.
only with USB.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a BlackBerry holder or a microphone?
This?
Neve,
Yeah.
don't make fun of it, please.
This-
I beg of you.
What is it? What
Yeah,
is
I
it?
told you. I told you it was bad, Cankle.
No,
Look at this.
you're retarded,
Doesn't look
Sayba.
nice.
It looks
Yeah,
cool.
It looks
looks
nice.
cool. Yeah, it looks fucking cool.
That is a nice ass.
It just looks like
microphone.
it just kind of looks like my phone is like when I hold my phone, when I have my phone in my phone holder at my desk, kind of looks similar, but
Neve, I got a question for you. Can you tell the difference over Discord between me and Sayba's voice, like our audio quality?
can you guys say a sentence?
Penis, 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 penis.
Sayba?
You could sue a company if you're injured by a dangerous condition the company knew or should have known, but failed to fix or warn about. You can sue a company if it negligently hires an employee who injures you.
I don't know.
Okay,
You
so
can't really
let's-
tell,
Sayba's
can
is
you?
Sayba's is crisp. Well, Sayba's is crisp.
We have to engage in ethnic cleansing. That wasn't me.
It was well, it was, but it wasn't you this time.
It wasn't me this time.
So Sayba sounds really good, right?
Wait. Oh, wait a second.
No, it's
Did I tell
it's
a lie?
crispy.
Did I just tell a lie, by the way? That wasn't me. Did I lie? Yes or no?
That wasn't me. Did I lie?
He did play the soundbite. Technically speaking, I did not. That didn't come out of my mouth. But at the same time, it did.
You're cringe.
Because
Sayba,
it did
you're fucking. You're a cringe lord. I'm roping later.
Sayba's a crazy little guy.
Yes, that is by definition what he is. Okay.
Except he's not. He's pretty big, isn't he? Nah, I could take y'all.
So Sayba,
It
what
was
the
definitely
fuck?
not a soundbite.
Now I'm just the only one with my camera on. The fuck?
Sorry, I
actually-
had to get my charger.
I've been working on my backdrop for the last like 10, 20, 30 minutes while you guys have been talking. For a new camera angle. I swear I do this so much. I change my camera angle like once a fucking week. I get so
Why?
tired. No. I just like, okay. A lot of it has to do with gaming because I feel like I can optimize like certain elements of the experience, but that has something that doesn't impact the stream. So it's kind of just like a personal thing, I guess.
I think you should just
I don't
like have a
know.
really nice framed angle like this, where you are front and center
I just haven't found the right angle.
with like a nice looking backdrop. I think this, unironically, the angle like this, level, eye level, is like perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it works for you.
It works for most people.
I guess I could lower it a little. I just don't know.
Let me see what your camera angle's at right now.
Well, hold on. It's not terrible. It's This is like not zoomed. Me sucking on a dead vape again. Don't I look spooky?
Spooky?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'd say spooky.
My crab looks good. Thanks, playa. You like the angle?
Yeah, that is a good angle.
Okay, so but it works, right?
Yeah.
It's just like the back. Okay, if I showed you my screen, you would understand. Actually, I can do this. I'll send it inside chat. I forgot fucking Discord's a thing.
What's the situation with your microphone?
I'll show it. Instead of trying to explain this, I'll send you the fucking photo.
Okay.
Because you. What am I doing?
You want to hear a very interesting tidbit of the law?
Sure.
Murder at the federal level is not illegal. Pretty
What?
weird, right? Listen to this. Here's the reason why. So the way it's defined under 18 U.S.C. 1111, the only time the federal government can charge you for murder if you're already acting in a manner that it's already violating federal law. But if you commit murder in and of itself, the federal government cannot charge you for murder. You can only be charged for murder by the state governments. There is this is, by the way, this is just a theory. There is a dead zone between two states. It's in the middle top of the country. I forgot the exact part, but that's like a dead zone where each state doesn't encompass that zone. And if you were to kill someone there, theoretically speaking, like all you did was commit murder, you might be able to get away with it. Pretty weird, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see the chord? Okay, see that one solo chord, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I first got it, there was tension pulling from where I had it set up. I had it coming off the back of my keyboard, my thing. And so when it would sync, it was pulling the cord in tension. It was getting tension, right? So the inside where you would plug it in, it's really sensitive. So if I don't have it in like a specific fucking thing, it cuts out. That's the sole issue I have with it. Because other than that, like the audio is just mid or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really care too much about that.
I'm gonna show you.
Yes, I found it. I found it. Here it is. It's called the Zone of Death. It's called Yellowstone. There's a Wikipedia article apparently about it.
Yes. I know this. Have you seen the show Yellowstone?
No.
They use this. They use it in the show Yellowstone. Ask me what? How?
I think Yellowstone National Park is a different name, like it's a different location. Growling.
No, but that. Oh wait, are you talking about the same circle? Yeah. Okay. So basically, in Yellowstone, they kill people like every other episode, and they throw them there. Basically, it's called going to the train station.
Oh wait, here it is. So there's, I think actually no. Let me correct what I said. The zone of death, highlighted in red, is defined by the intersection of Yellowstone National Park, highlighted in green, with the state of Idaho in the southwest corner of the park.
Yo, mama.
So, yes, it's defined by it's near at the very. It's. I don't know if it's in the Yellowstone National Park or near it, but it's mentioned here in the wiki article. But
just wait there. I'm literally walking up the stairs right now.
Are you having connection? When your camera kind of okay, so if I look at somebody's camera and it's on Discord and it's not fully focused, is that because they're having connection issues or is it me?
It could be them. It could be the server.
Sounds like Saba and Legal Eagle use the same fun facts. Oh, Saba.
I should literally.
Retort.
Yeah, I should literally. Oh wait, did Illegal Eagle make the same thing? I swear I've heard
Allegedly.
that one. I swear I've heard that in one of his videos. Oh, I didn't know he even made that.
Okay,
The reason
Saba,
why. Go ahead.
Obviously, I'm memeing by saying like allegedly, but how important is it actually to say that during like regular everyday discussion, or where like maybe you could be
Really
raising
important. It's not really important because here's the thing. Even if I were to state something definitively, the court could construe it as an opinion. Like if I were to say, let me give you an example. If I were to say Xena the Witch is definitively speaking the best looking woman in the world, no person can disagree with that. Actually, no, it has to be defamatory. The reason why is because this is related to defamation law. So, who's a woman nobody? Who's a woman nobody likes and who I won't offend? Like, name a woman nobody likes.
Fuck.
Amber Heard. Amber Heard.
No, I like her. I like her.
Okay, never mind.
No, the woman who worked on the Trump campaign, she's super skinny, she blonde as fuck, and she's like
Alina Habba.
No. She's a provocateur. She wrote a book.
Kayleigh McEnany.
Oh, she's like OG Trump 2016 campaigned with him and Roger
Marjorie
Stone.
Taylor Greene.
Oh, Anna Coulter. Anna Coulter.
Oh, Ann Coulter. She's a fucking nutcase.
No one likes her, dude. Okay, she's kind of irrelevant, and I think that's a good thing, but...
Let's say I were to say Ann Coulter is definitively the ugliest woman in the world. I don't care what anyone says. Anyone who says otherwise doesn't have eyes. That is an opinion. That is not a statement that could be proved either true or false. So the reason why I say allegedly is because I don't like it when people assume facts before like there's an actual in-court conviction. Like I want to be on the safe side for everybody. That's why I say allegedly. I say allegedly not just for her, but also for me. Because I think everyone should be using that term more often from like a moral sense.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is like this hasn't been proven in court. Allegedly means that this is what they're being accused of, obviously, and I'm doing them the kindness of saying that it could be wrong by saying allegedly.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm a lawyer now, guys. David, do you think I would be a good lawyer? Why or why not?
Yeah, you could be a good lawyer. You just gotta. Well, here's the thing, though. Good lawyers are people who can argue both sides. So you need to be able to understand both sides of the argument, and you have to have knowledge of the law and practice. Practice is probably the most. Practice is one of the most important things because one thing I've found out in my own practice is knowledge of the procedures of how a specific court works is just as important, if not more important, than arguing the merits of your case. So I'll give you an example, right? You can, as long as knowing the rules is like, if you know the rules, then yeah, you're already a good lawyer. Like as long as you take the time to understand everything, then yes. Most about law is how you practice it and the repetitive nature of it. So, for example, in one of my own cases I'm handling, if one of the defendants filed an affirmative defense, I have 21 days to respond to that affirmative defense. If I do not respond within 21 days, I lose that entire case. I have to respond to that, and that's the key thing. I have only 21 days to respond. If I don't file that response, my entire case fails.
Interesting. I don't ask because I've seriously considered being a lawyer or anything. But yeah,
what's going on?
But that is big issue number one: retention. Because I heard maybe 1/4 of what you said.
Retention, and practice.
Yeah, I do not retain information very well.
Oh, everyone does. Like if you do it every single day and it becomes part of your habit, absolutely you will.
In conversation, though, that's the thing. Like you'll say a bunch of things, and I really have to like try. Like if you like the verbal version of like subject predicate in a sentence, right? That's like what I'm desperately doing a lot of times in people's dialogue, I think. And it's usually because I'm baked, but sometimes I just feel like maybe it's because I can't focus enough on the words, or I should write shit down. No, actually, this is a problem I've had before, especially in the workplace too. So, what were you saying?
I thought for a second you meant subject matter jurisdiction. That's a legal doctrine. I was like, I don't think I've ever brought up subject matter jurisdiction.
Hey,
but then you mentioned
Sayba, if I had you on stream one day, could you like walk us through the basics of like a trial proceeding, or would that just be like super tedious and difficult to do? Like how an actual trial plays out?
Yeah, I could do that.
Maybe we could just like find a bunch of YouTube clips or something and like go through it slowly.
Depending on the state, though, they have different procedures. So if we're gonna do it, it's better if we use a federal trial because those ones are more uniform. All 50 states, how they handle trials is different, and law schools now, in general, operate when they teach you the law. They operate mostly on a federal level. Some states, though, they'll integrate some individual state issues because they expect you to pass the bar exam in that state. But yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, as long as it's not like if you feel like it would be like a laborious thing, then please don't. I don't want to like. I just assume like maybe I don't know. I think it would be really interesting personally, and I've always been really curious. And I actually, yeah, no, I'm just really curious.
Well, there's it'll be very simple and straightforward. But yeah, no problem at all. Just if you want to ask, the more interesting part usually comes out when you're asking questions. Like, for example, one of the this will probably come up in the Trump case, right? One of the reasons why prosecutors have to be very careful when presenting evidence is because they don't want to prejudice the jury. So I'll give you an example. Prosecutors have been disbarred for this. If a prosecutor were to say during trial, if this defendant is so innocent, why is he unwilling to testify at his own trial? Immediately, the judge will declare a mistrial and throw out just adjourn the case temporarily, and depending on the situation, might even dismiss the case completely, like with prejudice. So that's why you got it. Go ahead.
How do you protect high-profile cases from jurors that may or may not be influenced by the media preceding the trials? Is that even possible?
So this is what this was a big issue in the Derek Chauvin case. So what would generally happen is that obviously the jurors' identities stay secret, and how the jurors enter the courtroom, they're given specific instructions how to enter the courtroom, and depending on if it's a high-profile case, they will bust them to the courtroom and cover the windows with blankets because this happened. And when they're deliberating on the case, yeah, like this is how bad it is. Like because there were a journalist drove his car and chased after a bus. I forgot which case it was. Chased after a bus to figure out what the identity of a juror, and Yeah, so they will, but once
Wow.
they start, yeah, once they start deliberating, though, the judge could order a sequestering of the jurors, as in they're not allowed to go home until they come to a judgment. So I think at that point they would be given their own like bedroom to sleep in, things like that.
Wow. That's extensive. And that person that, so a high profile juror could literally be like any person just getting a mail, something in the mail, or is there like,
It could be
I
any
saw
person. That's
once
how.
there's like
Go ahead.
is there a juror like, not audition, but something deliberate that happens through a selection process, like a different selection process that would occur for high profile cases rather than.
For high profile cases, there is no separate jury selection. However, when you're going through the jury selection, the if you this is for the federal level, that you have 3 preemptive strikes. You can knock out any juror you want for no reason. However, if you have a with cause reason to kick out a juror, like let's say for example, right? Let's say, for example, Donald Trump is on trial for whatever. The guy's being indicted for everything, right? And Hillary Clinton is one of the jurors. Trump can say, hey, look, this was my political adversary, and she paid attorneys to get dirt on me. I want her dismissed with cause. The judge would be like, yeah, okay, we're dismissing Hillary
You almost had me yell at you, Sayba.
Yeah, well, that's why I corrected myself. And well, what specifically was I about to say?
Fabricate.
I was gonna say fabricate, but get dirt on me.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't the Steele dossier fabricated?
No. It
was not
just
fabricated.
it just wasn't properly verified.
It was a statement that was. It was a reckless statement, essentially.
It was yeah, it was not reckless. It was just it was just not properly verified, like a little bit too unvetted, like not like
Okay,
it wasn't.
So they didn't
it
act
wasn't,
with reasonable care.
It wasn't completely unfounded information, but it was just not vetted to the proper extent it should have been.
So
Yeah.
they didn't act with reasonable care,
Yes.
essentially.
Yeah, it was just a little bit impulsive, I guess.
Gotcha.
But
yeah.
But going back to my example,
continue.
But yeah, one more thing. Donald Trump can strike Hillary Clinton. And by the way, this would continue to apply until Trump gets a impartial jury pool. Like this was one of the problems in the Derek Chauvin case. A person who attended and was part of Black Lives Matter's the Black Lives Matter protests, it was lied during that jury selection process and got onto the jury. That was like one of the problems with the Derek Chauvin case.
Yeah.
And by the way, this entire process is called voir dire.
Voir dire, like VOIDER or IER. I've never ever heard that word before, not even one time, and that's surprising.
So here's the exact word how it's spelled: VOIR.
Right now, which is brutal. Sorry. Okay, sorry.
All right, so the term is called voir dire. It's spelled VOIR, then DIR, and it's a preliminary examination of a witness, of a juror, by a judge or counsel, and that's to determine the impartiality.
Literally, this is the worst. I don't know what's going on with my headset, but I literally missed all of that. It said it's a preliminary examination. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, it's a preliminary examination of a witness or a juror by a judge or counsel. So this is what happens during the jury selection process.
Why is this not working?
What's it called? I remember it took. I forgot which case, but in high-profile cases, it usually is tougher for them to find an impartial jury tool because so much of the media is reporting on their case. So the Derek Chauvin case, it was probably very hard for them to find an impartial jury. In my opinion, they shouldn't even have held the trial in near where the incident occurred. They should have moved it because that's essential. Well, the problem is if you move it, but they should have moved the entire trial because there were some screw ups in the Derek Chauvin case. Even though they did convict him, one of the convictions was correct, but the other two were not. Like the felony murder charge, that was incorrect because he's authorized. Well, I don't want to get too much into it, but yeah, even though the Derek Chauvin trial was like fucky, they did reach the correct result because he did commit manslaughter. No reasonable person would think kneeing on someone's neck doesn't cause them death.
Didn't they convict him of murder?
Say that again?
Didn't they convict him of murder?
They convicted him of a it was like a felony murder charge. That's the best way to describe it. There's a specific, so in Minnesota, the statute for it is, they describe essentially felony murder, but it's titled as second degree murder or something like that. And he didn't fall under intentional murder. They put it fell under the subsection of it as, which is if you are committing a crime and you commit a murder while in doing that crime, then it gets classified as immediately murder, which is felony murder. But to answer your questions from like a layperson's perspective, yes, they did find him guilty of, I think it was second degree murder, which is what the statute in Minnesota is titled.
Hey, Kanko.
Yeah.
Did you see Detox's short about us playing Baldur's Gate?
No, I did not.
Please, dude, it's really funny. You should watch it. He did it's the whole fire incident where I ran across the fire. He did a really good job of like capturing the moment, I think. I watched it, I think yesterday or something, but it's actually like pretty fucking funny. Do you want me to pull it up?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, hold up. Here were his convictions, by the way, for Derek Chauvin: unintentional second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. But Minnesota, the way they characterize their murder statutes and manslaughter statutes are weird.
I know.
It's a short, Kinkle.
I know. I was
okay, watching.
I just noticed something. I wanted to look at these. Did he get rated today?
Yes, because he won verbal combat, so yeah, he got rated.
Oh, I was gonna say 97 views. How the fuck? Out of nowhere. I mean, yesterday 8. He's got better editing than both of us. All of his shit is
solid. Watch his short. Nice. Watch his short. That's like literally exactly that.
Watch out for the fire. I suggest jumping over it. Whoop.
Alright, who's not gonna listen to you?
Let's see.
Anyway.
There you go. Nicely done.
Alright, let's wait for the fucking leave.
Big Sharknado, not even close.
She'll level up
and
and
fucking damage from this fire, she's dead.
I hear shout.
Nice.
Guys, I wish I could fucking go see what y'all are doing, but I know if I leave her fucking here, she's gonna die to the fire.
And if you run into the fire, we're kicking you from the game.
You need to jump from here to here.
She's not looking.
Okay, there's a fire. How are you doing this if you're all the way over there?
Alright, wait, no. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it, dude.
Oh, the fuck.
Watch out for the fire. I suggest jumping over it.
Oh my god.
Alright, who's
so funny.
Let's see.
Isn't that good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Fucking hilarious. And he captured, like, I feel like he captured your frustration so well.
Oh my god, that Bastion's an idiot.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
I fucking love that movie.
Yeah, lock us in here, dude.
Yeah, let's go. That's how you counter that shit, dude.
What a laugh.
That was so awesome.
Okay, I just looked at your photo of your setup from a little bit further back. Why don't so you have a boom arm for this Yeti? Why don't you turn the Yeti upside down and like have it hanging in like the corner of your screen where it's sort of far enough away from your face so you can turn the gain up a little bit, but also not have it be distorted because the gain's up, and you also don't have it really in your way.
Oh, that's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, you have it like you have your microphone like up here. You have your microphone like up here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I have a shelf above me. You've seen it, right?
No.
In the photo, you can see it. You can see it in the photo.
I can.
I'm in the closet again. But I'm saying, like, I could latch it to that shelf, right?
Yeah.
And then have it like hanging and pointed down, and I would never have to touch it again.
Yeah. And if you wanted to adjust your camera, you just split your monitors. Mine is in between my two monitors. I'll show you. That way, you adjust your camera, you angle it up a tiny bit, and you can see the
Aesthetically, I don't know if I can cope. Okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna turn my camera off and try that, and then tell me.
Okay.
I'll get it. Don't ignore me. I'll get it set up in the background. Anyways.
I'm hilarious. Did you know that? Did you know that I'm fucking hilarious?
All right. Okay.
Yeah, that's a fact. Bitch.
I literally just fucking read it on Google.
I missed the soundboard.
Was that Avius?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that one. So fun.
Yeah, go to the soundboard, look at Googler. Oh, is that a long screen?
Yeah.
How much does that cost, by the way?
That
I'm thinking
screen.
I want to get one.
That screen is $350.
That was only $350?
It was on sale.
Okay, because when I saw them at Best Buy, one of them was like $1,000. I was probably and it was curved.
Well, this is curved, but that was probably like a 49-inch.
Yeah, it was massive. It was
like it went like around, right? It was like, right? It was big.
It might have been. It was faced vertically.
Yeah. Did it have like a big arch?
Yes.
Yeah, not like a half circle or anything, but like it was pretty fucking curved.
Yeah, I want to get one of those.
Neve, you see that photo I sent?
I'm still moving shit around.
You should take a look at it, even while you're moving shit around. Especially because you're moving shit around, actually.
Okay, ankle. Damn!
What?
That looks fucking cool. This looks like a battle station. This looks like you're into stonks. I like your camera too. What is it attached to?
My camera? It's attached. Hold on. I'll actually show you.
I want to see what the back looks like. Also, I want to see the cable management as well.
It's terrible.
Yeah, mine is bad. It used to be really good when I started. I used to have everything in sleeves. I was using fucking I could use like zap straps. That's how confident I was. Big flex, I know. My but yeah, now I could give a fuck. I'm like, is this gonna catch fire? No, we're good.
Dude, it is. Am I reading the correct time? It's 7:18 a.m.
Yep.
That's fucking cool though. I
Jesus
really
Christ.
like that. It doesn't feel like it to me either. I really like the idea of the two monitors. Like it would never would have occurred to me to put the monitors like that.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's probably one of the best decisions I ever fucking made.
Do you lean in when you sit? Or are you like...
No.
That's super cool.
You know what? Actually, I forgot I could do this.
Okay. I'm turning my mic off for a second. Yo mama.
Is dead. It's 8. It's 8:18 for me, by the way. I sent 3 more photos. They just now sent. Oh, and you know what? I'll send a photo of what the arms for the monitor looks like.
That is a nice setup.
If I had to guess what this entire thing costs, everything together, my microphone, my stand, or my microphone, my boom arm, my camera, all the different stands, the monitors, the lights, the interface, the amp deck, the stream deck, the computer, everything, the desk. If I had to guess what this costs altogether, I think it would be probably somewhere around 8,000. maybe. Something like that. Maybe 9, maybe 7. It's in between 6 and 10. I know that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's call it 8. What the fuck? Okay. Sayba, I have more info that I meant to say earlier about the Trump stuff. January 3rd.
Which?
Oh, wait, hold on.
You mean the preparation leading up to the
yeah
event?
Yeah.
To the insurrection.
Yeah, this is
Oh my
one
god,
of the
I
claims.
did it. Michael, I did it.
You like it?
It's so sick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Turn that
it's
camera
super
on.
sick. I'll show hold on. Let me just double check and see if it's angled properly.
Okay. Okay, so Sayba. January 1st, 2021. Trump called Pence and berated him because he had learned that the vice president had opposed a lawsuit seeking a judicial decision that at the certification, the vice president had the authority to reject or return votes to the state under the Constitution. Pence told Trump he didn't think there was any constitutional authority for that. In response, Trump reportedly told Pence, "You're too honest."
Yeah, I think I've heard that one before regarding conspiracy. One second, he's being charged with conspiracy, right? That he could be prosecuted. I don't even know if conspiracy is the correct thing to go after him because conspiracy means there's an agreement. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, his lawyers and a bunch of other people conspired with him.
Hold up, if his lawyers conspired with him?
Yeah, they were co-conspirators. They were not just counsel. That looks good.
I look shorter now.
You could lower it a little.
No, I mean this is like accurate, I guess.
Do you want to look shorter?
Well, that's what I am. So I'm like, it's like I just want an accurate representation of what I look like. So I guess.
Okay. Where's your microphone?
Oh, it's so sick. Okay, wait. Maybe can I see it if I zoom out? I'm so excited.
Maybe.
No, but you can see the towel I used when I showered earlier. You can kind of see it at the very top of the fucking...
Oh my god. Yeah, it is. It's just like a nipple at the top of your camera.
Well, I know, but I'll never be this zoomed in. Oh. Well, maybe.
That looks better like that.
Okay, but actually it doesn't come down any farther, so I don't want to fuck around. Does the audio sound different?
It sounds a little better. It sounds like distant, but not bad distant, like good distant.
Huh. Okay.
It sounds like you're not like right up on your microphone, but it sounds like if you would be right up on your microphone, it'd be bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm satisfied with this. I think it's just I wish I could take my thing down a little lower, but it's probably good.
What? If you could take what down a little lower?
Like, okay, so what my camera is secured to is technically like a tripod, and it's probably like the length of like one of my arms. and basically it just sits on top. And the tripod's cool because like if I just use the camera normally, like a real camera, then I would just like sit it up and make it really tall or whatever. But it only goes so small, and this is as small as I could get it on sitting on the desk, basically. The only other thing I have to secure to my camera is also the arm for my Yeti, which I should probably just buy another one, but I just keep forgetting.
Cankle,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the statute.
Well, I haven't really prioritized
and
it because I made it work kind of.
You said earlier that Trump conspired with his lawyers. Did his lawyers specifically state? Did they which did they state? Did they state we're going to defraud the United States, or did they state this is for the purpose of challenging the election?
They
what did
helped,
they what was
they
the
helped,
lawyer's statement?
They helped make calls and act in accordance with the conspiracy. They weren't just telling him what to do this. They were acting and helping him. Like
When they were acting and helping him.
They were calling states and assisting in getting the fake elector slates forged.
Okay, when they did that, was it for purposes of challenging the election, or was the purposes of it to defraud the United States?
Purposes to defraud.
What was the purpose? To defraud. Okay, if that's the case, is there any records of the lawyers saying that? Because I'm looking at the statute.
Do you need
right now,
a confession for them to be a conspirator?
No, not necessarily. However, you're gonna have to give some type of extrinsic evidence that let me read the statute. If two or more people conspire to commit any offense against the United States or to defraud the United States or any agency thereof in any manner or for the purpose, and one or more of such persons do not do any act to affect the object of conspiracy. So basically, the lawyers in their own head have to have knowledge that they're doing this to defraud.
Shut the back check. That's like...
And it has to be two or more persons.
Never mind.
That's the thing. So here they're only prosecuting Trump. Where is the other co-conspirator? Because I'm looking at the Jack Smith's indictment, right? For the district court, DC district court for the District of Columbia. That's in front of Judge Chotkins. One of the first count, and arguably his strongest one, is 18 USC 371. They should indict one of his. I don't know why they're not indicting the lawyers, because they're co-conspirators. But
take a guess why they're not
Donald
indicting them.
I'm guessing they flipped.
America.
Did they flipped? So
yes.
Did they? Are they stating we did this with the? Are they stating, or are they giving any evidence to the effect that?
Have you checked? Have you listened to Mark Meadows' testimony?
I have not. That's why I'm asking questions.
You should look at Mark Meadows' testimony. Actually, I don't know if there was testimony yet. Hold on.
I've had Baldur's Gate open for like hours and I haven't even touched it yet.
Nice. Meadows has said he's been given immunity and has said that behind closed doors he was telling Trump repeatedly that it was obvious that they did not win. and Trump stated the opposite and followed through on actions that were...
This is the part where the mens rea has to come in. Just because you're told you're wrong doesn't necessarily negate your beliefs.
What if you're
That's the
told you're
problem.
wrong
So
by everyone around you?
then you still continue. You could still have a genuine, well, not genuine. You could still have a belief what you're doing. You're just delusional at that point.
So it's
That's the problem.
either you have the proof that he knows he's doing something wrong, or he pleads insanity, right?
No, plead insanity. That's way different. You have to be able to. You have to be able to introduce into evidence that he knew what he was representing was
How do you do that?
false. That he did not have a belief in it. And he was just saying that to try to overturn the election. Like that's one of the things that the Jack Smith is going to have to prove, and then he's going to have to introduce. How do you do that? It can be done in many ways. It can be done in many ways. One is a confession. Obviously, a confession. Two is, let's see, a confession to a prosecutor. Two is maybe he can get the children to maybe Donald Trump says something to one of his children. Other than that, let's see. The confession is the one off the top of my head. Let's see. Good faith belief. Oh,
what's up, guys?
Another one is habitual patterns.
Oh, that's good. They're shit out of me. I'm still have your stream open.
Sorry, I didn't mean to play it.
Yeah, that's on my to watch list. I watched part of it earlier today, but I couldn't get through all of it because I was doing other stuff. But a second one is habitual patterns. That is another way to negate someone's good faith belief. What else? Those are the only two I could think of off the top of my head. But if I do some research, I could probably pull up at least one or two more. But you have to introduce evidence that goes towards the mental state. That's the thing, because I think all of us can agree Donald Trump is crazy. Like, he doesn't think like a normal person. If he doesn't think like a normal person, then he's most likely to believe the election was stolen. That's the crazy problem, though. We've never elected a crazy person to be president.
I mean, there's sure to be a couple personality disorders in the last 10 or so. You don't think?
Those are aberrations in one's character versus the entire person being an aberration.
Damn. Okay. I don't know what
that
you
is.
just
Oh,
fucking
Dark
said,
Magician.
but-
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I don't know what you just said, but it sounded fucking. It sounded.
Okay, that's nice. Look at that Dark Magician. That is a cool Dark Magician. You know, I should probably go leave a comment on that. One sec.
Oh, these are cool.
Yeah, I have that Dark Magician. My Yu-Gi-Oh cards are right over there in my closet.
Does he take the plastic off? No, right?
Probably not.
He just rips it in half, the whole thing.
That tin's only $15.
Oh, this one was from a month ago. No, I saw this one already.
Whatever you want to call them. 25th anniversary. It only gives you 3. I kind of making me wish I bought more of the tins if it's only giving me 3 of them. So let's see how it ends up.
He unboxed what's it called? More cards, I believe.
There's no real
today. I was watching a live stream.
In a particular way. I think you just kind of crack them open and go for it. So, Boundary of the Judge Dragon.
Is it?
Under discharge.
Damn, Detox already has 50 subscribers.
Weapons of Ku Klux.
Last time I looked, he was in like the 30s.
Romance are prevented.
That's fucking awesome. He might have gotten a bunch today. I hope he did.
They were on the Empress Alasia. Sunlit Sentinel. We like card. Hold on to that bad boy. Smoke Mosquito.
Rooney, his lawyers are pretty fucking incompetent, to be fair.
Dragon Pendulum.
Trumps?
Yeah.
The problem is they're having to represent someone who
Geek
never
Boy.
has learned to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and they're dumb. They're also pretty fucking stupid,
Looking for
to be
dragons.
fair.
I would need to listen to them to,
Starlit Pepper.
to hear what they're saying.
Well,
because,
Alina Haba doesn't know how to shut the fuck up either. She's going on a bunch of shows just talking.
Returnia.
well, what she's doing is setting up.
19.
She's
doesn't
setting
need
up
to be
a
going on
decent
PBD
appeal.
podcast.
Well, she's doing that to build a reputation to get other clients. But let me put it to you this way: if she is creating a presumption that the judge is not impartial, the higher court could say, "Hey, look, even if this attorney is saying things negative about bringing up adversary facts, saying things negative, and pointing out your bias, you as a judge are supposed to be acting impartial because it comes with the territory of being a judge." Now, but we do know realistically, it's gonna piss off the judge. You don't say shit that pisses off the judge, but this attorney already knows that things are against her. But she shouldn't be talking about the judge, obviously.
W. Gaba.
Like, does that make sense?
W. Gaba. W. Gaba.
Or no.
You're such a
Let me
fucking
explain.
lawyer,
Maybe if that doesn't make any sense, I can explain it one more time.
You know what does make sense, Sayba?
What?
That you're a homo.
Excellent.
W gave up. Wait, he's taking the plastic off.
Yeah,
Speaking of homos,
of
Look
the
how
packs.
smooth they are.
Of
Look
the
how smooth
packs.
they
You can take
are.
the plastic off the packs because you're opening the packs. Just don't take the plastic off like the single ones.
No.
Speaking of homos,
look, every
Cankle,
time he touches this card, it's losing value. Every single
Not
card.
true.
He should be using tweezers.
That's not true. The tweezers would damage them.
I was just thinking that too. Yeah. This is cool though. Very nostalgic.
it used to be considered defamation
did
per
you see
se
this?
if you
He
accuse
got
someone
a
of being a
Pokemon.
homo.
He got a Pokemon.
Did you see this card yet, Neve?
Yes, he showed it to us
I
earlier.
did
Remember we
show
had that
you.
whole card discussion. And
I didn't know if you
yeah,
were
so then we
here.
Googled all that stuff.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, I didn't know if you were here for that. I have a bad memory. Okay, Jesus.
Let's
I
Saba
feel like
interject.
fucking with a 4x4.
Saba has to fight for mic time like everyone else.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I already stated what I wanted to say. Yeah. But yeah, considering it used to be before 2020 that accusing someone of being a homosexual was defamation per se. But
Saba, I
is that
fucking
really
hate
funny?
you bastard. This the fact that you just said that because I called you a homo. That's so funny.
That
You're
is so funny,
hilarious.
yeah.
That's funny as fuck.
You want to, but here's the thing: calling someone a homosexual still could be considered it still might be actionable because it falls under the elements. But then again, because the reason why is because homosexuality back then was, looked down upon. But now, especially given Boystock v. Clayton, the Supreme Court decision, they are protected under the Civil Rights Act and in employment discrimination cases. So it's not really considered defamation per se anymore. It's not, because in defamation per se, simply stating the statement means damages are presumed. You're automatically entitled to money if you can show the statement was published. Rude mud crap. Yeah, my voice doesn't match, but yeah.
You're not the only one, dude. You're not the only one.
Join the club.
Join the club.
Does my voice match?
we swap voices.
Nice answer.
I don't know. Ooh. I've accepted my voice, but you kind of insulted Sayba.
I got you.
Who did?
You want to know? What? Who? What?
Who did?
It was a joke.
Me?
Mud Crab.
Oh, Mud Crab.
No, Mud Crab.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just fucking around with Mud Crab.
Well, I want to ask this: if you don't talk a lot, does your voice lose its deepness? Like if you don't talk for extended periods of time, does your voice become softer?
Hey, are you trying to make
I don't know,
excuses?
It would be
I'm not
too
try to make
beneficial to
excuses.
society
I'm
for
When
me
I
to
was in
not
law
talk,
school,
so-
it was very rare I would speak outside of class. I'd just be in my room studying or playing video games. I would not be surprised if I went an entire day without speaking.
Mud Crab, you son of a bitch. How dare you be that
What?
accurate?
Oh.
What? He said I sound
You too
fat.
slow.
Also, I don't sound fat. By the way, I don't sound fat. I don't sound like my voice is choking on itself. Okay?
Wild.
You know who's another attorney that at least theoretically have his license up for review, whether or not he should be disciplined, is the district attorney that's in Alvin Bragg that's indicting Trump in New York. Because when he ran for prosecutor, because in New York you have to run for prosecutor to become prosecutor, it's an election process. He said, if you vote me into office, I will go and prosecute Trump. That's a big problem. Prosecutors cannot go in with, potential prosecutors can't go in with the intent to prosecute someone and weaponize the law against a particular person, especially when the previous prosecutor did not want to prosecute Trump and rendered it said that I don't think there's enough evidence here to convict him.
I don't believe you.
Okay, so let me give you an example, right? No, I'm just kidding. I know you're messing around.
Okay, please. I was gonna say, please. For the love of God.
What God?
I think a person's voice is probably similar to the voice of the people they converse with the most. That's because, okay, so that's honestly because of mirroring, but mirroring is just an excuse for not having your own personality. I'm just kidding. But, okay, so I think, what is it, the 7th today? Oh, the 6th?
It is January 6th.
So,
yes.
I don't know
Hopefully
how
80s.
frequent. Well, I don't know how frequent this is, but starting on the 9th, this is kind of wild. I start doing the one-on-one like voice training with a speech pathologist. What would you guys do if like after the first session I just came back and I sounded like fucking I don't know, who would be really fucking funny?
Princess.
Who?
Princess.
Oh my god.
Oh, that'd be. Dude. Oh,
my
We need
God,
to invite
dude.
Princess on.
That would be so great.
Princess is
Dude, but
hilarious.
I've heard Princess's real voice though.
Yeah, we've heard her real voice. She does. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. She comes in here, right?
Yeah.
She came in here once waiting for you.
I don't think I've heard her serious
My
one.
voice deeper. Dude, that'd be so brutal. I come back sounding like a fucking troll. No, they get on the call with me or whatever and they just fucking hang up. They're like, sorry, there's only so much we can do.
You should get like a voice changer and do that fucking meet me again. And see how people react to different voices.
No, it would get so uncomfortable so quickly.
Yeah.
Actually, like, I think that my voice is a good natural, like, defense mechanism sometimes, because I feel like if they didn't sound like this and I was on a site like that, then I would have to swerve more, like, uncomfortable situations. And I feel like, yeah, sometimes it's easier to just talk and be like, honestly, than to have to like wiggle my way out of some like awkward ass person who's like coming on to you. I don't know. It's uncomfortable. It's not that it's uncomfortable generally. It's my comfortable. It's okay, what I am comfortable with. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if that made any sense. Just thanks for being nice to me though. I'm pretty sure.
I'm curious, is it more because it's like you don't seem as like emotional, you're kind of monotone, or is it that you have a deeper voice? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. Wait, say that again.
Well, you were saying it's like a good kind of defense mechanism. So I was curious if it was because like in debates or whatnot, you kind of come across like nothing bothers you because you don't have like a lot of emotion in your voice for a lot of the time.
That's cool. I didn't know that. I should be more. But okay.
It makes shit that you say so much funnier when you have like a random comment that you just fucking throw in there. Because it's just like people are like so serious sometimes, and you just fucking throw the most random shit in.
Okay, no, but what I was gonna say is that right now I feel uncomfortable with like the odd compliment here is fine, but generally speaking, I feel uncomfortable with that type of energy. Like just right now, or with the state I'm in. So changing my voice being what it is, I'm like, okay, yeah, it would be there are benefits to like me sounding more feminine. But then also there's pros and cons, and one of the pros would be like an easy out of those circumstances. Sometimes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see
but
what
then
you
it
mean.
becomes a bluff situation too, where like I'll say something like, "Oh hey, what's up?" And then a lot of guys just like Scooby-Doo run the other way, which is hilarious. Like, don't get me wrong, that will never get old. But then the other thing too is like when they call your bluff, and then that sucks. But yeah, anyways.
It is also funny too how so many people thought like it wasn't your voice. They're just like, "Oh, you've got a guy there talking for you, right?"
Some guy, okay, some girl or some guy was convinced that I was lip syncing my boyfriend who was behind me. I was like,
yeah.
Can you imagine how impressive that would be? Like I was like, do you know what the logistics of doing something that would be, or like the what? The choreography?
And you're like responding to their questions too, so it's not like a rehearsed thing.
Yeah, true. How would they? Well, I guess they couldn't technically be there with like another monitor, just like watching. I guess, but no way.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
I've also had people come to my streams and then like, this one's funny. I've had people come to my streams with like, and accuse me of faking that I'm playing kind of thing. Cause they're like, there's in the past, there's been women who basically are just like there for the camera and then somebody else plays the game. I don't know if this is common anymore. I feel like women can at least, most women can at least play like, actually, you know what, a variety of games. But the point that I'm trying to make here is there's like a thought out there that women don't play any games at all and they're just here to exploit gamers, right?
It's a true statement.
50% of Nintendo Switch owners are gamers. Around 50%
of that, Sayba. That didn't make any sense. Okay, of course they're gamers. They own a Switch.
No. 50% of the women. 50% of people who own Nintendo Switch are women.
Yes, you said are gamers.
Well,
at first.
women. Okay.
Oh yeah, I misspoke. My bad. But that is
I don't
surprising
remember
to
what I was
me.
gonna say. What was I just saying? Ryan, do you remember?
Oh God.
No, okay,
in
no,
games
never mind.
when you're talking, where it's like,
Like women are not gamers; that they're here to exploit the fan base.
Okay, I've been criticized for that. Like some guy came into my chat and was trying to call me out for that. I was like, dude, no, I'm sitting here in this Overwatch match, me seething at the other team. What makes you think I'm not doing this? I'm sitting here like stressed. What do you mean?
yeah, that's fucking weird.
So stupid. Yeah, but anyways, it doesn't like it's not like it's just weird. That's it. I don't get it. I don't feel that type of way about it, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know. Certain guys get pretty upset over that. They're just like, oh, fucking women are only here because they're a woman, not because they actually play games.
True. That no, I'm an Overwatch streamer first, guys, and I just so happen to fucking talk a lot. That's it. Sometimes.
Well, I think the first time I watched your stream when you were playing Overwatch, I was like watching it and I'm like, oh damn, this isn't like a person that just says they play Overwatch. It's just like they actually play it.
I'm fucking degenerate when it comes to that game. I've been playing Overwatch.
Oh, so is the Kicker Keep going to be on January 6th mostly?
Nope.
Not
That's
on that
today.
January 6th date. No, it's this Monday, right?
No, it's not. It's 15th.
Oh, sorry.
15th.
The topic.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Thanks, Rock. It's been a year since they tried to take the capital.
Oh yeah, happy anniversary.
2 years.
2 years. 2 years.
Who?
Yeah.
It was 2021.
Wow.
Oh wait, no, 3 years. I'm sorry.
Really?
It was 2021. Yeah.
Oh man, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, dumbass. I'm kidding.
Dude, sorry I'm not up on America.
Yeah, stupid fucking Canuck. Why don't you go drink some maple syrup and
To be fair,
fucking smoke some
America is
beers?
not up on America.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I can't even believe that like we're literally gonna have an election that he's running in again. It's fucking crazy.
Oh, you want to hear something even crazier?
People are gonna vote for him.
There's even something crazier than that. Well, I don't know, maybe just as crazy, if not nearly as crazy. If Trump wanted to, he pulls out a gun, shoots someone on Fifth Avenue, or some random person.
Oh my
he's
God,
still
no
eligible to run for president of the United States.
No way.
Yeah, there's already precedent for that.
Correct.
Are you saying
Is
that
there
just
really?
to be I'm being serious. Yeah. Someone ran for president while in his jail cell and got over 100,000 votes.
Damn, when was that? A while ago?
Many years ago, like decades. Might have been even 100 years ago. Let me find it.
It's like fucking back when they were using muskets and shit.
I don't think it's that far. Yeah, here it is. In 1920, Eugene V. Debs. I think this is it. Yeah, let's see. A prisoner ran for president. Presidential party polled nearly 1 million. In an election of 1920, Eugene V. Debs, the Socialist Party presidential candidate, polled nearly 1 million votes without ever hitting the campaign trail. Yeah, this is primaries. So
Almost
yeah.
1 million votes in 1920 in a jail cell.
I heard political talk from so I
Crazy.
was summoned.
All right, well here you are. Well, are you off today?
We need
or
to start calling you
or-
Gravius.
Let me double check my vacation. I will literally
Okay.
find out right now.
We've been talking about January 6th stuff the entire time.
Based.
Well, mostly.
Did you see Joe Biden had a new speech?
Yeah, it was pretty
He,
based.
I know he had talked about Trump and said Trump is put out some tweets and stuff like that.
Was it actually a good speech?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't watch the entirety of the speech.
Honestly, it's a good speech.
I'll have to watch
For a Biden speech, it's a good speech. There's a part where, okay, the biggest
For
mistake...
a Biden speech, what does that mean?
You know what I mean?
For a Biden speech, it was probably the greatest fucking speech he could have ever given. Like, it would have been like a mid Obama speech, but a fucking incredible Joe Biden speech.
Okay.
But no, the biggest mistake that not Obama, fuck, now I'm Trump. No, the biggest mistake that Biden made while giving his speech is there's a part where he goes to call Trump a sick son of a bitch, but he says, what a sick, and then like he stops and he clenches his fists and he waits a second before continuing. And I was just thinking to myself, nah, you should just let that shit run. Like, could you imagine a clip of Joe Biden just saying, what a sick son of a bitch regarding Trump, because he was talking about how Trump started laughing, talking about the dude who tried to kill Nancy Pelosi after breaking into her home. And he was saying he finds that shit funny. What a sick son of a bitch. But he just stopped himself from saying the son of a bitch part.
That would have been
he said
hella
that in
funny
his speech?
soundbite.
You made that
Oh, no.
Yeah, I put it in the chat with a timestamp, if you look in general chat.
Oh, nice.
By the way, Avius, you saw my writ of you saw the writ of certiorari, right?
Yeah, I read that, and that's when I got it confirmed that this is going to be regarding the 14th Amendment, which, okay,
Yeah.
Trump is going to get fucked. And if he doesn't get fucked, the Supreme Court is not upholding the Constitution. Because when it comes to legal scholars that I've been looking into, every legal scholar that isn't horribly biased on the side of the conservatives say, yes, Donald Trump did commit an insurrection when it comes to the United States Constitution.
No, he did not.
What a cum slut.
Okay.
Not only that, let me ask.
Do you know all the facts of January 6th?
No, he does not.
He's I only know I know the facts that are pertinent to the thing.
Every legal scholar that actually learns every detail of January 6th, unless they're a fucking conservative hack, says, okay, yeah, no, the motherfucker obviously did insurrection. Because there is no fucking doubt that Donald Trump had malicious intent with every goddamn thing that he did in every aspect that he knew he was not certified.
Insurrection has to be violent. Insurrection has to be violent.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, you have to prove that he incited the violence, and not only that, he doesn't. Not only that, the Supreme Court most likely is going to overrule Colorado's decision. There's a reason why.
Would him putting out a tweet calling Pence a coward and a traitor as he saw the gallows that they erected, chanting "Hang Pence," would tweeting an inflammatory tweet about Pence when that happened be inciting violence?
What if you had
because here's the thing, whenever you put out a generalized tweet, most likely not, because it needs to be immediate. What do you mean generalized? He put out a tweet to literally everyone in the world.
Oh.
Okay, Sayba, I promise
This is the law in Brandenburg versus Ohio.
If you look at every detail that took place on January 6th, there is no fucking doubt that what Donald Trump did was an insurrection. With every minuscule detail of what he did, the actions he took, the people he spoke to, everything.
Wait, insurrection does not require violence.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't require
That's not
violence.
true.
The part that they're trying to get him on insurrection right now, it was what I was originally saying.
They're trying to get him on incitement.
No. They're not
incitement.
incitement. That's what Colorado is trying to get him on, but that's not where they're arguing he committed insurrection. Now, that might be what comes up in the Supreme Court, since that is the Colorado decision they're going off of, but the original reason why Colorado was saying he broke the 14th Amendment didn't have to do with him inciting violence. It has nothing.
Yes, it did. It's in the decision. They mentioned Brandenburg v. Ohio.
No, it has to do with incitement, but it has nothing to do with violence. It has to do with inciting the insurrection. But an insurrection doesn't have to be violent. Violence. An insurrection can also be overthrowing a democratic process.
No, I'm just telling. Let me give you an example. If I point a gun at you and I tell you, do X, Y, and Z, is that violence?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Exactly. Trump, they're accusing Trump of incitement of violence, which is violence in and of itself. That's the problem.
Okay,
which is the Brandenburg v. Ohio test.
With everything that happened on January 6th, January 6th itself was directly orchestrated by Donald Trump. Without Donald Trump at the helm, January 6th would have never fucking happened and would have just been a normal day in history that no one would have cared about. Donald Trump orchestrated every aspect of January. Well, not every aspect, that's a over-exaggeration. But without Donald Trump, January 6th would not have happened. He is the thing that caused January 6th.
Part of an insurrection is that it has to be violence. That's
and
in the 14th Amendment.
Officers were killed.
That's not true.
7 police officers were killed from the direct incitement of Donald Trump.
Part of insurrection does not require violence. There is not even a consistent no. There isn't a consistent definition of insurrection.
Okay, then give me an example where it's not violence. Give me an example that applies to Section 3 of the 14th
Okay, you
insurrection
do know,
means
like,
overthrowing the government. It doesn't mean violently overthrowing the government.
Hey, but I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
How were people...
No,
there was plenty of people in the Civil War that were deemed insurrectionists that never took place in the Civil War. They just happened to live in the South. We had this conversation our first time we talked about this, Sayba, and you established that. That establishes that no, violence is not a part of insurrection whatsoever. Being on the wrong side of history determines whether or not you're an insurrectionist in the terms of the United States.
And they also use material aid and comfort. Whenever you're giving material aid and comfort,
yes,
you participate.
Trump obviously gave comfort to everyone at January 6th, and then he said repeatedly that if he gets the chance, he's going to pardon everyone that was involved with January 6th.
Did he say that while he was giving the speech? Did he say that while during the speech? Did he say that during the speech? Once you go commit the violence, I'm going to pardon you.
No,
that is not incitement.
Literally
that is not
the day after.
Then what he said in that moment is not incitement. Incitement means, according to Brandenburg v. Ohio, it means you have to incite someone.
I am going to fucking like speed read the entire events of January 6th. And if you really want to have this debate, you will get fucking blindsided because you will realize just how much Donald Trump fucked up that day. Because the thing is, I didn't realize how much he fucked up that day until I started rewatching the goddamn the January 6th hearings that they did. And then even I was surprised by the level of bullshit.
The January 6th hearings, a lot of those testimony would be thrown out. A lot of them are inadmissible under hearsay.
How so?
How so? As in, just because you heard something doesn't necessarily mean you could repeat it in court. There are rules regarding hearsay.
No, these are people.
Oh shit!
A lot of these are people testifying exactly what Donald Trump told them, or what advisors of Donald Trump told them. That's what a lot of these testimonies are. These are direct orders that they're giving as testimony.
If that's it can only apply to firsthand knowledge. Not only that, even the dissenting Colorado justices.
That's what most of them are. They are testifying firsthand knowledge of what they would have had. That the January 6th.
Not according to the dissenters.
That's the thing, Sayba. I used to think the
Not
January
according
6th
to the Colorado
was a fucking joke, right? I thought the January 6th hearing was a fucking joke.
It was
and I used
political
to shit
theater.
on it.
They had it right before the midterms.
No, Sayba, I could show
They had
you
it
like
right before the
14
midterm for a
fucking
reason.
TikToks of me saying we don't need January 6th hearings. This is fucking retarded. We need to talk about inflation, right? I used to be right there with you. Now, I don't even think they should.
I don't even think they should not have. I don't mind if they have the January 6th hearings. The problem is if they're going to have them, they should be conducted impartially. They did not do it impartially. They held it right before the
conducted
midterms
impartially.
for political theater for the midterms. That's the reason why they had. That's the reason why
you
they
are
scheduled
literally
that all the way
you
out.
are buying conservative talking points right now. When you are buying that, you are literally discrediting the actual good fucking work that the January 6th committee did. When you are saying that, you are shitting on a committee that actually is trying to uphold the Constitution while you are fucking shitting on it and letting Donald Trump shit on it as well. That's what you are doing right now. Because you are saying that no, this is not true when they actually did put in the fucking work and you haven't even tried to read it.
Avius, I'm gonna be frank with you right now.
Yes.
You're sounding like you're just moralizing like a leftist.
Absolutely.
Relax.
I'm a moralizing leftist.
Just do logic shit.
Not only that, do you?
Fuck that. Don't do that.
All right, yes, okay.
I am the Avius Whisperer. Okay, guys.
Let me be very clear with insurrection. Insurrection has to be related to violence at the very least. And not only that, the extent of what Trump did on January 6th has to be contained to that specific event. You can't say...
demonstrate
I'm confused.
Demonstrate. Okay, so he gave his speech. He gave his speech to the people right there and then, right? It was very hyperbolic.
No. Demonstrate to me that an insurrection has to be violent.
Demonstrate that an insurrection has
show
to be
me the
violent?
law. Yeah, show me the law. Because I can show you law that would say opposite, that would say words like incitement, and then you have to question what does the words like incitement mean in a legal context of the U.S. government. But you are specifically saying that no, it has to be violent. So since I can point to laws that say the opposite, show me the laws that specifically say it has to be violent.
All right, one sec. Pull it up. All right.
And while you
So
do
you're
that,
looking for
I'm
a
going
definition
to-
that defines it, right?
Yeah, while you do that, I'm just going to
defines
look
it.
up the 14th Amendment.
Okay, well, I have the federal statute for insurrection. I know it off the top of my head. Is 18 USC 2383. The problem is, I'm going to read it out loud. Whoever incites, sets foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto. That's the problem. It doesn't define what insurrection is.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing, though.
The
problem is
exactly. That's what they're trying to get him on. It doesn't. There is no specific definition of insurrection because when you look at any historical archives of when people were writing the laws of insurrection, they never wanted the laws of insurrection to be specific because going back to Thomas Jefferson writing the Insurrection Act of 1807, they know insurrection can take 100 different forms, and all insurrections will threaten the U.S. Constitution. That's going all the way back to Thomas Jefferson.
The 1807 Insurrection Act only applied to, it was created for the purpose of suppressing violent insurrections. That's why it was created. It gave the president authority to deploy the National Guard. That's the purpose of it. It says it on Wikipedia, even.
Yes, but Thomas Jefferson literally created it so he could arrest Aaron Burr, a man who hadn't had any violent uprisings up to that point, but it was Thomas Jefferson writing letters to Congress asking Congress, do I have any constitutional authority to lock this motherfucker in jail? They said, no, you don't. So his response to that was writing the Insurrection Act of 1807. The only thing was the Insurrection Act of 1807 was never used on Aaron Burr because Aaron Burr was arrested 2 weeks before the law went into effect.
If you're telling me that insurrection applies because they were looking to use it to abuse
what I'm arguing right now is the
that's
term of
not a-
insurrection has always been left vague within the United States legal code on purpose.
No, insurrection is pretty narrow. Insurrection cannot simply mean you... Okay, let me give you an example, right? I want to start a... What's something that... I want to start a pornography company for the purpose of hurting men in general. And that has to be against a government facility. Let's see. So the problem
Saba?
is
Hang
the
on,
definition
Saba?
of insurrection means everything that hurts the government, as
Saba,
long as you have
I
the intent to do
promise you,
so.
if there was a definition, hang on, if there
It
was a
doesn't have to be
definition of
overthrow.
insurrection,
It
I
just
would
has
know
to be
it.
an attempt. It just
I
has to
have
be an attempt
spent-
in insurrection.
I have spent the last month looking up every fucking phrase I could think of to try to find a concrete, succinct definition of insurrection in the United States, and there is not one. Period. We do not have a concrete definition of insurrection. In fact, there's 5 different laws that would tell you 5 different ways to come to the conclusion that something's an insurrection. It is purposely left vague because insurrection itself can take many different forms against the US government.
Okay, would you consider Trump in the electorate scheme to be insurrection? Would you consider that
Categorically
insurrection?
so.
Why isn't he being charged with insurrection criminally?
Why wasn't most of the people after the Civil War charged with insurrection?
Because this law was created back in 1948. So the
Okay,
Insurrection Act of 18 U.S.C. 2383 was created in 1948. I'm looking at the law right now. I'll tell you why the reason. The reason why is because he didn't engage in an insurrection.
No,
if he did,
didn't.
Jack Smith would be prosecuting him for it.
Saba, is Jack Smith not trying to prosecute him for it right now?
No, not for insurrection.
He's literally trying to get
He's
him
not
on
being
fake
prosecuted.
No, Saba, what you're saying is categorically wrong. Donald Trump is literally in court for like fucking 6 different cases about the fake electors.
This is all the charges that Jack Smith is indicting him for, the conspiracy.
Okay, isn't he
These
already
are all
indicted for
conspiracy
the
charges.
Georgia thing though? Isn't he already indicted in all the states
That's the
for
RICO
all of
case.
his fake? Yeah, so like all of his fake elector schemes, he's already being charged for. So he doesn't have to get pursued by someone else. He's already getting pursued by that. That's probably why Jack Smith hasn't tried to charge him. There's other people that are already going after the charges.
That's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty standard?
Avius,
in the
is he
US?
being charged?
No.
Is he being charged with insurrection right now? Yes or no?
No,
he's not. The answer is very easy.
Am
He is not.
I
I've looked
I would
through all
say
of the
yes.
indictments.
No, I would
What do you
say
mean, yes? Indictment is a charge. Indictment
Okay.
is a charge.
Okay, Saba.
It's a
the thing
federal
is,
crime.
People are saying the way he committed insurrection was by subverting the Constitution through the fake elector scheme, right? So if he's
They're
found
wrong. Those are
guilty on the fake
non-lawyers.
elector scheme, that means he's committed insurrection. Therefore, he would also be guilty of insurrection. So the fake
No, he
elector
would not
scheme
be.
is them trying to determine whether or not he's an insurrectionist.
Let me state something that is categorically true. Even if Trump gets prosecuted of all the crimes Jack Smith is prosecuting him for, even if he gets prosecuted for them, he could still become president.
Yeah, I'm not saying
None of them
I
are
didn't-
insurrection. None of them are insurrection. If he were to get prosecuted, though, of 18 U.S.C. 2383, which is the insurrection statute, and other lawyers will say this, Pisco, other YouTube lawyers, then he cannot run for president.
Okay, Saba, you know everything
If
that
he got
happened on January 6th, right?
What?
I know everything to the extent that's covered in the Colorado decision.
Okay. So, of what you know of January 6th, you do not think that Trump has any illegality whatsoever of the situation, that it's not ill intent, it's not an insurrection, it's nothing of those lines.
When you say January 6th, you mean the insurrection that occurred?
Yeah,
the
like
riot?
the insurrection. Yeah, like does Trump play any part in that?
Is he culpable? Is he criminally responsible?
Yeah, is he culpable at whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
Why do you say that?
The reason why is none of his speech constitutes as incitement of insurrection or even violence.
I just think that's an insane statement. I don't understand how that's.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. His entire hyperbole is perfectly allowed under the freedom of speech.
Who says it's hyperbole?
That's the law.
Saba.
Who says
Trump.
it's hyperbole?
We need to fight like hell. That's hyperbole. Fight like hell. We have weak leaders. This is all hyperbolic language.
I don't know. I feel like you're a little bit biased I feel like, Saba, you're like the defensive Democrat that's like very biased in the fact that you don't want to like see Trump as the bad guy. Where I think if
called
you
him a
actually,
fucking
if you,
retard, and
yeah, no,
earlier,
you've called, but that's the thing. There was 2 judges that decided on the Colorado case that said, nah, we don't think this is wrong. We think this is wrong, and we don't think Trump did anything wrong.
You mean the Supreme Court of Colorado?
Yeah, like the Supreme Court of Colorado. It also has dissenting Democrats, right? But at the
It
end of
was
the day,
4-3
I believe
decision.
I believe
It was a 4-3 decision.
that the Colorado decision is the correct decision when it comes to the 14th Amendment. But there's even people on the
Why-
Supreme Court that disagrees with me on that. But they were the dissenting opinion, and that's why it got passed through the Supreme Court.
Why is it they stayed their decision? Why is it they're not applying it to Trump if they're so confident?
What do you mean?
In their decision, right?
Wait,
If you
count 3
read the
isn't a
decision, the
conspiracy
Supreme.
charge.
Oh yeah, that one's an obstruction. But the 3 of them are conspiracy. The 3rd one is obstruction. Wait. Are you looking at the one in D.C. of Columbia?
Yes.
Okay, Saba, I have a question.
Well, no, hold up. I want to ask this question.
Okay, yeah, ask your question.
I want to ask this one question.
What's up?
If the Colorado Supreme Court was so confident in their decision, why is it they stayed their decision and said Trump can still appear on the Colorado ballot? And we're going to see what the Supreme Court says. Why is it they did that if they're so confident and they made the right decision?
My guess, they were absolutely terrified of being fucking murdered by MAGA
No,
extremists.
they're going to get they're going to get threats either way, just simply for writing that decision.
Oh yeah, I agree. But don't you think it would have been worse
Whether
if
or not.
they didn't if they wouldn't have, stunted the blow, it would have probably been a lot worse for them, and that probably would have been something that they would have thought about. But if they do agree with me and they think they are upholding the Constitution, they would have made the decision anyway. They just might have tried to subvert the damage.
No, for lay people, they're going to look at it as Trump is disqualified from the ballots, and all of the media reported Trump is not allowed to run in Colorado.
But
it wasn't until much later that Trump appeared on the ballot. That's why I mentioned this to you in the general chat, Avius. You said that Trump is disqualified from the ballots, and I had to correct you. Wrong. It has no legal effect.
Hang on, Saba. But here's the thing. If they were trying to go after Trump for political reasons, why would they have made a weak-ass decision?
Well, not for political reasons. There's underlying motives.
Yeah. Why would they have made... Okay, if it was at all political and if they were trying to, throw a wrench at Trump, why would they have not have gone hard? Why did they do the weak decision, right? Because you're saying they gave the weak decision, but your argument is they're going after Trump politically. But if they're going after Trump politically, it would make no sense to give a weak deposition afterwards. Not deposition. Decision, not deposition.
Decision.
Yeah, decision.
I'm not understanding your argument. You're telling me if they have underlying motives, why are they being weak?
Yeah, if they had underlying motives, why wouldn't they have came out with a stronger backing behind it, where they're just like, no, fuck this dude absolutely broke the Constitution, he's never allowed on the fucking Colorado ballot ever again. Why didn't they go that route if it was political?
Because they're not
in fact,
that
I would say everything about this, the court has been trying to make this as unpolitical as they could, to the extent that the first judge had to say that the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to the office of the president.
Yeah, it doesn't apply. In fact, there's a Supreme Court decision that says the presidency is not an office.
That is categorically wrong. No, that is categorically wrong.
The Supreme Court says otherwise. The Supreme Court found in Free Enterprises versus Public Accounting Board.
Hang on, is the president a part of the executive branch?
He is the executive branch.
Precisely, exactly. So of course,
so that means it's not an office.
Okay, Saba, if the 14th Amendment applies to a fucking sheriff, how would it not apply to the president? Because the only reason why people do you know why it applies to a sheriff?
Because he's appointed?
Because he's a member of the judicial branch. So, if the law says
sheriffs are part of the judiciary? No way, that's wrong.
That's the
No,
fucking
sheriffs
court
are part.
case that I sent you from the 1870s. That's literally what it said. It's not the dude.
A sheriff.
Maybe might have not been judiciary, but it's whatever the court is considered. That's where sheriffs
that's
are
the court.
under.
Not. I would have to read it, but from
Yeah, no, that's
looking
why
at
the
it
14th
today,
Amendment applies to sheriffs. So if it applies to a sheriff, how would it not apply to the president if, as you just said, the president is the executive branch and the law specifically says it applies to the executive branch?
there's a 2010 Supreme Court decision, Free Enterprise versus Public Accounting Board. In that decision, it explicitly states the presidency is not an office because the people do not vote for officers. We do not vote for that. We vote for something entirely different. Officers are appointed. And not only that, the office itself is it's called Public Enterprise versus Public Accounting Board. I have the decision here. Not only that, the 14th Amendment is not even self-executing, but that's a different issue.
Wait, really?
I would say that
Yeah, it's
2010
not.
case would contradict previous Supreme Court precedent unless
Exactly.
it ruled against the previous Supreme Court precedent.
Exactly. When you have contradicting Supreme Court precedent, what does the law indicate which one takes priority? The newer one. The newer one, obviously.
Wait, why would the newer one be it? That doesn't sound right.
Because
unless
say
there's
I-
a specific ruling on the previous Supreme Court case, my understanding, the new one would get tossed out because of the previous legal standing.
No, the newer one would take precedent because it's being ruled upon by the more by a newer court. So, for example,
Okay, so why
if you look at
wouldn't the
Chief
new
Justice,
precedent of the 14th Amendment by Colorado take standard over previous 14th Amendment understandings? See,
Because
that's
that's the
stupid.
No, that's the Supreme Court of Colorado, not the Supreme Court of the United States. Two separate entities.
No, I'm
sovereigns.
saying obviously if we have a law with previous precedent, you would not take the newest law's precedent if you weren't aware of the previous precedent. Which that to me, what you just said sounds like they just ignored the previous precedent on the fact that the president is an office of the United States. It specifically even says that in the Constitution. So I
Whether
guess
or not they're
saying,
ignoring
"Fuck it, the Constitution doesn't matter."
No, that's not true. Who has ultimate judgment on the interpretation of the Constitution and laws in this country?
The Supreme Court.
Exactly. So if they're the ones and they decide themselves that the presidency is not an office, their decision is binding upon everywhere in the United States. Not only that, whatever decision you found, I would need to read it and I would need to see if it's a Supreme Court decision because I would need to, if it's a state court decision, that decision isn't controlling. It's not a binding precedent upon the entire country, whereas the Supreme Court decision is. That's the difference.
Okay.
I would need to see that decision.
If I remember correctly, I think it was a state court that ended up to the Supreme Court. But I can't quote that, so I could be wrong. But I was the thing that I sent you before. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Here, I sent it to you again.
DM or, oh yeah, here it is. Worthy v. Barrett, let's see. Oh yeah, I think... This is the Supreme Court of North Carolina, not the United States Supreme Court.
So it's not United States Supreme Court?
No, this is not binding precedent. This is not controlling. So, I mean, there is...
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. No, as simple as that.
Here, 1 second. Let me put this in the chat. But if you want to go back to the previous thing, whether or not insurrection is violent, I mean, either insurrection means something or it doesn't. But insurrection has to relate to violence. You cannot engage in an insurrection through, like, for example, looking to defraud the United States. Like what Trump is being prosecuted right now, conspiracy, that is not insurrection. That is a separate thing.
Wouldn't conspiracy be espionage? Which, yeah, espionage and insurrection would be technically different things, but technically someone who would do espionage against the United States would also be committing insurrection. So, it's a little bit weird at that point.
When you mean espionage, do you mean like espionage usually when you're giving top secret information to foreign enemies?
I could have a wrong understanding of espionage, but my understanding of espionage is that plus espionage could be doing malicious acts against your country. So like violence, like terrorist acts, anything like that. That's my understanding of espionage, but that could be wrong.
That seems like a very broad statute. I would need to take a look at it. And if it's that broad where it applies to everything, potentially it could apply to Trump. I would need to look at the statute, but insurrection has always related to violence. That's how it's been historically.
Fair enough. Then how were okay. How was the guy in 2020 deemed an insurrectionist then?
You mean that one person who ran and then they held a hearing and disqualified him?
Yeah, he was disqualified
Is that the
under
guy
the
you're talking-
14th Amendment. Inside of Arizona, he was disqualified under the 14th Amendment for following Donald Trump's orders and ordering the crowd to walk into the Capitol.
That guy, yeah. Is it the guy with the horns? What's his name?
I can't
What are the
remember.
people?
It's something Billy or
The shaman.
No, not the shaman.
Is it the shaman guy?
No, this is a dude that was literally running for public office in Arizona, and he has been disqualified under the 14th Amendment for following orders by Trump. And like nobody is even trying to fight whether or not what he did is 14th Amendment or not. Like it's just a cut and close case with him.
So a few things. They held a trial for him, and he was a named party to that suit. With Trump, they didn't even give him really. They never even made him a named party in a lawsuit. He was an intervener. So that's like one of the distinctions. Distinction number 2 is, did he even challenge it all the way up to the Supreme Court? Because the way our court system is, it's the passive branch. It only takes your case if you challenge it up as high as you go. Your rights are only as whether or not you could enforce them. This is a lot of what a lot of political scientists and will say, this is the problem with our current system. It only depends on how much money you have to enforce your rights, because equal access to the justice system gives you the equal rights. That's the problem.
Don't
Does that
quote
make
me
sense?
on this, but if I remember correctly, it never worked its way to the Supreme Court because it was thrown out because of a lack of evidence.
So you're telling me that they disqualified him, but then it got revoked?
Yeah, so like when he was trying to fight everything, he was disqualified. Well, not disqualified. They basically ignored him. They ignored all of his court proceedings. They tossed them all out. And then after that fact, that's when they fucking didn't toss his ass, but when he was running for election, that's when they hit him with the 14th Amendment. But I will say with him, I haven't specifically read why he got flagged with the 14th Amendment.
Because he's orange.
Well, the
True.
thing is,
he lived in
insurrection.
Arizona, that's why.
The thing is with their insurrection, besides violence, you have to have intent. You have to have the intent to overthrow the government. And Pisco, by the way, is closer to my definition. By the way, he classifies it not only as intent. You have to commit violence or something related to violence, material aid to violence, towards a government facility. So Pisco was making the argument that it would not only apply to Donald Trump, but it also apply to so many of the Black Lives Matter supporters. It would apply to other people that we haven't had this discussion over, because it has to, like, obviously it has to be violent, and you have to have the intent part. Like, I'll give you another example. Let's say I throw a rock at a government building and I run away. Is that an insurrection? Obviously no, because it's property destruction.
But hang
That's
on,
the better way.
hang on. Better question. For 9 months leading up to the day you threw a rock at the Capitol, you were being told that the government is going to take all rocks from you. All rocks are banned unless you come to the Capitol for Rock Day and you throw a rock at the Capitol. So when you throw a rock at the Capitol, it's actually you and 30,000 other people all throwing a rock at the Capitol, doing wide-scale damage to the Capitol as you do so.
That's an insurrection.
Then there you go. Because that's what actually happened. Not you walked up and threw a rock, but the lead up before you threw the rock. The encouragement to go and throw the rock. That is the thing that leads to the insurrection on January 6th. The fact that Donald Trump's associates were in regular connection with fucking Proud Boys that orchestrated the killing of police officers at January 6th. Now, I shouldn't say they orchestrated it, but it was the fact that they were the ones that jammed the fucking doors open and killed the cops in doing so.
The problem is that everything hinges on you being able to point to his speech. His speech is the catalyst, by the way. Unless you can find that his speech in and of itself was imminent incitement of unlawful action, it violated the Brandenburg v. Ohio test. Unless you could find that, he did not engage in an insurrection. I'm not saying all that other stuff is not relevant.
Okay,
It might be relevant, but it all hinges on this singular catalyst, which is the speech.
What the hell was Trump's lawyer's name?
Which lawyer? He has a ton of them.
The lawyer that got disbarred.
Oh, Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, Rudy Giuliani. Have you read about Rudy Giuliani's lawsuit that he went through?
The one where he has to pay like $150 million?
Uh-huh. Yeah, have you read
that one? Is because
he
that one is because he was telling lies about one of the regular citizens, and he had to pay like 150. And
no,
what do you mean?
Rudy Giuliani was lying about one of the Georgia electors, saying a bunch of bullshit about the Georgia elector that ended up getting her and her entire family death threats for the next year. That's what he was fucking sued for. Now, the thing was, he was knowingly lying about the electors, and he even admitted that in defamation in court, that he knowingly was lying about the Georgia electors.
The mayor
and
of New York have
he was
anything to
Trump's
do
lawyer telling Trump about the
this?
Georgia election fraud. So Rudy Giuliani, through court, has admitted that,
Yeah, he
it
did
was
some good
bullshit
shit in
all
New
along,
York.
because all of the voter fraud
cleaned up New
shit
York.
was
He
all
was
being
great,
led by
and then he
Rudy
lost his
Giuliani
mind. I don't-
during the end of 2020 going into 2021. Rudy Giuliani
Did
was
they
the
say
one that was
something
leading
while I had
all
my
the
earbuds off that
investigations
had anything to
for
do with-
election fraud. But Rudy Giuliani literally testified against himself, saying, yeah, I lied, but it was my First Amendment right to do so.
So I'm looking at CNN. It says Rudy Giuliani was
national hero
ordered to
that
pay
turned into a
nearly
national
150
retard.
million
Who
to 2
cares?
Georgia election workers for harm
actually, he's not a
caused by
national hero, he's a
defamatory
state
statements he
hero.
made
Or
about
not
them
even,
in
he's a
2020
city
election.
hero.
It
So
was
he
either
made a
they were
lie.
the Georgia
Yeah.
electors
Cool.
and he lied about them, or if it wasn't
that doesn't
the other thing
excuse
it
his
could have been
actions now.
was they were working in an
He doesn't
election
get to be a good
office,
person.
and
Like, you can't go do,
they
like, a
were
ton
one
of
of the
charity
people that
and then
he
just go
said they
kill
were like
somebody and go,
switching
"Yeah,
the
but I've been
votes
a good
and like they were
person my
tossing
entire
out
life."
Republican votes.
What do you mean?
It was one of those.
Bro, that is
Okay,
you're
'cause
trolling right now.
here's-
You
he did
not
get
just say
disbarred
that
for his
and-
lies, 'cause
and
attorneys
think
can't
that anybody's
lie.
going to take that
They
seriously.
can't make knowingly false statements while presenting.
Okay,
while
so does Trump have any
representing-
liability for
you
acting on
unironically just
falsely
said that,
liable
and
statements?
you're not trolling. Yeah, you bastard. You
So
fucking bastard.
does Trump have any?
As soon as you said that, I was
Yeah,
like,
so Trump,
like,
everything that he
you
did for
son of a
January
bitch.
6th was
there was
directly,
no way.
he was working on falsified information by Rudy Giuliani. And Trump
You're a
was
bastard.
knowingly
All right?
working on
You're a
falsified
bastard.
information because Trump
But
knew it was
I
bullshit and there was
appreciate
no proof behind it. So does Trump have any culpability in
hard
that?
in my chat.
That could be used as evidence towards it depends, maybe towards his conspiracy charges, depends. But for the incitement of the insurrection charges, most likely not, because it would violate Federal Rule of Evidence 403. And it would probably violate 402 because I don't see the relevancy in that, because where they're examining the issue of insurrection. Insurrection has nothing to do with, unless you can show like it's related to the violence. But I sent you the rules of evidence. Federal Rule of Evidence like 402, 403 are what's going to be applicable here for relevancy, because relevancy and the probative value has to outweigh the prejudicial nature of the evidence being presented. So, repeat your question one more time so I could answer it more simply.
What was the last thing I asked?
Oh yeah, whether or not there's any culpability for him in acting on knowingly acting on falsified things. Any culpability? It could be used as evidence, but it's not necessarily convicting in and of itself. Unfortunately.
Okay. What about the fact that Donald Trump gave a speech on January 6th where he repeatedly backs up falsified election claims, but that by this point, Trump has already admitted to people that he works with that he knows it's bullshit, right? Rudy Giuliani has already told everybody that it's bullshit, that there's no proof.
You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to prove his mental state that he knew that that you're gonna have to prove that he knew not only that it was false, that knowledge of it was false. Two, he had a genuine belief that he did not win the election. That's the problem. Trump actually believes he won the election. That's like one of the problems that's going to be coming
I don't
up in
think
the
he
lawsuit.
does. I think
his mens rea is a big factor.
Wait a minute. Sayba,
Mens rea.
Don't you only have to prove that a reasonable person wouldn't believe this?
Yeah, actually. Because a reasonable person would not have believed that, because he literally was told by the Supreme Court that it was bullshit.
A reasonable person, I don't know if it would apply for which specific charge, by the way.
For
imminent incitement,
for knowing that the election was stolen or not, for knowing if it was stolen or not.
Okay,
having been told by so many people around him, and these people testifying that people were telling him constantly that he lost, and he still stuck to his bullshit, even though it was maybe one person out of like 20 or 30 that were telling him.
And then Rudy Giuliani has given a separate deposition not involving any of this, that he knowingly lied about all election claims, but it was his First Amendment right to do so.
Yes.
That's Rudy Giuliani's argument.
So here's the problem. We're jumping between charges. So you're going to so the reasonable person standard applies for imminent incitement of unlawful action. The reasonable person standard would apply to the insurrection situation. But the reasonable person standard does not apply for his conspiracy. A reasonable belief, whether or not someone would believe it, would not apply to the conspiracy stuff. It would apply to why? Because that's the law.
How would you ever
and
prove
not
mens
because you're
rea
trying to prove
in that situation without a confession?
Yeah, I pointed out another example to you: habitual patterns.
Okay, how would you define
What do you mean
habitual patterns?
Yeah, that.
A habitual pattern could be something like, I saw this. So, for example, here's an example, right? Let's say you're an attorney, and you are a litigator, and you are very familiar with motion to dismisses, right? Let's say over the past year you have filed 100 motion to dismisses, right? Let's say you're on trial, you're on the stand, the judge asks you, what paper, what did you hand in to me last week? You tell them, I handed in an affidavit. And I handed in an affidavit, but you actually ended up handing in a motion to dismiss, and there is a motive for you to cover up that you handed in a motion to dismiss. Then at that point, yeah, that's an example of habitual patterns, because you yourself know what a motion to dismiss is. You've been doing them regularly, and you didn't actually, and you could presume knowledge there.
Sayba,
because
I have a question.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but how would this apply to people who are not lawyers?
Yeah, that's why that's an example, right?
Yeah, no,
they're gonna have to find
so that's
some
a good
type
example. That's why I'm saying give an example that's not a lawyer.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. The mafia.
Okay.
This might be more applicable.
Yeah, that's a more appropriate example.
Actually, though.
Everyone
Yeah,
knows.
actually.
It's
by the
cooler.
way, everyone knows the term. I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. If Trump were to say that, and they couple it, and he has a habitual pattern of
What if I
saying
could
that,
show you Trump literally saying those exact words? Literally what you just said.
You're gonna have to show then those words were followed up by talking
to Proud Boys? Because I could show you that.
You're gonna, like I said, you're gonna have to show evidence that it led to criminal wrongdoings. That's the problem. You're gonna have to show not only the statement itself, a habitual pattern of the statement, and the statement itself surrounding criminal
Okay, what about the fact that way before the election even took place, the biggest concern that everyone had was whether or not Trump was going to give a peaceful transition of power?
Oh yeah, he was.
Why was that such a concern? And why did Trump never give an answer? Did you ever notice that? That Trump never gave a straight answer
noticed
to that? So why would he never give a straight answer on that?
Well,
and
which
why
charge
did
is
he
this
immediately go into questioning the legitimacy of the U.S. election right after the election stopped? Why did Trump declare himself the winner the literal night of the election before the voting was stopped? And Trump tried to force the voting to stop at midnight so he could remain president.
First of all, he didn't force. He tried to file papers with court system. You're entitled to do that.
Yeah, there was the whole election day, not election week. But do you know why that got tossed out?
Which court case was it specifically? Because all of his court cases but one lost.
They all get tossed out for the same precedence. And do you know what that precedence is?
Was it standing? Because I know some of them were dismissed for standing, failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted, and I think there was one more, but those were the issue.
There was no law being broken, and it's it's like standard in the United States to have an election go on for multiple months. Pre-internet, we would have elections that would sometimes take 2 months to fully count the vote. That's why we have an election day way before. Hang on. That's why we have election day way before we actually put the president in office. Because before, it used to take up to 4 or 5 months to count the votes to verify who was president.
It sounds like that's a ripeness issue.
Giddy up, Mafia 07.
That's one of the doctrines under justiciability. Did they raise the issue? Did they use the word ripeness? RIPENE.
I don't know the words that they used to dismiss it, but that was the reasoning as to why Trump got dismissed for its election day, not election week. It was just U.S. precedent that it literally U.S. elections take a while. We used to do the shit by paper, and we would have to count them one by one.
It might be ripeness or standing, because requires there must be an injury in fact. Could be a standing, but. Send me the decision so I could read it and I could tell you what the decision relates to. But that's another problem with our election system, Avius. You as a voter do not have standing to sue even if your government defrauds you from voting. Let me give you an example. In California, actually no, I'll make it even worse.
Yeah, that was the fucked up thing. I realized looking this up, there is no legal there's nothing that actually protects your right to vote. There is no legal standing
Yeah,
for
there
the
isn't.
right to vote.
Yes, right. The right to vote. Even Supreme Court justices say this. It's a civic duty. It's sort of a right, but at the same time, it isn't. It's it's almost like running for candidacy, running for senator. It's sort of like that, where
Look, as much as I hate to say it, if there's one thing I've learned while researching the fucking Constitution, it's that when everybody says we're a constitutional republic and not a democracy, sadly they're fucking true. We are absolutely
yes,
a fucking
this is what we're-
constitutional
that's what the
republic, and we
conservatives.
hate
Yeah.
democracies.
No. Democracies, especially during Greece, even lawyers agree with me. Most lawyers will agree with me. Even Pisco would agree with me. They will say having a pure direct democracy is horrible. They'll even tell you the system we have now is very good. However, what they would have a problem is the electoral college system, and that's the biggest problem that they would raise, because they don't like the idea of someone winning the popular vote but not winning the presidency.
Well, do you know what I find hilarious? Do you know what the founding fathers hated more than democracy? They would have actually taken democracy
Tyrants?
over something else that we've built our country upon.
What was that?
Extremely anti-one party. In fact, the founding fathers believed that we needed to have like 20 different parties in the United States because they believed if you didn't, all the parties there would basically be one or two parties that would have all the power and nothing would ever get done.
Yeah, the problem is their own actions betray their own statements, because within the first few decades, we were split into two parties between, what was it, the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists?
No. You had Federalists, you had the Democratic Republicans, you had Unionists. There was like 9 different fucking political factions fighting back in the day.
Yeah, but within a short period of time, they consolidated, and there was like 2 main parties.
It was slavery that ended up consolidating it fucked up enough. It all came down to, were you pro or anti-slavery? That was the thing that led to the massive consolidation of US politics, and it never went back to the way it was before.
Wasn't there talks to get rid of slavery, or there were movements for it in like 1805 or something like that? Like literally not too long after the creation of the Constitution.
What was that?
It wasn't too long after the creation of the Constitution where there were talks among people to get rid of slavery. And then that's what I was trying to say, maybe within the first 4 or 5 decades.
Do you know when the talk of abolishing slavery began in the United States?
I thought it was it like 1805?
The Revolutionary War. Black people fought for the independence of the United States, and that's why
in 1860? You're telling me talks to get rid of slavery got started in 1860?
No, 1760. Like U.S. Revolution was when it started.
Against
the
against
Revolution
England.
of the United
I'm sorry,
States.
I was thinking of the Civil War, against the Civil War. Okay.
Oh yeah,
no.
That makes sense. Fighting against England, that's when we started talking about it, because we had free black people that fought for us during the Revolutionary War. That's why we have all men are created equal. However, we didn't really go by that, because the problem was Thomas Jefferson liked his slaves. He liked his slaves a lot. And same with the rest of the South.
He fucked them a lot.
Very true. No, do you know what the first proclamation was for slavery that we came to as a nation? It was a compromise that we had to make to get the Civil Rights Bill passed.
Which Civil Rights Bill are you talking about?
The Bill of Rights.
Oh, the Bill of Rights. Okay.
Yeah, not civil rights.
That makes sense.
The Bill of Rights.
Yeah, I was confused there, because the Bill of Rights, absolutely, because at the time we had an Articles of Confederation, and that was very difficult to get states to vote because it took way too many states to pass a resolution just for the 13 colonies to do something. So
Yeah, they were
scrapped the
completely anti like big government. They fucking hated federalists.
yeah. The problem then came in once they created the Constitution, they created the Bill of Rights, and they had to compromise with people in the South and make concessions to them so that they could not only protect slavery, they also came about a lot of other things. Like, for example, the 3/5 clause. Do you know what the 3/5 clause is?
Sounds familiar.
3/5 of a person.
The three.
Yeah, okay, that's the one I
Yes,
thought it was. Yep.
exactly. Yep,
Yeah,
that's
that
it.
that was one of the great compromises we made to get the Civil Rights Bill passed. We made
Bill of
slaves are
Rights.
3/2 of the person, and then we will not revisit the topic of slavery until 1805.
Speaking of voting, by the way, I wanted to mention this earlier, but if Florida wanted to, they could say because
Happy
they
New
have
Year.
state legislatures have plenary authority on this. If Florida wanted to say whoever wins the Republican primary, they become the
Where you been, Polo? Huh?
they win all of
Where
our
you fucking
electors.
been?
Hell yeah, we should do ranked choice voting. Let's do it. Fuck it,
No,
right?
no, no. I don't think you're understanding me. They can give their electors to whoever they want. There is nothing in the Constitution that says we are going to give our electors to Dingleberry McBob.
Hang on.
They can literally give their
but this is the catch. They still have to meet the constitutional requirements to be president of the United States to take oath.
Yes. So they have to be 35 years old, 14 consecutive years, and born in the United States.
Yeah. So you still couldn't do Cenk Uygur.
Yeah, you still can't do a junk.
Yeah, you can't do junk, sadly.
Junk Googer.
Yeah, not even ranked choice can save junk. Maybe Andrew Yang.
That guy receives a lot of hate for some reason.
There's a decent reason for it.
Let's hear it.
He's Elon Musk in 2018.
So he's Elon Musk in 2018. So he's okay.
You know what I mean? How Elon was like the technocratic space bro? Like it's like the best way I could describe it. Like liberal space bro that thinks we're going to solve all our problems by mining rocks. Because so like have you heard what Andrew Yang's like plan is for the United States?
UBI?
Yeah. He wants to unlock the manufacturing possibilities of like rich companies so then they can provide everybody else UBI.
When you mean by unlock rich companies, what do you mean by that?
He wants to offer fuck. And when I say fuck, I mean you thought the CHIPS Act by Biden was a lot? I mean metric fuck tons of investment when it comes to private companies. Like $500 billion to NVIDIA type shit.
That sounds like an inflation disaster that's most certainly going to occur. Like it's already dangerous. It's already inflation dangerous territory by giving everyone $1,000 a month. Now you want to give companies?
Nah, fuck it. Saba? Okay, here's my theory for inflation. Inflation is only a problem if you can't make shit. As long as you can continuously make shit and it matches the amount of money that you're producing, you'll never have inflation. So, if you're going to stimulate the economy, you have to don't give everybody $1,000. Give certain people $1,000 and that $1,000 will lead to other people, which lead to other people, so on and so forth.
So if you give people $1,000, you have to if you're gonna give people money, you gotta make sure you give it to the correct entity so they spend it in the correct places.
Yeah, correct. So like if you give everybody
I'll
$1,000,
go to
yeah,
bed
you're
soon,
going to have
Astro.
inflation problems, right?
I'm
But let's say you
hoping
gave 60
that I
billion
see
to Apple and
somebody
then
get
60
online
billion
first
to
so
a
I can
bunch of
raid them.
housing developers. You tell the housing developers
Sayba, I
build low income
see
housing
you're a
and you tell
handyman. You
Apple
have
we'll
the
give you
wipe
60
roll
billion, but you
ready.
have to build a fucking facility to make
That's not
iPhones
a
in
toilet.
America,
That's
right?
not toilet
Or
paper though.
at
By the
least
way.
you have to invest in chip technology in America to where we can get to a point where we can make all of the chips locally, right?
Fucking
And if you do that, then
Norwegians
when you decide to
don't
give
know what
everybody
toilet paper
$1,000, because the
is.
problem in 2020 wasn't money creates inflation. It was the fact that everybody, for once in their fucking life, had money to spend, and we ran out of product to buy. And when you run out of product, the price will then increase. Basic economics makes fucking sense. If demand rises, price will rise. The problem was we couldn't meet demand because
Missed me,
everybody had
Canklemore.
$1,000 to spend. But the fix of our economy shouldn't be to take $1,000 from everyone. The ideal economy, everybody should always have $1,000 to spend. But if we cannot meet that demand, that to me says we don't have an inflation problem. We have a demand problem because we have fuck tons of people in the United States, and if we all had $1,000, our economy collapses. So that tells me we do not have enough goods to match what the US needs, and we need to get better with that.
We can't produce goods here. This economy is way too expensive. We're a service-based economy.
Not true.
That's the problem.
No,
we don't
that's
produce that much here. It gets sent over abroad.
the reason why it gets sent over abroad is because most countries like China, we don't make chips in China because it's cheaper to make chips in China. It's actually cheaper to make them domestically if you're going to make them in markets. That's why chip companies are trying to build facilities in Germany. They're trying to build facilities in America. They're trying to build them in Canada. They're trying to build them in China. The reason why is it's always cheaper to manufacture the facilities, the chips domestically than having to transport them across the world.
I don't think so. I mean, if the labor there is cheap, I mean, you'd have maybe this is very maybe there's some type of fact I'm missing, but the general.
Well, keep in mind, most chips they're made in Taiwan, and yes, Taiwan is cheaper when it comes to salaries, but it's not a huge discount when it comes to like chip manufacturers, right? Like I have friends that I don't talk to them anymore, but when I lived in Portland, they worked for the Intel facility in Portland, right? Where they actually made wafers and shit. They only made $16 an hour. They were the ones that were actually like monitoring the conveyor belts and taking wafers like fresh out of the fucking
in China
oven.
they pay you like 10 cents. In China they
No.
pay you like 10 cents an hour.
No, you make 12,000 a year. USD. Converted to USD, they make 12K
China?
a year. Yeah. Converted to USD, if you work in a chips facility, you make 12K USD. So yeah, you're paying them a lot less. Here you'll probably make about 30, but the problem is that money that you're saving in labor, you end up adding up when it comes to like truck like shipments across the sea, plus it gets delayed if you're trying to make orders on time, and it's a bigger headache to work it all in China and then try to send it across the world instead of just making it in its own domestic
Happy
market.
New Year.
That's why they're trying to make them
Happy New
domestically
Year,
in
Polar
Europe.
Nights.
Ideally, they're going to make them
Wahoo
domestically in
Freddy.
the United States. The funny thing is, though, in the United States, they're saying the United States doesn't have enough labor to
I know he missed me. None of his friends are as cringe like me.
Like a chips future.
My thinking is they want to create they want to create chip facilities here because they're worried about the Taiwan-China dispute, and if we lose access to Taiwan, it's going to hurt our economy. That's one of the incentives offered in the CHIPS Act.
Well,
that was my understanding of how this sort of process started and played out.
Here's the thing. China used to be very pro-business, right? Which is funny to think about it, the CCP being pro-business, but the Chinese government used to offer nice-ass fucking incentives to big companies to come over to China, which gave them to the incentive to go over to China. Plus, you had countries like the US that would offer you fucking tax breaks if you moved your shit over to China, right? If you had foreign investment. But the problem is, over time, all of that dried up. And the margins that you used to be able to make off of China aren't there anymore, and it's not worth it. Most companies are discovering they can have better margins if they operate out of Mexico.
Where's the
So that's
Canklemore?
why you see a lot of companies
He
right
was
now, they're trying to
miserable.
transfer all their shit over to Mexico, and they
IWA
want
he is
to
always in
have the
that state.
components made in Mexico and then have it all put together in America by low-income Americans that make $17 an hour. That's the like current big business plan when it comes to like technology and shit like that.
Yeah, from what I heard, Mexico has cheaper labor than China, but China has more skilled laborers. So for some
True,
reason, they want
but
to
the
keep.
problem is with China, with skilled labor comes a higher price.
Yes, the problem is they want them there because they don't believe Mexicans are unfortunately competent to put it together.
But do you
Mexican
know what the
laborers.
companies have realized?
They can build it initially in Mexico and then ship the remaining part here in the United States and have them build it here, as you said, right?
It's much easier to pay a guy from California $150K to move to Mexico than it is to get somebody from China to do what you want. And what I mean by that is like trying to work against the CCP. It's easier for them to take like intelligent workers and ship them in to Mexico than it is to deal with the intelligent working like class in China, because the CCP is just making it more and more difficult each year to operate in the country.
Oh yeah, and they're very wary of foreign organizations.
Oh hell yeah.
I mean, all forms of social media are banned in China. Facebook, Twitter, etc.
It's fucked up. Steam is one of the few big tech companies that still operates in China.
Steam, the launcher, the video game storefront?
Yeah, Steam. They operate in China still.
Damn. Damn.
However, it's like a highly restricted version of Steam that only has like 10% of their games.
Speaking of Steam, did you see the link I put in general chat regarding Guardians of the Galaxy?
I did not.
That's a free game. This game came out in a few years ago. It's a very good story narrative driven game. I would it's free, by the way. All you got to do is add it to your Epic Games like
$1 too.
So I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Neve. Can you say that again?
Left 4 Dead 2 is like $1.50 as well.
The bundle of them.
I just that game,
Bundle
Atheist,
of them
I would
together
recommend.
is $1.50. 1 and 2.
All right, well, I'm gonna head off to bed. I have been here for a very long time.
What are you, gay? I'm just kidding.
Good night, my friend.
How long have I been here?
Very
How long
long.
have I been here? Yeah, damn it. 1 sec.
What time is it right now? 10 a.m. Holy fucking shit.
See, Kanko, I should have continued being the moralizing lib.
No.
The problem is, if you're gonna talk about morality, that's
You know what? That's fair.
if you're gonna talk. If you want to talk about morality, that's fine. What Trump did is absolutely immoral. But whether or not what he did is criminal is a completely different issue. Look at Bill Cosby.
Oh,
when
no.
Bill Cosby, he stated in open court because he was under an agreement with the prosecutor. The prosecutor said, if you give this testimony, we are not going to prosecute it. And Bill Cosby gave the testimony that he raped a woman and did X, Y, and Z things to her. And then then that prosecutor lost re-election. That the next prosecutor came in. I don't know if that prosecutor lost election, but that the prosecutors changed. The head prosecutor changed. The new prosecutor came in and said, "Yeah, we're not going to abide by this previous agreement. We're going to prosecute you." It went all the way up to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said, "Hey, look, you're violating his self-incrimination clause rights. He has a right to prevent self-incrimination. You cannot force him to testify in civil court if that's going to be used against him in the criminal court proceeding." That's the problem. So even though it was a immoral decision, the law and the Constitution was 100% on Bill Cosby's side.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I mean, let me put it to you this way. This is the moral, like, this is one of the moral aspects. Like, the reason why when that prosecutor makes that arrangement with Bill Cosby is because he's representing the government. When that person changes, it's basically changing a cog in the machine. That new prosecutor coming in cannot override
Okay, the pain
the
in my is
authority of the
palpable,
previous prosecutor
crawling to the corner to
and the
sob if my work
detrimental
headset reaches that far.
that occurred
Oh, I could use
in
that.
this scenario.
Cruel world, or Freddy's having a POO.
I spaced out in the middle, I'm going to be completely honest. I tried to focus, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Me too,
It's been a
honestly,
long
but I
day.
was listening.
Yeah, don't worry. It's been long for me too. I mean, I don't usually stay up this late. I mean, it's practically morning now.
I don't stay up this early either. Just kidding. I always do.
I was surprised to see you guys still online when I got off of work.
Yeah, well,
I'm
we're
up this late.
having
pretty often.
we were getting real serious here, okay?
That's so cool.
You got to. It's a special holiday.
Yeah.
I proposed to Cankle a great idea. I don't know if he's actually going to do it. We should listen
No.
to a Supreme Court oral argument, or we plan to listen to the February 8th is the oral argument for the Colorado case review, the Trump insurrection stuff. We should plan to listen to that.
I'm down.
That sounds interesting.
By the way,
You know what? I'm down.
All right.
Saba, remember when you said you didn't think you'd have any substantive disagreements? I think
What
we
do you mean
found.
by-
I think
what do
we
you mean?
found them for you and Avius.
Oh, okay.
We didn't need to find
Trump
a fucking
rules.
prompt.
Trump can be sued.
Well,
Trump
didn't you
is-
resolve it? Didn't you guys come to some sort of resolution just now, or am I
No.
mishearing?
No, I don't think so.
No.
No.
Wasn't there a subtle concession? There was a small concession in there. No.
Defending the
Okay, there was a
Constitution
few
means-
concessions, but the problem is the things that we have conceded on don't matter to the overall argument of whether or not what Trump did is an insurrection or not.
I think I was listening to maybe the tone of the conversation more than what you were saying and what they meant in the context of the words.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know that. Yeah. Okay. Anyways,
It seems
As
to me
you
the
were.
main. It seems to me the main disagreement between me and
I did
Avius
not
is-
understand.
It seems to me the main disagreement between me and Avius is whether or not an insurrection has to be violent or related to violence. That to me seems like the main issue. What is that? What do you think, Avius?
Yes,
See?
that would be it. Because if the answer is no, it doesn't, then what Trump did is an insurrection, and I win. So no, fuck you. You know I'm.
I mean,
right. You're a coward.
I mean, you admitted to me earlier, pointing a gun at someone, ordering them to do something is violence.
True. And Trump pointed a gun at Pence and said, "You better not certify that election, you pussy ass motherfucker."
Calling someone
Quotes.
insults is
Quote.
not.
Well, look, that quoted from Donald Trump. Deposition.
He
Gotta
said
trust
that.
me on that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did he order him and did he tell him, if you don't do this, I'm going to do X,
He
Y,
put
and
his
Z to you?
fucking nuts on the table and he said, "Do it, bitch."
Oh shit. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that's a good
See.
one.
Yeah.
I believe him now too.
Yeah, I believe him. There you go.
That is something Trump would do.
Exactly.
He said,
That's
no,
if he has
said, now
nuts.
get me a McFlurry.
And then he put a Tic Tac in his mouth.
That's if he has his
And put
nuts.
it-
I mean, his entire nuts at this his whole nuts at this point is mush.
You're right.
I think he could use it as a scarf.
His nuts probably got lost in the blender when he was blending up all of his McDonald's to drink as a smoothie because he's too old to eat solid foods. They just fell in. They were hanging over his shoulder.
Maybe
By the
that's
way,
why the
What
movie
was it
gets
that
worried.
guy in your chat? Is that a real person you know?
Huh?
The person, their name is Channel Name.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's always
Do
in
you
here.
know them?
Yeah, he's in here a lot.
Oh, okay.
He was trolling. Yeah.
Dude, I thought he was okay. I was like, who is this guy? This is wild.
I
But
thought he
okay,
was.
I
I thought he
figured
was a
you-
little
you-
bit serious at first too, because I don't know a lot of his positions. But then I was like, oh fuck, I've been had.
No, because you weren't reacting to them, so that's yeah. So you obviously have talked to him before.
I was.
Oh yeah, you muted.
Yeah.
Avius.
Yes.
The reason why some people bring up that the issue of
Sidebarred.
the issue of standing needs to be addressed, or like, because it's really weird and it needs to be particularized. So let me give you an example. I told Kinkle this earlier. Let's say the United States government were to release a pathogen. Everyone in the United States contracts a disease of some sort. None of us have standing to sue the federal government. We cannot sue them.
I'm not sure that's true.
I
Because
mean,
you can't
the
sue the
requirement of
federal government, quote unquote, because there's no one to sue. But, like, okay, let's say it was released by the Department of Health. My understanding, as a citizen, you could sue the Department of Health of your state if they are culpable of that, because a citizen is allowed to sue their state. Like, it specifically states that in the Constitution. That's even how Donald Trump got removed from the Colorado ballot. It was a citizen suing their state. It's perfectly allowed.
Yes, because it was particularized. It was particularized. If everyone in the United States contract it, it's a generalized grievance. The reason why I state this is because you sue an individual a person suing to enforce their voting rights. If it's something that applies to the general public, they don't have standing because it's not particularized. So, for
Well, they
example,
do.
let's say
If there's something that's voter related, it still goes through the state courts. That's why we have voter laws that have been decided by state supreme courts.
that's the state courts. I'm talking about the federal standard because I'm
Well, yeah,
talking about the
in
federal
our
constitution.
Constitution, it specifically says elections are decided by the states.
Exactly. That's what I mean. States could strip all citizens of their voting rights, and there's nothing the citizens can do.
Oh, yeah, that's completely true. Okay, actually, technically they could do that, but then it would fall into an issue of state law because a lot of state constitutions say specifically how vote is done, and you can't change it unless you amend the state constitution.
If it's in the state constitution, and what I said earlier, they can amend or change the laws in their state. So let's say they have laws that say we could do whatever we want. There is no federal avenue they could pursue for a remedy.
Well, like, for example, Colorado. For Colorado to do anything regarding voting, they would have to change their state constitution because all of their voting laws derive from their state constitution, including the 14th Amendment and what to do in the context of the 14th Amendment that was written after the Civil War. And it's even in their fucking constitution. So even if you wanted to change like how Colorado would like deal with insurrection and how someone would get put on the ballot, you can't change that from a legal perspective in Colorado. You would have to amend their constitution.
Most likely, if that's what their state laws indicate.
That's what I read. I could be wrong, but everything that I was reading was saying it depends on the Colorado Constitution, and then it gave the passage for the Colorado Constitution.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, when I say the states can do something, what I mean is they have the authority to repeal their laws and do whatever they want. That's what I mean by the states have the authority to do this. When I mean the states, I mean the judicial, the executive, and the legislative branches of that state.
Oh yeah. So like if your original statement was a citizen cannot sue the federal government, that's true to a degree. There are still cases where you can sue the federal government, but you cannot sue the federal government in the context of an election. You would have to sue the state government for that.
Well, let me ask you this. Can you sue the federal government for raising your taxes?
No.
Yeah, because it's not particularized. That's the
But
that's the thing I
there's
was
a
getting at
context where you
earlier.
can sue the federal government. I'm an employee of the federal government. I'm walking and I slip and I bust my tailbone. And I did it on the property of the federal government. Let's say I'm a CIA agent. They mopped the floor. They didn't put a wet floor sign. I slip and I bust my tailbone. That's an example where you can't sue the federal government.
I gotta check. I think there might be a statute for that. 1 second. Okay, so I don't think you can. Let me pull up that law. 1 sec. I'm trying to find the actual law itself.
Wait, Seba, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not a question, more of a I just realized something. If you slipped and you busted your tailbone, you actually wouldn't be suing the federal government through a federal court. Wouldn't that still be civil court?
Yeah, that's civil court. That's what I mean by suing them.
Okay, yeah, so that still wouldn't be federal. Yeah, so you can't sue the federal court.
No, you can. You could sue them in federal civil court.
Wait, there's federal civil court?
Yeah, there's federal civil court and federal criminal court, just like the state courts.
Huh.
Well, they don't really separate them. There are judges that handle both at the same time. Like they don't really have. They're not really in separate buildings. Like in my own federal courthouse, for example, I'm not going to name him, but this judge does both civil and criminal cases.
I guess the way I would look at that, I wouldn't see there would be a difference between like a civil injury report, like a workman's comp case. I wouldn't see a difference between like if you worked at Amazon or if you worked for the federal government. I would assume that would just be the same court proceeding. You know what, Seba? You win.
What
You
do
are
I
a
win?
formidable opponent. You do not win the overall debate, but you are probably the only person I've actually had to do fucking hours and hours upon research to argue with.
I'm telling you, an insurrection has to be violent. You're wrong on that.
Bruh.
I'm 100% positive.
I'm like a fucking like at least 80 hours into research on this shit.
I mean,
This is what I can say. I understand why you come to that conclusion, right? I respect that conclusion and I can understand why you've come to that conclusion after reading like the legal documents. That being said, you and I just have a different like understanding of insurrection. Because if I remember correctly, even in the 14th Amendment, it does say a violent insurrection, right? Where when it uses the word
in the 14th Amendment?
Yeah, I believe the 14th Amendment, it literally has the word violent. Where does it say violent insurrection? Because there is a
I don't even know.
constitutional
Rebellion. They use the word
was it
rebellion. Yeah, they use the word rebellion, not necessarily violence.
There is a passage. It might be a passage from the Insurrection Act of 1807, but there is a passage that I read where it does say violent. It might have said violent overthrowing. I remember it does specifically have the word violent inside of it, though. There is a part, I don't remember where I read it, but a part that defines insurrection does say violence. So that's why I do like I understand the conclusion you come to. It's just if I remember. Well, let me not say if I remember. Let me try to fucking find what I remember.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 14th Amendment. It doesn't say anything about violence. It just says shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where I read it.
Yeah, nothing in the Constitution says anything about violence.
Violence.
Okay, so it might not have been in the Constitution. That's where I might be wrong. It's not in the Constitution, but it is one of the laws that define insurrection.
Well, I looked at 18 USC 2383. It doesn't even use the word violence in there. So
Which one was that? 18 what?
18 USC 2383.
Asterisk they've although one of them may. Baby. The China show looks dusty, but Dave lived live work in China and give non-driptic talky true takes on Chinese stuff, the good, the indanelli bad and
Oh
odd.
yeah, it doesn't
Weekly
say
news
that.
not run by CPP.
Yeah, and I do remember reading this. Where the fuck did I read violence? Okay, where the fuck did you come to the conclusion of violence? Because I do remember reading something that talked about, like, the proponent of violence within an insurrection.
Because when Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was initially created, it was created with the purpose of disqualifying Confederates from running from office, where they started a civil war, which is an insurrection.
Okay, but here's the thing. Pre-Civil War, we already had the grounds to bar people from public office if they engaged in a rebellion. We just didn't have the 14th Amendment yet. But the 14th Amendment was built off of already existing U.S. precedent.
I mean, that to me just sounds like a...
It's
Okay,
like daylight behind Sayba.
yeah, it is.
Look, it's an early morning
Feels
chat, all right?
weird.
We're doing this shit.
What was I gonna say? Did that precedent indicate that there could be an insurrection even if there wasn't violence? Has anyone ever been convicted of
Again,
insurrection
I
prior?
explained the context of the creation of the Insurrection Act of 1807. It was created because Aaron Burr was deemed an insurrectionist, even though he had not taken any overt acts against the United States. The worst thing that Aaron Burr had did was killed Alexander Hamilton. And he was also speaking with the British, right? So he was speaking with the British, and he killed Alexander Hamilton. Those are the only two things that he did against the United States. But they literally created
Was that
the
insurrection or treason?
They
Treason
created
is
the
different than
Insurrection
insurrection.
Act of 1807. That's the thing that I was saying earlier. This story that I'm saying of Aaron Burr doing this, he is the United States' first insurrectionist. And he did not commit a violent act against the country. But he is the United States' first insurrectionist. He is the reason why the Insurrection Act of 1807 exists. Without Aaron Burr, the Insurrection Act of 1807 would have never existed. I think this is important because the Insurrection Act of 1807 was literally written by our founding fathers. It was written by Thomas Jefferson with the oversight of like 6 different founding fathers that was explaining to him he did not have the constitutional authority to act and deem Aaron Burr an insurrectionist. So he had to create the Insurrection Act of 1807 to pursue Aaron Burr. This is the historical context of the act itself. The very first United States insurrectionists did not commit violence against the United States.
Wait, does this mean we're gonna steal the Declaration of the Independence?
Yes.
That's
Okay,
what it's called.
So he was acquitted. So I'm looking at Aaron Burr. It says right here he was acquitted on the treason charges.
Yeah, but he was never charged with the Insurrection Act of 1807. Because as I was said, he was arrested 2 weeks previous to the Insurrection Act of 1807 being passed.
That's not
so
the
if they would have
fucking-
waited.
That's not the website
The
starting
Insurrection
with the letter
Act-
P that I wanted to go
to.
The Avius, what do you think the Insurrection Act of 1807 is? Like, explain that law, that statute. What does it do?
This was
you can't
Thomas
be gay
Jefferson's
and hold
plan.
office, obviously.
Thomas Jefferson's plan was to use the Insurrection Act of 1807 to deploy the U.S. military on Aaron Burr to kill him. That was the plan. To deploy the U.S. military to kill Aaron Burr. And they created the law so the president would have the specific discretion to decide what to do with the military and decide who and who isn't an insurrectionist. That it was defined by Thomas Jefferson that insurrectionists are defined by the commander-in-chief, which at this time, Thomas Jefferson was the commander-in-chief.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Insurrection Act of 1807. This is the purpose and contents of it. It says right here, this is a, one second. So the Insurrection Act of 1807, they even reference 10 U.S.C. 253. It references this, and it says as the reference that that has to be involved in. I don't want to trust Wikipedia. I want to actually go to the authoritative sources.
Okay, so this is the other problem with the Insurrection Act of 1807.
Oh, here it is. It says domestic violence. It says domestic violence for 10 USC 253, and
I believe the domestic violence part was an amendment. So that's the thing. You have to make sure you're not reading the amendment because it was amended during the Civil War. That law was the thing that we used to go after Confederates in the Civil War. So it was altered during the Civil War. So you need to find the pre-altered version.
All right, guys, I'm going to bed.
Lame.
It was nice listening to you
Good night.
guys argue.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Or, I mean, actually, you could just use the Civil War version because the Civil War version is the one that has precedence, unless you specifically want to read the previous one. But I don't know if reading the first renditions of the law is important because we are trying to use this as Aaron Burr is the first U.S. insurrectionist, so it might be important to read the first variation of the law to see what an insurrectionist is dependent on.
One leaves, one enters.
Welcome.
Hi, Lupo.
buddy?
Hello, long-time listener, first-time caller. I've been listening to this conversation a little bit, and I just have to say, I have an insurrection growing in my pants. Oh,
I already knew you were gonna go with that.
I have an erection. Fucking receding in my pants. I'm getting soft.
soft. Sorry. Anyway, you guys can
sawed it.
Base. No, I believe Sayba is reading right now, so I'm waiting.
Good. Reading is good for.
He was acquitted of the treason charges.
True, it is.
So let's see.
Reading's also good for getting, brain.
Okay, so here's the problem with the founding fathers. They were very constitutional brained, right? Because, you know, they were the ones that wrote the fucking constitution, right? So when they would pull anyone into court cases, they needed to make sure that it was no bullshit charges they were putting on people. And when it came down to the charges that they were trying to give him, they felt like it was a little bit bullshit because they couldn't prove everything exactly. Thomas Jefferson, on the other hand, was trying to put everything on the motherfucker because Thomas Jefferson wanted him hanged.
Base.
And none of them are. I'm reading through all these articles. None of them say that he's being he got convicted of insurrection. I'm reading it right now.
You know, I don't think he was convicted of insurrection. That's what I was just saying. That they never came to the conclusion of convicting him with insurrection, even though I shouldn't say everybody because they didn't convict him, but people like Thomas Jefferson and a couple other people around him in his cabinet, shit like that, they wanted to deem him an insurrectionist and hang him because of colluding with the British.
Mm-hmm.
You do realize the way they used definitions back then is they were like terms of art, right? Like when like they don't necessarily map on to modernized language today, right? Like when someone uses treason.
Well, like
when
perfect
someone uses
example
the
of
term
this, militia doesn't mean military. Militia was literally a group of people with pitchforks that would fight an invading force. That was the understanding of the constitutional version of militia.
Militia, there's constitutional precedent that says this. It's DC v. Columbia. It said in that case a militia, the way it was defined back then, as a well-bodied, abled man.
Okay,
Militia
say,
didn't
but after
necessarily
the
mean a
U.S.
group.
was created, did we have an army? There is
No,
a
we did not. I don't
categorically exactly. What happened to our Navy
We
after
didn't.
the U.S. was created? We disbanded the Navy.
I think our okay.
We didn't have a Navy again until after the Federalist Papers. We didn't have a military again until after the Federalist Papers. But when it comes down to any understanding of the word militia, militia literally meant a group of peasants with pitchforks that were ready to protect the village against bears.
And
That's what I was trying to
idiots like
say.
you, avius.
Militia means a
True.
well-bodied, abled individual, not a group. That's the term of art that it was used back then. My
No.
thinking
Militia
is
was a well-bodied group because the term militia originated from Sweden. We
According to
derived
Justice
our
Scalia,
version of
according-
militia from the Swedish version of militia from the Swedish Constitution. That's also where we derived the Second Amendment from.
there's a Supreme Court decision by Justice Scalia where he indicated that the term militia meant
Hang
a
on,
well-bodied,
true or
abled
false? Did
man.
we not derive our definition of militia from the Swedish Constitution?
I have no idea.
We did. It's also where we derived the Second Amendment. The reason why we have a well-bodied militia that can defend itself was based
Our
off
Second
of
Amendment is way different than theirs, though. Like our gun rights are way different than anywhere else in the world.
They are,
Like we
but
have
when
them to the
the
extreme.
starting fundamental basis is the same. We both treat our laws differently of how our Constitution words it, but both of our constitutions are the same.
Here's the problem with your argument. If militia means a group, then me, nor you, nor Cankle have gun rights. Think about it. If you're referring to a collective, if militia meant group, then you're saying none of us have gun rights.
No, we have the right to own a gun, so we
No.
can create a well-armed militia.
No, that's a collective. That's a collective right.
No.
That's not an individual right.
It's very clear that a militia is a group of people, but we have the right to own a gun, so we can bring forth the militia.
This argument you're making was the same exact argument all the Justice Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, when they were trying to deprive individuals of gun rights. They were saying, you get your gun rights once you form the militia. It attaches once you're in the collective itself. The argument you're making is not an individual right, it's a collective right. That's the problem. Militia doesn't mean group in the context of the Second Amendment. Militia means well-bodied, able man.
Okay, but within the Swedish understanding of militia, that's what their understanding of militia is. Their understanding of militia is a
For
group
Sweden, I'm not going to speak for them,
Yes,
but I'm
and
speaking
our-
for...
Okay,
I'm
so
Avius,
do
stop
you
trying
know
to take our
where-
gun rights away, retard.
No, motherfucker, I'm not trying to take it away. I'm just explaining
I'm
the
fucking with
goddamn
you, dumbass.
context,
You
motherfucker.
stupid
I
fucking
love guns.
autist.
I fucking love guns, okay?
You
I would be the last
stupid
motherfucker
autist
to take them away. All right, trust me on this.
I know.
If you go left enough, you get your guns back.
No, bro, I'm the leftist that I love
True.
guns are base, okay?
Why are they based?
Because
Okay,
they shoot people.
when I
that
say
are
I'm a
gay.
Democrat,
Just
I'm like a
kidding.
1970s Democrat.
Because they're pointy.
Oh, a Whipple?
Are they pointy?
I mean, there's like... There's a narrow end at the end of it, right?
No,
Sort
not
of.
really.
Yeah, never mind. I'm thinking of like a narrow barrel. Never mind.
Yeah, those don't exist because the bullet wouldn't come out.
The bullet wouldn't come out of a narrow barrel?
Yeah, you said the barrel is pointy at the end, or the gun is pointy at the
Speaking
end.
of
What I meant by
guns,
point-
your boy just got his first
Yeah,
gun
what I-
yesterday.
There
Really?
you go.
What kind?
Mm-hmm. M4.
M4. Why an M4?
So
Yeah.
I work at a gun manufacturer, and at the end of the year, when you like buy a lot of shit, companies give you shit, and so because like the owners are like rich, they're like, okay, well, we don't really need all this stuff, so they do a raffle. But if they do like some really cool shit. It used to be like they used to give away TVs and like switches and all that stuff. And your boy got the first overall pick in the raffle. And I was like, bet, I'm going to get a Switch. And there was like none of that stuff in this raffle. But they did have a build your own rifle kit. So technically, I need to buy a lower. But I have like 99% of a gun. OD Green, baby. Woo.
Based. Red build.
Mm-hmm. Based and Cankle pilled.
That's the only way.
Okay, wait, hang on. Seva.
Penis.
I'm not being a dick or nothing. I want this explained.
Okay.
Militia, there's actually a definition of militia that means a single person.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that to me? I've actually not heard that before.
It's
Like,
Avius, it's talking about
I've
my
never-
dick because my dick is strong enough to defeat entire armies.
To defend
Yeah.
all.
And when
opposed against
when the Constitution says right to bear arms, it's talking about my dick looking like it is a baby arm bearing an apple.
It looks like a bear.
Yes,
'Cause it's covered
a
in
bear's
hair.
arm.
I get it. No, I feel
to
you.
explain, like my understanding on this, I thought what I was saying wasn't controversial Because that explanation of militia in the Constitution was used in like a fucking middle schooler video I was watching that was explaining the Constitution. And that it was like from a
Yeah.
fucking 70-year-old conservative dude that was giving that explanation. So it wasn't like a fucking like a lib cuck that was saying it. It was like an old ass fucking conservative that was talking about how we need to go back to the original definition of what the Constitution meant.
Militia. We had Minutemen. They were based. That was our army.
True. Actually, no, that literally our army was our people. So like when the nation was formed, we literally didn't have a fucking military. Our plan was, oh, we have the Second Amendment. That covers it. Because that's what Sweden had relied on. The difference between the United States and Sweden, though, that the founding fathers didn't realize, there's fuck tons of mountains in Sweden, and if you have a crossbow on the top of a mountain, yeah, no one's gonna fucking invade you. America, on the other hand, we have mountains, yes, but we have the one big ass mountain that separated the colonies, and other than that, everything was fucking flat.
Yeah. So I'm kind of coming in here half baked.
Base.
So I don't necessarily think that what a militia means.
Avius,
Is the,
I'm gonna put in the side. I'm gonna put in the side chat a 2008 Supreme Court decision. What? Michael?
Def Saber.
What's like the TLDR to this?
What is that?
Like, were you guys talking about like history, or like what is the point of?
We started with Trump, believe it or not.
Yeah, I don't think Avius is claiming that an insurrection does not have to be violent. I'm claiming yes, it has to be related to violence.
Yeah, what do you think as
Okay.
the neutral party?
Well, from the way that I think of the word, in order to have some type of insurrection, you have to engage in violence now.
I mean, that's historically how it is. If you look at
If you just
historically how the word
voted
is
for a
used.
change in your government, then it was a peaceful way to
Okay.
change the way that you ruled or whatever, right?
But even
I'm gonna
then-
put something before. Before you say that, Avius, I'm gonna put in the side chat a link to a Supreme Court decision where Justice Scalia describes militia as individual people. That those people are male, able-bodied, within a certain age range. That's how the term is described. It's on page 11.
So you can't have a female group of armed people wanting to defend a community? Be
Well,
classified as
he's
militia?
describing things from the perspective of back in.
You know what? I
1776.
could further.
You mean from
cope.
reality?
Honestly,
Hey man,
I could further.
hey man, I'm trying to be.
cope
I'm
from
trying
here.
not to get you banned. Okay? Can you be appreciative?
No. Fucking.
But no,
be-based
I'll
or
accept
get the
this.
fuck out.
I'll accept this. I won't be autistic this one time, but
Not
just know
possible.
I could
Not
furtherly be autistic on this point, but I'm choosing not to.
Well, how are you going to argue
I
with
mean-
the Supreme Court decision?
I could argue the precedents, but I'm not.
Well,
I mean, let me ask you this, Avius. Avius, let me ask you this. I vote. Let's say I put in a write-in ballot. I vote for Vladimir Putin for president of the United States.
Sayba,
Is that insurrection?
hang on. So the thing I was arguing earlier, and this is about this is how I was saying I could still be autistic with the Supreme Court decision, right? So just because they made a statement that this is what the militia means today in 2008 doesn't mean that the historical context of militia wasn't what it was before.
That's what they're saying. They're saying this was the understood meaning, the public meaning at the time.
Well, that's
back
just
when they
categorically
ratified
false.
this.
I could show you literal books written by the founding fathers that say otherwise. Because here's the funny fucking thing about this. Everybody pretends like the founding fathers are Jesus 2,000 fucking years ago, and we don't know what these guys thought. No, these guys were only 300 fucking, not even 300 years ago, and they wrote all of their thoughts down. We know exactly what the fuck they were thinking when they wrote this shit. We know that the entire idea of the Second Amendment derives from Sweden, and the idea of a militia derives from Sweden's idea of a militia. This is categorical facts, because we can literally read the handwriting of the founding fathers say this. But they could have changed the position of what it means now. Doesn't change the position of what it meant before unless you literally want to rewrite history.
Read this. I mean, I'm getting tired. I've been doing this. Kanko, how long have we been live? Way too long. 6 hours?
6 hours and 45 minutes.
It's funny.
Yeah,
I was live till like 3 a.m. today.
And that's
one
when I got
time.
on.
The one time, y'all motherfuckers.
Yeah, I had a dentist appointment, so I went into work 2.5 hours late, so I stayed 2.5 hours late. Yeah.
Are your teethies okay?
I got this crown replaced.
Nice. I gotta go get a crown. Get my permanent crown. I have a temporary.
I just had a permanent on, and it was all fucked up. There was a hole in it, and it felt so out of place and gross. So I told him, I was like, you need to fix this. This is terrible. This doesn't feel like a tooth. It feels like a fucking fossilized miniature marshmallow shoved in between my tooth. It feels terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now it just feels like a temporary of the exact same one. The temporary that they made before of the actual tooth felt good. It felt like my tooth. This doesn't feel like a tooth. Hey, Fargo.
Yeah.
Deba, I did not mean to exhaust you.
I think the time
I
probably
mean, no, it's not you.
exhausted him.
Yeah, I mean, I've been taught in general. I don't think I've ever stayed up this late, but I'm going to bed now.
There you fucking go.
Oh.
Isn't it like
Yeah,
fucking almost 10?
Yeah, for me it is,
Oh,
and for Kanko
11.
it's like almost 11.
There you fucking go.
All right, well,
Put it in
I'm
the
heading
hour.
off to bed. Good night.
All right, soldier.
All right.
Night.
Good night, twat.
You're dismissed.
Be on later. Be prepared.
Yeah, I should be on later. All right, good night.
Night.
Peace.
Based.
And then there were 4.
All of which are whores.
True.
A whore.
Slut.
See, I wouldn't have to go so hard on Sayba if there was more, like, politically autistic people in the community, Cankle. This is your fault.
No, it's your fault for being too autistic.
No, no, the problem is this should be a fucking safe space for autistic people, because at the end of the day,
but you've broken the boundaries of the tism.
No.
You
See, there is
have
no
reached
boundaries of the
new
tism.
levels
that is ableist.
of
Okay,
tism.
that is
You
ableist,
have reached
all right? I
levels of
guarantee you.
tism
I
never
guarantee you
before
it could
seen
be worse.
in
all right?
human
I
history.
could actually take it to another level. It would be like over 9,000 autism. all
We've
right?
reached
Super
over
autism.
9,000.
Super autism.
You are
It's
over 9 million.
9,000.
You are almost non-functioning. You
Hang on.
fucking spurg.
I am so high functioning, I'm low functioning, actually.
Exactly.
Herm, actually, I'm high functioning.
I'm hello functioning.
No, the problem is I'm so high functioning, I overthink everything to the point I'm fucking retarded.
Thus, the hypertism.
True.
We've reached omegatism.
Alpha and omegatism.
No, we skipped
Okay, I
straight
need to
past.
find this fucking Karantos video I
Or
saw
just
on
in
YouTube.
sigmatism.
What was he talking about?
Sigmatism or a stigmatism? I'm gonna kill myself.
It's literally titled Super Autism. I watched it, I was like, this is me. I feel this.
It's so me. It's so me coded.
True.
Don't you just hate it when people say mood? Oh my god, mood.
I used to actually say that.
I want to kill myself when people say that. Oh my god.
I like looking at objectively beautiful women on Twitter and then commenting mid.
Mid?
Mm-hmm.
There, I posted the Dante's clip in the side chat.
It always gets the people going.
I bet it does.
Guys!
Have you ever heard of super autism?
Guys, did you know that there's this form of autism that turns you into like a superhero? I watched this movie a few years ago called The Rain Man, and pretty much it's this guy that's like a super autist, because there's like normal autists, but then you can have this thing called like super autism, and essentially what super autism is you become like literal like Superman with like numbers or some like no bullshit. I forgot what it's called, but it's like you could literally be like a super autist.
I'm eating some goddamn tortilla chips.
Think about it. You could literally be a super autist. You know what? I embrace it.
Mm-hmm. Don't hide what's inside.
Ever.
Honestly, at this point, I think it would be alarming if I wasn't autistic.
Yeah, you're kind of going off against missions. You got to get the test done, man. Might change your whole perspective of being.
Wait, what?
Have you been TISM tested?
So, I haven't been quote-unquote TISM tested, but I did take a psych evaluation. When I say psych evaluation, it was just a general psych evaluation. I don't remember what it was called, but they were pretty much testing for everything. And I got the common thing that happens with people with autism if they take a general test like that, which is every single disorder came up inconclusive, including things that, like, even tutors that I've had that worked in classrooms for over a decade, they've told me, like, I have ADHD. Well, on the test, it was inconclusive. They couldn't come to anything. And this was the test they were also using 3 months of therapy that I also went through that they considered in the test as well. And they still literally everything but PTSD was inconclusive.
Wow.
Yeah, which, come to find out, is a common thing to happen with autistic people if you don't specifically get tested for autism.
Why didn't they do that?
But the other thing, it could also be for people who are schizophrenic, or people with ADHD.
Just like the movies.
Just the one silent chip.
Sorry.
Paste. Oh, I wonder if Sam started streaming yet. I told him I'd fucking rate him for his first stream.
There you go.
Or try to.
You're doing what? I'm sorry.
You know Sam, right?
Oh, is he streaming right now?
He's supposed to be streaming soon.
Good.
I told him I'd rate him for his first stream.
Nice. Good.
I don't know how I'm up, fucking cat, you bitch. I've just been up all night, fucking talking about Trump and how he's a fucking retard, fuckwit, cuck.
True. All of these
Cock.
things are true.
Yeah.
You don't get it. He's not based. He's actually a cuck.
He's actually not based or
Yeah,
red
true.
pill.
Not based. He is soy. You don't understand. Trump, more like dumph.
Trump, more like plump.
Honestly, in any district that is competitive
You're such
with
an autist.
Trump and Biden, you should show ads talking about Trump in the fucking Epstein shit.
That's pretty based.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they probably will.
True.
Have you seen the Epstein Trump thing?
No.
Yeah.
There's a photo, so it hasn't been confirmed.
Okay.
But this photo supposedly was taken in 1989 with Trump partying with Epstein as Trump is dancing with a 13-year-old girl that was sex trafficked by Epstein.
Damn,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah, Trump dancing.
Al Trump.
Yep. I went down an Epstein like autistic like rabbit hole
There we-
online the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And
Nice.
like and oh my god. Like
See, Abius, we're getting our autisms up.
She is
There we go.
autistic, unironically. She is
We have the
she is a
representation
Spurk.
in this community.
Cat
I
is a
am
We will
Spurk.
get along well. That's good.
Boom.
Fargo
I am
Lefty
autistic.
said, "Oh, so dancing is illegal now?"
Yes, actually.
Yes, it
Fuck
is.
your dancing.
Yes.
Fuck
it's
dancing.
illegal.
Dancing is fucking degenerate, Fargo.
Are you doing
Dancing
this
is
for the-
awesome and an expression of the soul.
What the fuck is the name of that 80s movie where they banned dancing?
Footloose.
Footloose?
Beach
Yeah,
Show,
Footloose.
bitch.
Yeah, we're just gonna do that. Everyone seemed to be happy in that movie.
Not in my America.
Nah, everybody seemed to be happy in that movie.
I would
Let's
be
do it.
fine with them banning dancing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can't dance
You're
doesn't
damn
mean
right.
you have to hate on people that
You're-
can.
Fucking Lupo, I don't have your moves, okay? I saw them. Your base.
It's on TikTok. Just look at TikTok and then just repeat it.
I can't.
Nah.
You can.
Don't
You
have
choose
rhythm.
not to.
No.
Don't lie to
I'm
yourself.
too white.
No,
Yeah,
that's not
exactly.
an excuse. I am
It
German
is.
and Irish.
I'm British.
Oh no.
Then waltz. I don't know.
Go fuck yourself. What am I gonna do?
Cheerio.
Fucking waltz floss.
Yeah.
Floats.
Do exactly that.
My dad lost at his wedding and I wanted to fucking shoot myself.
Hey, why didn't you, bitch? I'm
There
just
you
kidding.
go.
We wanna see a horror movie tomorrow, Cat?
Yes, please.
Okay, there's some fucking movie out. I don't remember what it's called. Something Swim or
Yeah, the new horror movie with the pool.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yo, I'm so excited. We haven't hung out in so long.
Yeah, I know. You're a fucking weird.
Yeah. It's like you just gave me pure autistic joy. Thank you.
I don't need your shit. Okay, shut up.
There we go.
Alright. What time tomorrow?
I don't know, a time during the day that is
Love that.
known to humans.
Wow.
Oh, Cankle. What the fuck is Destiny doing today?
He's doing some fucking
Because I don't know if
Alex
it's kick or
Jones
keep.
debate.
Yeah. I was trying to
can't
figure out if
believe-
it's kick or keep or Alex Jones.
Alex
No.
Jones. Kicker keeps
It's
on
Alex
Mondays. It's
I
on the
gotta go
weekends.
shopping with Grandma. But
There is a kicker keep though tomorrow or a Monday.
No. It's on the 15th.
Oh, dude.
You know what?
Yeah.
I blame Staba for false information. He told me there's going to be a January 6th special.
There is going to be a January 6th special, but it's not on January 6th. It's about January 6th. What the fuck?
Okay, so I was just autistic then.
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck. Okay.
What happened?
I keep dying in my chimps run of balloons.
That's not good.
I know. I know.
Got to pick it up, man.
I agree.
Yeah, you got to do better.
I made it to the very last one, and then I didn't upgrade like 2 things.
Be the Yoda to his Luke Lupo.
Grr. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Drop my chip.
You know, this is the first Saturday I have off in over a year.
Nice. I'm glad you decided to spend it with us.
Yes, I have to spend my January 6th with friends.
Oh, I forgot. Happy Insurrection Day, everybody.
Happy
You guys gonna go
Insurrection
storm the
Day.
Capitol with me?
Can we make this a holiday? Can we make Insurrection Day a thing?
I thought about we had this idea in the Q server as like a meme. Making a making a Fortnite map and then storming it. Kind of like
There
how
we go.
when Kobe died, everybody would do like they would walk around, they would do like the things for Kobe, or like when somebody dies in World of Warcraft, they do like a funeral for them. We recreate January 6th in Fortnite.
I am down to commit January 6th in Fortnite with you.
Thank you. I didn't make the map though, so
Lego January 6th.
Wego January 6th. Literally Wego January 6th.
A fucking Wego insurrection.
Wego elections.
I don't know. Hearing that makes me want to make a community Minecraft server. Only because I could imagine an insurrection happening on there.
Insurrection RP Minecraft server.
Yeah.
Insurrection.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
sure that
Cankle,
somebody.
I will front the server cost. You just have to host the server on your server so people join.
What server?
A Minecraft server.
I don't have a server.
That's what I'm saying. I say I will make I'll front the cost. You just have to post the link in your server.
Oh, you okay.
Yeah, like you have a Minecraft RP server, I will buy the hosting. That or Rust. I think Rust might be better.
Probably.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the fucking original streamer series for Rust?
No.
It was so fucking funny, dude.
I've played Rust like for 5 hours. I really don't get there.
I never played it. I always wanted to, but never played it.
Yeah.
So here is the goal of Rust. The goal of Rust is to eventually make it up to the point where you have guns and you can just walk up to new players and shoot them in the fucking face. That's
That seems like
essentially
that's all anybody does.
Yeah, no, that's literally what the game is designed for. It's Ark survival, but instead of having to worry about dinosaurs, it's assholes with AKs.
Just like in real life.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
It's LA survival.
This game is drugs.
Are you still playing this week a game?
Yes. Don't question me.
One thing that is cool about Rust, though, is proximity voice chat.
Yeah. That's cool.
Oh, I'm mad.
Unless you're streaming and a 12-year-old starts screaming the N-word.
Nipples?
Yes. Yes.
But nipples are
Honestly,
down.
that's one of the things that sucks about streaming. Like, if somebody just wants to fuck up your stream and like get your shit canceled, they could just spam the N-word. And it's like, that's not cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Elbozo.
Spam it back at them.
True.
Actually true. The N-word's only racist if you were the first one using it.
True.
My favorite thing about playing COD is making fun of people and then them getting so mad that they call you the N-word. And it's just so funny because knowing that I'm white, it just gives me that, like, that nice, like, ooh, like, you're that mad. You're that mad.
Oh, love you. Oh. Bitch. Just kidding. Just start slamming my head into the fucking desk.
I'm sorry, what?
I just fucking start slamming my head into the desk with anger.
Is that how you stay awake right now?
Yes, actually. No, it's.
Is there any point of you
amphetamines.
being awake right now, or?
No, not at all. I'm going to bed in a minute. I was gonna fucking see if Sam was online. That's why I fucking had a Twitch tab
Oh,
open.
there you go.
I like closed the Twitch. I was like, "What the fuck do I have this open for?" I, like explicitly
What is
opened it
going
up
on?
to fucking see if he was on. But
Are you in this server?
he has a server.
Yeah, here I'll invite you.
Okay, cool.
I was about to say, you could just fucking ping him.
I mean, I've been DMing him, but
there you go. Wake up! Wake up! I want to go to bed. Ooh.
I put an AI Linkin Park song in the side chat.
I'll
Just
listen. I'll
an
give it a
interesting
listen.
thing.
It'll be interesting. The interesting part will be if my stream gets taken down or not. Not taken down, copyright claimed or not.
What are you on?
I mean, it's fully AI.
Dude, that might be the move. Just start making AI music.
Yeah, true.
Are you on YouTube and Kick?
I'm on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch.
Same, babe.
Dude. So
And
I
Twitter for me.
want to know your thoughts. I tried to join Facebook Gaming or whatever, and like they said that you can't just like start streaming after you just made the account. It needs to like exist for a little bit, and I was like, okay, that's fine. But then somebody tried to fucking take my account already. Like somebody tried to hack it. What? Why would somebody do that?
What?
Yeah, so I got an email. Somebody tried to reset my password.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So
I wonder why.
playing balloons out here. That's what we're doing.
That is
But
incredibly
anyway.
weird.
Yeah, so I'm
wonder
like,
if it has
okay,
to do
Facebook
with
might be
Indian
chalked.
scammers. Because so
I
like,
don't know.
Facebook is really big in India, and that's
Is it?
where Facebook Gaming, like their live streaming service, is used a lot of the time.
I just thought, if I'm paying Streamlabs for to multi-stream, I want to be putting it on every possible platform. But
You use
Facebook Gaming might
Streamlabs?
be chalked. Yeah, we did the thing.
Oh, we did have that conversation.
I've been lazy. I gotta do it. I just haven't.
Yeah, just fucking pay Restream at that point, you know?
Yeah.
OBS and Restream. That's the base way to go. What the fuck did I just stumble across on Twitch?
Screen share question mark?
That's a dangerous question to ask.
Yeah, this is crazy.
It's a very dangerous question. See, the thing is too, so when the whole like nudity meta happened, I was like, I would go on and I would laugh and I would be like, haha, look at these stupid poo-poo idiots. But now my algorithms are like set up so that my recommended tabs are all the stupid pee poo-poo idiots. Yeah. 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 They went from you can't do implied nudity to just, oh yeah, we'll just wear like full body, as tight as possible clothing.
This is Beth Latex is the name of the account. This is
Very
just her
interesting.
thing. She's wearing latex.
Because latex is like a fetish for people.
It's kind of weird.
It is weird, but it's like a form of horny posting, which is interesting.
Yeah. I don't get it.
They're just, whatever. I don't know. I found the sumo page, and that's been the best thing that's happened out of this Twitch Unity discourse so far. I'm here for it. I'm happy. Oh, rip.
Oh, he's an AFK.
He's went to AFK.
Oh. Yeah, he was AFK for a hot minute.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah, he's
surprised
been
it took
gone
that
since
long.
I got here.
He's been gone since he got here.
Oh, really?
When did he get here?
Ugh, fucking.
Oh, he just joined and then didn't say anything.
Yeah, he's been here for a while. Yeah, it was we were just kind of chilling earlier, you know, not doing anything crazy. Me and fucking Saba were like debating the whole time. Probably that's.
I'm surprised Neve was up till however long she was, because she was on when I was on.
Yeah.
At like midnight.
Oh god, I didn't sideline your conversation, did I?
Huh?
Did I sideline your and Saba's conversation?
No, I think it had died down quite a bit at that point.
Okay.
You know how it go. In the Canklemore, they get real, raw, and uncut very fast.
Indeed,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna help my girl with groceries.
We do.
And then there were two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Widowy. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Somnit. Pete, wake the fuck up. Wake up. He said he was going to do it yesterday.
What?
Pete said he was going to stream yesterday. Or whatever it was, 2 days ago.
Huh.
And then he did not. He should do a D&D.
He said at 9:30, hour or two.
Oh, you ain't making that shit.
Yeah, I know. It's been almost 15 minutes away.
Oh, okay. Cool. W Riz.
It's what the fuck?
It's like dabbing someone without fucking it up. You get to be black for a week.
You get to be black for a week.
Sorry.
You get to be black for a week.
Let's go.
I've granted you permission.
What are your thoughts on iShow Speed?
What does that mean?
What are your thoughts on him?
Like as a streamer?
As
a person?
Sure. Both.
As a streamer, kind of ass. I don't understand why people are that like into his shit, it's kind of retarded. But yet again, the internet is kind of retarded, so I take back my statement. And then as a person, it's just kind of retarded. He's just fucking retarded.
You should have him on Kick or Keep.
You think we can get him on Kick or Keep?
I mean, have you asked?
No. I'll ask, but do you think that's
the worst he can say is no?
Yeah, I know, but the worst he can say is nothing, which is probably what's going to happen. Is no response. That's usually how it goes. I never got a response from Keffels.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think she would.
I thought she was going through
she
her
also had to
sane
go
arc,
through
but
her whole Hassan rape thing or whatever, right?
yeah, I thought she was going through her sane arc, but she really fucking blew that up fast.
Yeah. I'll get Xander Hall.
Yeah, I tried that too. Oh wait, no, I didn't. But I also don't think he would.
Yeah. You never know. I would have never expected Vegan Gains to go on, but there he was.
Really?
I mean, like, I don't watch a lot of Vegan Gains,
Do you watch a
so
lot of
I don't know. It
Destiny?
just seems like, yeah, kind of.
Yeah, he's on fucking.
But like, that's like an actual like if your whole thing is that you're like advocating veganism and like lifestyle and all that, I can understand going on somebody's like a debate person's channel and having like a reasonable discussion with the host and whatnot. But like just a random like panel show doesn't seem the best place to advocate for veganism. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't know. I think he probably doesn't give a fuck. I think he's probably just like, you know what? I'll argue anybody, anytime, anywhere, as long as I can get this fucking message out and moralize like a fucking scum fuck. Then I'll fucking do it.
Fair enough.
That dude does not give a shit how he gets the message out. He will make you feel like you are Satan.
True. But to be fair, we are Satan.
True. But also Satan based.
What was the clip of him recently? Where he like pulled out all the food in this fridge and he was showing people.
Everyone was like, why does he have tomatoes on a vine just at his desk?
Yeah. This is corn. It's also funny because he's Canadian.
Yeah.
And like seeing him get angry and him like, I don't know if it's like Quebec or Toronto, whatever that accent is.
Toronto.
Where he's like genuinely like kind of yelling. And it just still sounds so like soft spoken in a way.
Yeah.
It's just so funny.
It is really funny. Fucking Canadians.
Canadians.
Fucking
Welcome back.
dumbass Canucks.
Yeah, I just heard fucking Canadians.
Yeah, they do, but
they do be fucking, and they do be Canadians.
They do. They really do.
They do be.
They need to stop.
They do need to stop.
I think as Americans, we should annex Canada.
But like, when did they start?
Well, we tried, and then we lost the war back in 1812 or whatever, right?
You think they're going to win now? Motherfuckers don't even have a military.
Yes.
That's because they don't need a military because they're just biologically and mentally superior to us in every way possible. They're just like,
realistically,
they're just like,
what
we're cool. We don't need to do this. We don't need to organize. We know that we can just get them with our psychic powers if they try to invade our fucking fortress of solitude.
Our Fortress Hark.
Yeah, Fortress Hark. Voosh.
Voosh. Kanoosh.
Baboosh.
Babushka.
This went nowhere fast.
Yeah.
True.
That's what we love.
I forgot what I was going to
It
say.
is.
Finally, I did it.
Something about cum.
I finally
You know,
did it.
knowing me, it
What did
probably
you do?
was.
I beat chimps.
You
Now
came?
I have the first 6 maps of Balloon Tower Defense with a black border, which means that I have completed every challenge from easy to hardest on them. I now have another 45 to go, but this is a good start. It's taken me a month and a half. We are so back. We are so back.
Based.
Anyway, sorry.
Are you back in black?
Back in black!
Are you gonna hit the sack?
I'm gonna hit the sand.
All I know is I'm glad to be back.
Back where?
And I'm glad to be black.
Back home.
Yeah, back home, brother.
Goddamn right.
You don't get to say brother like that.
Brother, listen here, brother.
Pass.
Whoever, nobody asked the pass from Hulk Hogan, so.
True.
True.
Probably because black people don't like him. Welcome back.
Yeah, but I have the bro pass. Why don't I have the brother pass?
Mm.
I guess I'm not going shopping.
Damn.
Why?
Damn.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh.
She doesn't want to leave. I'm like, okay.
Rude.
Who doesn't
So,
want to leave?
Grandma.
Oh. Fun.
You know we're supposed to get a storm, right?
A storm?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You don't care?
No.
Alright. That's what I thought.
Why would I care?
I care.
I don't know. It might affect tomorrow.
True.
Good.
How big is the storm?
I don't know. We're supposed to get 6 to 8 inches.
You'll
Wow.
be fine.
Huh?
You'll be fine.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Again.
I thought it was like a fucking hurricane or something.
No.
Who's getting 6 to 8 inches?
Me.
Nope, not you.
Oh, Cankle, you sly dog.
That is no. Nope. I refuse. I refuse
You know what I've been...
to be making that implication publicly. That is a private implication only. I'm kidding. What were you gonna say? Twat. I mean cat.
I've been going around going, I'm spurgalicious.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm actually going to kill you.
I'm gonna kill myself from that, actually.
I'm already in the process of committing suicide. I just need to make sure that I somehow send a missile or virus or something to you before I die. Because that was violently disgusting. That was even worse. Holy shit.
I can't wait for tomorrow because he's like, I forget that you're autistic online, and then you get in my fucking car, and I remember how stupidly autistic you are.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It is. It's like, it's wild. Like, I had another friend that couldn't look me in the eye, but this bitch literally will not look you in the eye at all. It is like, she's looking, like, the other one would, like, look out the window behind you. This bitch is looking out the window behind you, she's looking, like, at your pants, at like, the floor, all in, like, a half a second, time span. It's like, see, eyes are moving all over the place. Like, what the fuck?
In my opinion, it's better to have that than the opposite problem. I have the opposite.
Or it's either or for me, but like, I feel so bad when I just stare him in the eyes.
Yeah, it's like you're eye fucking their soul, and then people get awkward and like look away from you.
Yeah, and then you sometimes forget to blink, and then it's like,
yeah.
I'll make sure to do that to Cankle tomorrow.
There you go.
Make sure to do long, awkward stares. It makes people feel very comfortable.
I'm telling you, if this bitch falls asleep during the movie, I'm kicking him in the nut.
Based.
I have a disability, bitch. Okay, that's my excuse now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm calling it, a disability.
You know what? You have to give him that.
Okay, I'm more disabled than this man ever could even
No,
fathom.
That's why you have to give it to him, because he's going to deal with a lot more shit than you have to.
This bitch is actually crippled, so.
Yeah.
Based.
And I have chronic fatigue, so.
Is it based? Wait a second. Is it based?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it
is.
is.
She
Look,
deserves
we
it.
accept
She
all.
deserves
We
it.
accept
She
all,
deserves
okay?
it. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding.
I'm gonna fucking. If you fall asleep during this movie, I'm gonna drown you with the soda.
Just make sure
Do
it's. Just make sure it's like a Coke or
Fanta.
Pepsi or something. You Fanta. Yes, actually. You know what?
No, it's gonna be
Sure.
Dr. Pepper.
I'm gonna kill
Woof.
It's the autism drink.
you. It is kind of the autism.
Wait, is
thing.
it?
Yeah,
No, it's not. Shut the fuck up.
I love Dr. Like all me.
Yeah,
and my
it's an amazing fucking soda. There's nothing wrong with it, okay?
nothing wrong with it. It's so fucking good. But me
Yeah,
and
okay.
all my other autistic friends love Dr.
No, it's not the fucking autistic soda, goddammit. Like, shut the no.
Being
Yes, it is.
very defensive about this.
No, it's not, okay? It's a good fucking drink.
It's the autism soda.
No, the fuck it's not, Cankle.
Yeah, it is.
Shut
It's
the
the
fuck
can't
autism
hide what's
soda.
inside.
Cankle. You can't
He
take
loves
this from me.
soda.
Come on, man.
It is.
It's the one thing that makes me normal.
It's been robbed.
Welcome to Dr. Pepper, the autism drink.
I wonder if anybody's ever did a poll on that.
Well, I
It
did.
did. Poll.
What's? I don't even know how to Google
Yo, Google,
autism.
make a poll. Make a poll.
Yes, this should be a straw poll. Post it on
Favorite
Twitter.
soda.
So my brother's who loves Dr. Pepper.
You just got that shit
Look,
running in your
yeah.
family, huh?
He should love it. All right, it's a really good.
Oh my
soda.
god. The first two response. So somebody. This is, to be fair, this is just like a forum on the internet. Somebody made this post in 2009. They were
Oh,
like,
no.
I like Mountain Dew, Diet Pepsi, whatever. The very first response, Dr. Pepper.
God damn it!
Told you.
Fuck.
A lot of people are saying Coke, just like regular
Okay,
Coke. Oh,
all right,
another
okay.
Dr. Pepper.
What is autistic about Dr. Pepper?
Cherry Dr. Pepper.
Everything.
Dr. Pepper and Coca-Cola.
Okay, cherry Dr. Pepper is like fucking bomb.
Docty Perpy.
Okay. Yeah,
No.
Docty Perpy.
Perpy.
All right, cherry Dr. Perpy is the fucking bomb, and you can't change my mind.
Cherry
Flavor that
Dr. Pepper? You mean Dr. Pepper?
No.
Well, they have cherry flavored. It's just
Yeah,
more
except
cherry.
it's just Dr. Pepper.
I mean, I know it's basically the same thing.
It's like 2 cherry shots instead of 1.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's also why I like the cream, the Dr. Pepper cream.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
that shit's good
shot
too.
of
you two
vanilla.
are, you two are, yeah.
Okay,
You
come
two
on,
are,
you
yeah.
gotta love cream soda.
No,
like
cream
cream
soda.
soda.
Like
Oh, I love Stewart's orange cream soda. Oof.
No,
You
just
have
like
Stewart's
any
near
cream.
you?
This local deli used to have them, and then I think my Acme has them.
Oh, wait. You mean you only have Stewart's sodas near you?
They're the only Stewart restaurant I've ever seen has been in
Restaurant?
Wild.
Restaurant.
Yeah, they have a whole restaurant.
No
What are you
way.
talking about?
What? It's our hang
Oh,
on.
is it? You could get like it on tap.
No. So Stewart's is a gas station.
Oh,
It's a convenience
okay.
store. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, for me, it's a brand of
Yeah, no. It's the same
Sodies.
brand.
It's the same brand.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Same brand. They have them there.
Have you had
Yeah.
Storch Ice? Fucking best
No.
ice ever.
That's
It
wrong.
permanently closed. No,
Oh.
the restaurant closed. I mean,
I can't believe there was a Stewart's restaurant. That's fucking crazy.
So we have
Yeah.
to go fucking road trip now. We had to find a Stewart's restaurant.
I am not driving anywhere more than 20 minutes
I think they
for
were
a
in New
Stewart's
Jersey.
restaurant.
They were only in like, New Jersey.
Ew. That makes sense.
Ew, indeed.
That makes a lot of sense.
So, Cankle,
What?
when we going to a concert?
I don't know. We were supposed to go to fucking Lorna Shore, but you're fucking gay, so.
Ooh.
What concerts would you go to?
Metal.
Lorna Shore.
Yes.
Lorna Shore is going to be on like a break for several months, probably for the first half of the year, and I'm really sad. But it's because they're making new content and shit. Like I think they're trying to make a new album,
Nice.
and I'm like, well,
Whoa.
no, you don't know my autistic obsession with Will Ramos.
It's pretty
I
bad.
want to-
Holy shit.
I want to do unfathomable things to this man.
I think I'm gonna boot up my stream in a sec.
That is just a fucking A&W.
Yeah.
A&W is good.
Okay, first off, don't you dare say something like that ever again.
Wait, what the fuck's wrong with A&W? What the fuck?
I'm kidding. I have no idea. It looks disgusting, and I can't.
Okay, it's
Never had a
disgusting in a
good
good
look
kind of
before.
way.
What?
I'll let her speak first and I'll go.
I said, have you ever had their root beer floats?
Maybe.
That is the reason why you go. So the food is mid, but the ice cream is delicious.
Agreed. You go for the root beer float.
Very true.
You know what's good? Fucking Waffle Shack. I'm kidding.
Is that like ghetto Waffle House?
Or
Yeah.
Waffle House, that's what I meant. Waffle
Yo,
Shack.
look at Waffle House. But do you know that's 3 hours away?
What?
The closest Waffle House to us is 3 hours away.
There's one 3 hours away?
Yeah.
Damn,
I'm on the fucking
surprised
West
it's that
Coast.
close.
We going?
No.
3 hours for a Waffle House. Okay.
See what I mean?
I mean-
I
The
said this
closest
is just a
Waffle House to me is
fucking-
Texas.
We were gonna travel
Right.
like 4 hours to go to a concert, so
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
but
a
Oh, if it's in the area,
concert.
then yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
That's a concert.
You know what? I think you should go to the Waffle House. It could be like Harold and Kumar.
Yeah.
You know what? I will drive to go to White Castle.
Ankle Arena. Go to Waffle House.
go to fucking to a fucking White Castle with you. I want to experience that. I just like food, okay? We need to still go to the. Are we still going to the city this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Good. Do it, Kinkle.
We should do it. You should do a stream where it's us at. We should do a vlog.
True.
Cankle takes Manhattan.
Ew.
You could become an IRL streamer.
Yeah, dude.
No, nope.
Expand your horizons.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I'd
think about
rather
it.
expand my asshole on camera than do that, okay?
I mean, you could do both at the same time.
You know what's
could be
crazy?
arranged.
I've done something close, so.
Interesting. This Canklecore lore.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
no idea where my porn is, but it's out there somewhere.
Well, let's go.
Nice. You know what? Same.
You know what? I was just about to say same, and I just don't care anymore. Unfortunately, I was a child, so that makes it even.
Look, one day there's going to be a video that surfaces where I look like a twink with red hair. And it's going to be multiple.
What do you mean a
That's
video
going to be
that surfaces?
Wait.
It's still
You
out
have
there
time,
somewhere.
What do you
Do you
mean
have
a
color-
video that surfaces? You still look like a twink, you just don't have red hair.
Okay, somehow I was actually more twinkish.
You were a Twinkie?
You were a twonky.
Yeah.
Avius.
I was like, maybe if you fuck me, you're a pedophile kind of twink.
Avius.
Yes.
Dingus. Go ahead.
Listen.
Yeah.
Okay.
hit me with it.
All right. Do you have dyed hair?
Nah, not currently. I have long hair. I traded dyed for long hair.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that's an autism thing too.
Actually, it is, funny enough. I do remember reading that.
I have a purple undercut.
I dyed my hair
that's not
over
an
10
autism
times.
thing, Kat. That's you're a dumbass and you think you're non-binary thing.
No, I'm just gay.
Hey, it could be both.
Yeah, you're just gay.
At some point, I'm starting to think one has to do with the other.
Yes, it does. Actually, a lot of transgender people and other people of the LGBTQ community are autistic.
We're just fucked in the head.
Yo, oh my god, that just reminded me of something really funny. I saw this fucking tweet recently of it was who was it? Quite said something like are you retarded, or this guy's a retard or something like that. And somebody replied like can you please remove that word from your vocabulary? That's super offensive, blah 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 blah. And then they replied to their own reply and they go, kind of ironic that you would be pro trans people while saying that word. Don't you know a large portion of trans people are affected by that slur?
Oh no.
You want to know what
bro, you just called a bunch of trans people retards.
You know what, based.
Oh.
That's that leftist moralization you were talking about earlier.
Yes, it is.
People get mad. Someone yelled at me for saying retard sometimes, and I go, shut the fuck up, I am retarded. Get the fuck out of my face.
True, I am actually retarded. It is
based.
And they're like, what do you mean? I go, I literally have a very mild case of cerebral palsy and autism. So fuck off.
Me, I'm just categorically retarded with a learning disability.
All that too.
Owning the libs.
This bitch is an encyclopedia of diseases, okay?
There we go.
Disorders, I should say, not diseases. You didn't catch them. Actually, you might have. Who knows?
So yeah, I use crutches to walk. I fucking what else? Oh yeah, I have a really bad heart. I have one kidney. I have lupus. I have Sjogren's. I'm retarded, and I have PD.
That's a wonderful whammy of mixes.
Ma'am, I just asked what you wanted. This is a McDonald's.
Oh, a Big Mac.
Let's go. Medium?
And to smoke crack?
And let me guess, a Dr. Pepper.
But
there's nothing wrong with Dr. Pepper, goddammit.
There's nothing wrong with Dr. Pepper.
Everything is wrong with it.
So, Kanko, there's a movie theater right next to me.
Oh yeah.
Or do you want to go to the one in the mall?
I don't know.
He doesn't know. He's like, we're just gonna go see the movie.
Me personally,
True.
I'm going to the one that's a separate location. The movie theaters at the mall suck because of the kids that go and they just become little menaces, little terrors.
I hate children.
Yeah, me too. It's all right.
You can find me at the pier.
Can we genocide kids?
Yeah.
Let's
only
not do
ones that just will never shut up at a theater. I don't understand. I think it's COVID. It changed people's perceptions on how to interact in society, and for whatever reason, people now don't shut up during movies. And that's one of the few things. I'm a very patient person, and that's one of the few things that will actually annoy the shit out of me.
You know what is one of my pet peeves? One of the things that genuinely bothers the fuck out of me is when I'm with somebody that doesn't know how to whisper in a movie theater. That I will be gripping my seat like trying not to punch them, and I'm not violent at all, but I want to hit them so bad.
But see, like that's the thing. I don't mind if people are like whispering to each other or like talking or whatever.
Yeah.
But like if you are so loud that you are like an actual like nuisance to everyone around you, please stop. Please.
Yeah.
Kendall,
Huh?
you trying to tell me something?
Have you? Are you loud in movie theaters?
No.
Good. Because I would hit you.
Damn.
I would not be gripping my seat trying not to. I would just straight up hit you.
Okay, but what if
You're fun to hit? Go ahead, Gavius.
Oh, I was trying to say, what if the movie sucks? Because I normally don't talk in a
people-
movie, but
the
there was a
people are not
movie
the
I was
movie.
loud in.
Who cares if the movie sucks? There's still people in the movie theater.
That probably
Okay.
enjoyed it.
See, I was an asshole in one movie, but it was the last fucking Star Wars movie they released. Me and my friend, by the end of it, we were literally laughing in the movie theater.
That movie sucked ass. The last one, the most recent one?
Yeah, the one where it ends with fucking the two characters kissing, fucking the emo boy and the girl. I don't even remember their names.
Oh, Kylo Ren and I forget her name.
Yeah, so at the end of the movie, they both kiss, right? And so, like, me and my friend, we were both already laughing, and we were just like, now kiss. And they both kissed. And as soon as that happened, we busted out laughing in the fucking movie theater.
Oh, you want to hear a funny movie situation with me and Cankle?
What? What? I don't even know what you're about to say.
All right,
Do
so
it.
we're going to the fucking drive-ins, right? He's calling me a spurg all day. Neither of us know what that actual slur means, and we look it up. And I swear to God, I thought we both were gonna piss ourselves because it turned out that it actually is we didn't know at the time, and we were like, oh, and I go, you're not gonna believe this, and he's like, what? I go, it's an actual slur for autistic people, and I thought he was gonna fucking like crash us in the fucking like drive-in, like.
It was pretty funny. I had no fucking clue. This bitch is so autistic. It's insane.
You're an autism magnet.
Yes.
Well, that's because he's also neurodivergent. He has ADHD.
Lots of it.
Oh, you poor fuck.
I know, crazy.
So neurodivergent people kind of flock to each other. It's like a natural thing. Because neurotypicals suck.
Yeah, they're normal.
Yeah, nerd tips.
Yeah, you neurotypicals watching? Fucking
Rope.
never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lupo. Fuck you.
Get a rope.
All of you.
Okay,
L.
but okay, so have you guys actually tried to talk to a neurotypical person and you just want to fucking kill yourself?
Okay, there's ways that you can do it, but for me, I normally have to stick to very specific topics.
Yeah. Avius, I have a serious question.
Yes.
You like Five Nights at Freddy's?
Oh my god.
No, but my fiance is fucking obsessed.
Oh,
Like,
that's an autism thing.
actually obsessed.
I love Freddy. I'm gonna fuck Freddy Fazbear. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
See,
I don't think you are.
I'm obsessed with World of Warcraft. I was a Blizzard autist.
What? Wow.
Yes, for over a decade.
I've been looking for someone to play. Will you play with me?
What was that?
Will you play with me? I've been looking for someone to fucking play WoW with me.
I can turn on my subscription, but sure.
Yes.
Yeah, growling. I'm still fucking up, unfortunately.
You should
How
get
unfortunate.
the C motherfucker to join us.
Who?
Oh yeah, I'll do it.
There we fucking go.
My boyfriend is up, and he's also autistic, and I tell him to get in here.
You're what?
You didn't know me and Nathan were dating?
No, I
Where the fuck have
didn't. That's probably
We're
better.
having an autism party.
That's probably better. That's definitely better than twat sandwich, but
delicious.
No, this guy I was with, oh my god. He like hated Dylan. He made
really?
me like he got in my head, which is not hard to do with an autistic person.
Yeah, sadly.
And like telling me that Dylan hates me and all this shit, and I blocked Dylan for like a month. And then I finally leave this guy, and I'm like, this man got in my head and made me think that you literally just like keep me around to make fun of me and be mean to me. Which like that's always been like me and Kankle's thing is like we're like we've always picked on each other.
I'm pretty brutal with it. I think it's hilarious, but
Yeah, but I know you're joking.
Yeah.
And when then
Am I?
someone's a third.
am I joking? Do you know that I'm joking? Are you sure?
I can only
Just
hope so.
actually calling you a retarded spurg fag or whatever.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should change
I don't
your
know.
name and to that.
I think she would probably know the
do that
difference
now.
because like I can tell the difference. Well, let me rephrase that. I can't tell the difference, but after a while, you kind of get the vibe of whether or not somebody is laughing with you or at you.
Yeah. No, he's definitely laughing at me. But
Yeah, both.
I laugh.
Both.
Yeah.
It's a
Base.
mixture.
Pilled.
Spurg pilled. The entire F slur pilled instead of the cigarette version that I said.
Oh, fag.
Yeah, but the big one.
Oh, faggot.
Yeah, pilled. You can say it. You have the pass. You're because you're one.
Oh yeah.
What, the faggot word?
Yeah, you are also gay. So yes,
True.
we have
I have
established
sucked
that these
the cock.
people are both F slurs.
And
I
F
have
word.
sucked the cock to prove it, and I will do it again.
I sucked the pussy to prove this, and I'll do it again.
There
So,
we go.
Five.
I'm killing myself today.
Now,
You
Cankle,
keep
you just
bringing-
have to join us. You know what you have to do.
Nope.
You keep bringing the autistic kids together. It's your problem.
The
Not
gathering.
The
Yes, it
gathering
is
of
the
the
gathering.
artists.
It only happens once a year
Yeah, because we're too autistic.
in Geneva.
Yeah.
So shh, they don't know about that.
I'm dead inside.
Yeah, I know. You'll be alright.
I won't.
You'll do fine, kid.
I'm already gone.
I think our whole generation is like dead inside, but
I think it has to do with the microplastics.
Yeah.
True.
Hang on, which
But-
one would you rather have, microplastics or lead?
I was about to say that's like I'd rather have microplastics
Yeah.
over lead paint.
yeah.
We'll find
no,
out.
not even the fucking paint, the gas. The gas is what would actually fucking kill you.
Well, doesn't the lead paint like the what is the word? The consumption, the exposure to lead is what like made people's brains broke after a while.
Okay, so the lead paint thing, yes, is true, but it wasn't lead paint that led to the problem. So,
what was it?
It was fuel. It was gasoline. So we
Oh,
used
they
to
had
put
lead in the gas.
Yeah, we used to
God,
put
yeah.
lead in gasoline because basically lead without gasoline would make a fuck ton of noise in your car. So if you ever watch like a classic film from the early 1900s, cars are loud as fuck. The reason why they were loud was because we didn't put lead in the gasoline yet, and gasoline makes it quieter. I don't remember the exact science, but essentially they would put astronomical amounts of lead in your gasoline so your car wouldn't make noise.
Bro. What?
Yeah. Yeah, so like boomers that vote for Trump could literally be because their brain was fried from lead at a young age.
Sounds
And that's I'm being honest there.
I mean, only if you're being honest.
That tracks.
No, like I wish I was joking there, but unironically, a large population of America might be completely fucked from lead poisoning because we don't actually understand lead poisoning fully and like what it does to the body. It's the same with fucking the other thing that causes cancer. The asbestos, that's what the fuck it's called.
Nice. Oh, so I was gonna do. I might still make a video on this, but basically, this has to do with AstroTurf as well. So the DuPont company. When they started first making AstroTurf, it was put in the Philadelphia Phillies field back in like the 1980s, and a lot of the players that were on the team, like now, at least like 8 members of the team have died from a specific form of rare brain cancer, and it may be correlated to the materials used in the AstroTurf.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And like, it's really funny because the whole premise of using AstroTurf is that owners don't want to have to pay for groundskeepers to fucking repair the grass. And like, the conditions of them are really bad because it's literally back in the day when they first, it was literally like just the turf on concrete. So like, it hurt if you fell on it. Turf burn was terrible. The turf itself, which is probably how it happened, the turf would sit in the sun and like bake, and it would burn your feet if you would like stand on it, like even in shoes. And what probably happened was it would like heat, and then it would radiate these fumes, and they were probably breathing in these fumes.
That's weird as fuck.
Yeah, not ideal. But they said the Phillies came out and they had brain doctors. I don't know who actually like what they would be, but they had them. And they were like, no, this isn't correlated. But I mean, it's very interesting that all of these former players just so happened to have. What they did was when the team won the World Series back in the 80s, they cut pieces of the field off and like sold it to people and be like, oh, like you can have this piece of World Series memorabilia or whatever. People bought, like for the study, people bought them and they tested them and they found like these harmful like chemicals in the turf. So that's how they kind of came to this conclusion.
Look, has some harmful carcinogenics ever killed anyone before?
No, never. Not like DuPont has had a bunch of various war crimes.
Yeah, no, they're fine.
Eco-terroristic acts that they've committed on the general pop.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong.
Never that. DuPont? No. Stop it.
That's a trusted company right there.
Stop asking questions.
That's fucked up though.
Yeah. There was a whole article on the Inquirer, which is like Philadelphia's biggest newspaper. But it sucks too, because I hate paywalls. I really hate paywalls. So it's like I want to hear a good story. I find that interesting. But then it's like you have to buy a paper. Shut up.
Yeah, that shit is pretty annoying. I found it a lot when I was trying to research insurrection. Like, kept on finding websites where it's just like, oh, you want to hear our in-depth breakdown? Well, you're gonna shell out fucking $10.
Yeah, which is like just to make a YouTube video at that point.
Yeah.
I think that journalists should switch to video mediums, and they would be so much better off. Or at least just like be a scriptwriter, because people are more likely to consume video content than pay to read an article.
Yeah. I think the problem is there's like a lot of people that don't want to move towards new media, if that makes sense.
Old people, maybe.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Or like somebody who went to college, their whole fucking... This is one thing that I learned with a couple of my friends who have gone to college. You can be fucking retarded about like what you want to do with your future, where you could go to college to be a fucking writer, and your entire dream thing to get out of college and do is to write articles online. and that could literally be your dream. That you want to be the best online news article, and no matter fucking what you're told, what you're shown, other pathways you could take your life, it doesn't fucking matter because the thing you wanted to do was write articles.
Yeah. Which is fine, but it just sucks.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Which is why they would make good. If they switched to being a scriptwriter, they would probably be more successful. I mean, it would probably be a more successful interview.
Oh yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, Avius, when's the video coming out?
Look, okay, all right. The vid, it is in production.
Let's
but the
go.
thing is, it is big dick. All right.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
So currently, I have like 3.5 minutes done, but it is genuinely high quality editing. That, not to suck myself off, once I get this posted, it's going to at least generate 100,000 views.
Let's
at
go.
least 100,000.
Bare minimum.
Okay,
That's what I'm talking about, dude.
At least. I am sucking myself off this time. All right. Actually, good quality.
That's like saying the quality is gonna garner the 100,000 views instead of like marketing.
So what I am judging it off of is other views of similar quality that I've seen.
Is it well? There are a couple of factors. Is it trending?
I don't think it's trending. So the name of the video is The Tragic Story of Blizzard Entertainment. And it's going to be a 3-part series where I'm literally just going through and explaining the history of Blizzard. So like
So like
oh, I just realized my mic cut off because my League of Legends game ended. Oh, I was just so it's The Tragic Story of Blizzard Part 1 Blizzard North is the video I'm making right now.
Lego.
Here.
I wait with bated breath.
I will, just to show you there's a video in making, I will show you the intro.
Oh, let's go! Some behind the scenes exclusive content.
Yes, the exclusive content. The
That's what
only
you get.
fans level content.
When you watch Canklemore.
True.
Behind the scenes. In-depth scoops.
Very true.
And also in-depth poops.
I do think I am going to redo this intro a little bit because I think I can do better.
Hi, I'm Dave awake now though.
Don't get into your perfectionist again, buddy.
It's not perfectionist. It's just like you don't understand. It's like that, you know. It could be perfect, you know. So you know, it's not perfection. It's just it has to be perfection.
What's going on?
Yeah,
Dave?
it's not perfection. It just has to be.
Yeah, exactly. You understand.
It's like I get what you mean.
Yeah, you get what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted. I'm getting off in a few minutes, dude. I'm waiting to raid somebody for their first stream.
It's like in League.
Not on YouTube though.
Oh, you okay?
Like I know what you mean.
Okay, you do know. Okay. I was about to say that would be really go. I'm so quirked up.
All right, you ready?
Hold on, actually, I'm not ready.
I'm
right, get ready.
really excited to be super disappointed.
I'm getting myself ready. I am. All right, I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. What if I could show you a company so infamous that one piece of art could identify all of their IPs? A company that for all intents and purposes changed the face of gaming. A company that not only set the standard for what players would want to see in stylized worlds time and time again, but a company that also set the standard of the quality that you would put in said worlds. A company that delivered quality hit after quality hit for over a decade, leaving the players wanting more each time. But time and time again, we learn that not all of us get the happy ending, as all good things come to an end. So why should you assume this story is any different? I wish this was a different timeline and I was making a different video, but sadly I'm not. And this is the tragic story of Blizzard Entertainment.
Based. Awesome,
All right,
dude.
that's what I'll show for now.
Nice. Love that.
Terrible. L. Garbage. L. Bozo.
You know what? Fuck
L.
you.
Retard. Kill yourself.
You know what? Go fuck yourself.
Fucking homo. I'm just kidding.
You know what? I'll remember that when I'm on top and you're sitting
Slurping
around.
my schmong. Reacting to my videos.
Yeah, reacting to my shit on your stream, motherfucker. I'll remember that.
Hi, I'm Dave on
That's
Kick.
why I love making friends on the
Hi, Dave
internet.
on
I
Kick.
can't wait for you to produce quality so I can.
EMP Dave is now following.
Can't wait for you to produce quality content so I
Hi,
can
I'm Dave on
interact
Twitch.
with it.
I saw that
React.
before
Twitch.
you said it.
You know what?
Let's go. Pete's fucking on,
cannot
baby.
Wait
He
for the
is?
fucking day where
Yep.
other people use
There
me
we
as
go.
content.
All right. It's time to raid. All right.
Massive
I'm going to need
fucking
both of you to get in my Kick and Twitch chats.
Let's
Kick
go.
All right.
Bomb, middle, or bottom? Herm. Do bottom. If you want. Anyway. I'm gonna go down and say hi to Pete.
All right. Are you in my Kick and or Twitch
Actually,
chat?
I mean,
I'm in both.
I made your YouTube.
Anything
hold
but
on.
YouTube.
Yeah. Let me get in. I'll do Twitch.
Based.
I hope I'm following you on Twitch. Embarrassing!
Bro, I'm still in fucking ads on Twitch.
Oof. Alright, there we go. Follow.
47 seconds worth of ads. What the fuck?
You hit a full 8 hours. Let's go, Cankle. Let's go, baby. Alright, raid this man.
All right.
You're not partnered, right, Kinkle?
What?
You're not partnered, are you?
Partnered? What do you mean? You mean affiliated?
On Twitch.
I'm affiliated on Twitch and Kick, yeah.
Do you make money off Twitch?
Yes. Not a lot, but yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm fine watching these ads.
Boys.
Nice. Oh,
You,
Pete! There
you
you
came
are.
in here
I was about to
perfect
hop into yours.
There we go.
What's up, man? Thought I'd pass by.
Fucking
I
came
think I
in
can
here
have
perfect
everything
timing.
set up now, bro. Yeah, I think we're there.
Word.
There we go. I'm finally out of ads.
And you've been rated.
I've been rated. Damn,
On
my
both.
first raid.
There we go.
There we go. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Let's go, Pete.
I don't think my camera's
you do.
working. Can I not turn